Hello, everybody. Oh, it got bumped. Hello, I'm back. After, how long ago was the last time I streamed? Let me find out real quick. Would have been something like... Oh, let me get the music started here. Is that good volume-wise? Maybe? Sure. Still setting up a little bit. I've been live for like 5 minutes, so I'm like, I'll just start things out, but I'm not properly ready yet. What am I trying to find? Normal, podcast streams over somewhere long. On the video producer, that over here, got it. That would be February 26th. Yeesh. That long ago? Really? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Fair enough. Yeah, it's been a while since I streamed. Not of my choice, more so just being, being super busy with school projects. Lots of school projects, and today is no different. We're doing another school project thingy, but something that I am streaming. I guess I did do one thing last week that I could have streamed part of, but I ultimately opted to not do that. So, yeah, and then I was studying for a midterm. That was the main thing that was being the hurdle I had to overcome. In fact, here's some of the results of that. You can't see this, can you? No. You can just see the volume of writing and how tiny it is, but you can't really read any of it. Like 3 pages of this, kind of part of a 4th. But this is for like a cheat sheet kind of a thing, so yeah. It didn't actually help as much as I thought it was going to, but yeah. And funny enough, Blender knowledge helped a ton. Yeah, this thing a bit of exaggeration, but it was useful. My years of doing Blender stuff actually paid off with this exam a little bit. Mainly just having some more like prior experience with like sort of 3D space. Oh, because this was an exam on graphics, how computers do 3D graphics things, and some of the mathematical concepts behind like Bezier curves and like vertices and faces and normals and ton of stuff like that, and lots of other stuff, as you can see, all that's on here. Affine transformations, homogeneous coordinates, all that, a bunch of things like clipping algorithms, and fun. But yeah, that went well. We're really glad that it did. And yeah, now I'm back to streaming. So what are we doing today? Well, I'm actually still trying to find something that I kind of need to find before I can start the stream proper, but I can ramble until I do. So right now we're looking at Blender. I don't know how much we're gonna start doing Blender stuff or if we're gonna start doing Unity stuff, but I am being tasked with making a small game. Something we're not going to be putting as much effort into as we did with the Handyman on a unicycle, which I'm getting that opening now, just so I can show it off, because it's cool. Because that's what we were doing last stream, was finishing off that demo. Right, that was the last one I did, was doing that demo? Wow, that feels like it's longer ago than it was, I guess. Yeah, that was a lot. I was up for like a long period of time. No, Matt, wait, get out of here. I was playing a demo for this little, it's sort of like a pre-alpha thing, pre-alpha demo of a game that I'm making. Well, a thing I had to make for a school project. Found the thing I was looking for. Let me just mute this so it doesn't, no, sudden noises. Okay. There and, there. Hold 1 second, almost. And, there. Okay. So, what was I saying? Lost my train of thought there. Apparently we had a bunch of different things. I'm still trying to, like, partially set things up, because I still need to find a few more things. Which I will explain what we're doing. Oh, yeah, so the Handing Out the Unicycle, yes. We finished off that, and let me get this. This is more interesting to look at while I'm, like, still setting things up. Which I should have done before I went live, but oh well, here we are now. Okay, where are you? Over here and here. Would you be this guy? Yep. Okay, so, yeah, this was the Handyman with the Unicycle. We finished this as much as I need to finish it for the school project. I plan to continue working on this game in my own spare time once I have free time again to not be doing just school stuff. But what's the volume on this? Volume on this is quite quiet. What you're able to hear. Also got the screen music that's like overpowering this, but that's fine. We don't need this. We don't need audio. It's fine. You know, it's my amazing voice acting that will eventually be accompanied by subtitles and all that. There's a million and one things we can do to make this better, and we will be doing that eventually. I have so many ideas for when we get back to working on this. You have no idea. Actually, you can have a bit of an idea if I show off this. 1 second. So, yeah, you can't read this, but more so just seeing the volume of text. Wow, a bunch of potential level ideas. Stuff about character backstories and characters I might need, and maybe character names. That's the same one. Obstacles. Woo, look at all of them. And stuff with planning a particular cutscene, kind of like storyboarding, but with writing a little bit. Where's the other one? Certain, what I call just scenarios, cool things to experience in a game. With both like story things and level things. Boss ideas. Yeah, I got lots of plans. Lots of plans. Now, of course, there's a huge difference between what I can think of and what I can actually make. As we've seen here, we don't even have a person here yet. But we will get there, hopefully so. But, yeah, so, it's been fun to think about where I can take this. I have lots of, things I've been trying to think of and, like, what I want to do with this game. And there's going to be a lot of changes. Not a lot. I mean, a lot of changes in terms of it becoming more of an actual complete game with lots of polish and losing the placeholder objects, like actually getting a person in here eventually, and like over here around the corner, like, you know, well, we have a lot of still placeholder things, you know, starting to actually clean those things up. Stuff like this terrain, you know, in the actual thing, we wouldn't just have one texture repeated for the entirety of this terrain. This is something we were very rushed on time with doing. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot of things. Yeah. I might also be getting rid of the minimap, or at least implementing it differently. I've had some ideas with that, but I'm getting very much ahead of myself. We're not doing anything with this game today. This is just, looks more interesting to look at than the blank Unity thing in the new project that created. For what we're actually going to be doing today, but we'll get to that. I'm still needing to find... okay. Wow. Download you. Alright, so... Okay. This and here. Let's over here. One momento. Here, I can go into play mode so you just see idle things. I really, was not as prepared as I thought I was. Hold on. I'll explain what I'm doing once I've got this. There we go. Okay. Trying to find some kind of like notes and some real quick photoshopping that I did ages ago. Not ages, like a month ago. Which feels like ages ago, with just how much I've done in the meantime. Okay. Okay, so. Okay, so what are we doing? I having to take a kid's game and recreate it in Unity as simply as I can. Specifically, the project is more about taking something that's not very user-friendly and making it more user-friendly and all that kind of stuff. So that's the plan, that's the game plan. Now, what game are we doing? Well, okay, so also, I guess, so this is part of a group project. What we've kind of done is we're recreating a bunch of games, and we're sort of each tackling one of the games that we've chosen. So I can do my chunk of it on my own and on the stream and all that. And specifically, this random kids game here is Dino Skateboarding Division Facts. So, here, are you muted? You are muted.
sketch.
So you get the full experience here. Well, it was muted. There was some introductory things like choose your character or whatever.
Ripper slash sketch.
We got some characters here that we can
Ripper.
pick. I'll pick this one. Wow. So this is a math thing. Division. Wow.
On your mark, get set, go!
Go. Isn't this exciting?
Click on the number to complete this equation.
What is it? Is it this one? Oh, no. Oh,
Click
no.
on the number.
Is it this one? Oh, no.
Click on the number.
This one? Yeah, it is. Wow. Wow. So,
Click
yeah,
on
it's
the
just like a
number
thing you're having to, like,
complete
race
this equation.
and do math fast. And,
Click on the
yeah,
number
so
to
making
complete
Dinos
this
do
equation.
Kickflips, because that's what we're doing here. So that's that.
Click on the number
this is
to
basically all
complete
the
this
game is.
equation.
Yeah, I can do math. Wow. We need to not
Click
look
on
like
the
a fool
number
here.
to complete this equation.
Is it 0? Oh, that's the also, yeah.
Click on the number
That's gonna be
to
fun to
complete
animate
this.
when we do that. Is this the end? I forget how long
Click
this
on the
is.
number to
It's not too long. One thing I want to add is a thing on the side of that shows
Click
you how
on the
long
number
you
to
have until the race is over and sort of what place you're in.
click on the number
that
to complete this
stuff.
equation.
I can math. Wow. This is the end, right? It's the end? Yeah. Okay. I didn't win. Ah, travesty.
Second place. You got the silver medal.
Did I now? Wow. So that's it. That is it. It has some complexity to it.
Keep practicing.
guess.
You almost have it.
I can restart. Okay.
Let's have a race. First, choose your character.
Yeah, that's that intro dial. I don't know how loud that is for you guys. How loud I hear it and how loud you hear it is different. Hopefully it's fine though. Anyway, so that's enough of that. So what I need, so I don't have any of the assets of this game, which makes it a bit difficult. Either I try to go into like, inspect element and try to like rip some of the like 2D art assets and make a 2D game, which is what I could do. Or, considering I'm going to have to do, like, well, I don't have to, I'm choosing to do, I guess having these dinosaurs on skateboards and doing, kickflips. I think I'm going to try and do Blender models, but I'm going to do it very, like, fast and, like, it's not going to look good. It's going to be, like, just good enough and maybe, like, low poly and, I don't know. We're not going to put, like, heaps of effort into it. I mean, just doing it at all, it's already going to be heaps of effort. So that's the, and then I think, having sort of like an isograph, why am I forgetting the name of what that's called? What's the term when it's like 2D but 3D? Why am I forgetting the term of what this is called? Also, why can't I see anything? I know I have an empty scene here, but okay. Isographic. Why does that feel wrong to say? Am I just pronouncing it wrong? Whatever. But yeah, we're gonna have that kind of camera angle, I think. Well, it's gonna be a top-down but 2D, but 3D models. I'm a lot better at 3D than 2D, which is why I think this will be. I'm gonna hope it's gonna be a good idea. Hopefully. Isometric. That's why it's wrong. That's the word. It's isometric. Okay. I'm like, something wrong with how I'm saying this. Okay, fair enough. All right. So that's the plan here. I'm going to try and make as much of the game as I can today. And we'll just see how it goes. And then tomorrow, regardless of how much I finish tomorrow, I'm going to be working on a different project, I think. Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. So the first thing also I have to have the conundrum of is, am I going to actually make all 4 of these dinosaurs? It doesn't have to be the same, for the record. It should still be like I've copied the essence of what the game is. I'm not making a whole new game. I'm trying to take what exists and make it better. But a part of being able to do that means actually having it be the game that it was to some degree. Like, this is not any kind of like an art class or anything, so there's no expectation of it looking good artistically, so I don't have to worry about that too much. Even like, I don't think they're gonna really look at the programming at all, so even the programming doesn't have to look nice, it just has to work. So unlike with like the Hangman with the Unicycle, that was more coding centric, and like I plan to continue working on that game after the fact, so I wanted the code to be nice to be able to come back to. And it was a lot bigger of a project. Sort of, yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So, also I can show off. So this is what I was looking for before. My quick mocked up plans of what I plan to do to this game, and maybe we'll come up with more things. The more things to make it user friendly, the better. So this is just stuff I mocked up in Photoshop. So one, a lot of, or like basically all of the instructions given in this game are completely auditory. So I want to have a lot of text on screen that accompanies the audio. Now that audio, I don't know if I'm gonna try like just recording the audio and then just playing it, or if I could do my own voice acting and just do that. I don't know. We'll figure that out. A lot of this, we're going to kind of figure it as we go. With the unicycle thing, I had more of a plan going into this. This, I don't. So we'll see. But stuff like this, having like the names of the characters, because why not? I'm curious of how we're going to do, of course we don't have to do this. I want to see if I can try and attempt to do this funky camera thing. Oh, that's doing weird things there. Yeah, I don't know how this is done. And it'd be interesting to try and do that. So, I mean, well, okay, if these are images, then playing around with what images are on top of what and stuff like that, I don't know. But, if I can't make 3D images, I'm going to be making 2D image, or if I can't make 2D images, I'm going to be doing 3D modeling stuff. Where to some degree I might, I think it'll be an image. I do some 3D model stuff, make a screenshot, and then bam, 2D image. Wow. It'd be much easier than trying to Photoshop a lot of this. Although I could try to just screen grab some of this. Like the fullest version of this image, I could just, screenshot it. And actually maybe that's what I'll do. That'll depend on how the models look. One thing I could also do is just to save a lot of time is rather than making these different dinosaurs, just take one, like the T-Rex here. Yeah, and just make different colored versions. It's basically the same but slightly different. The polished version would maybe I make all the different ones, but we'll see. We shall see. Yeah. Yep, so we'll see how that goes. Again, I'm going to be planning a lot of this as I go. We'll see. Anyways, so you pick your character, start the race, having ready, set, go. That comes up one at a time. Actually saying something about choosing an answer, making the number things more in a box like this, so it's more easy to see. Pick the wrong thing, have it actually turn red. Basically more feedback for what you're doing. Having a thing at the top for what place you're in, so you know how well you're doing. I want a thing at the side for how far along in the race you are, just because, which means I'm going to have little icons of the characters and make that work, hopefully. Yeah, and then you won. Whoa. As well, I think all of these would be accompanied by the same announcer guy. At the top as well, there's going to be an escape thing, because this is a mini game collection thing of I think it's 5 games. So at any time you should be able to escape to go back to the sort of main menu. But I'm not the one of my group that's making the main menu, but I need to have that functionality to be able to do that. Right? Yes. Okay. So with that underway, and then once we're doing that, if I can then take another look at it and be what more can I do to make it more user friendly? More. Yeah. And even I can do stuff to make the game a little bit more fun. We'll see, but I don't want to do that too much. This is not a fun game really. I mean, compared to some of the other things that were chosen, this is more fun in comparison, in my opinion. But that's how this is. Anyways, so how are we starting here? So I'm going to start by making a folder. Each of us are going to be making a folder here for the different games we're making, just to have this sort of organization and not having, I don't think the different games are really going to be sharing assets much, if at all. So, yeah. So this one is Dino Skateboarding Division. Because the learning here is learning how to do division. I guess. Not that is just what it is, I guess. It's just in the context of trying to make it fun, and then it's a race, and dinosaurs, and I don't know. Anyway, so I'm gonna go scenes. Oops. There we're gonna make a new scene. I'm gonna not touch the sample scene because I don't want to cause merge conflicts with whatever stuff may happen there. Okay, so I don't even know what to call it. I usually call this like main or demo, but can you have multiple scenes of the same name if they're in different folders? I actually don't know. I've never tested that. We're just gonna call this the same name. I guess we're going with that, and yeah, sure, why not? Let's actually go into this scene. Okay, so usually we have materials and script sounds like, what do I call these things? Yeah, we're gonna be off to a kind of a slow start here. Sorry. Eventually, hopefully, things will pick up and be more interesting and entertaining. Oh, Francesco, I'm here live. Hey, Francesco. Hello, hello. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing? Oh my gosh, thank you. 2 months, wow. Woot woot. Enjoy. I've actually, I've changed out some of the emotes. Not changed, but more rearranged how they are. So you have more emotes now. I think, yeah, 5 is how that do. Let me pull up the third one real quick. Eventually, maybe I'll make more actual emotes. Of what I don't know, but we shall see. Here, yeah, some you got those. I also there's like default emotes that I just use to fill in some of these slots that eventually, hopefully, I have better emotes later on. But yeah, woot woot. The other ones are locked. I love you. What I have for my friend stream. Woo. Fair enough. Yeah, these ones are locked. I just wanted like something to fill up those slots. And I have like 2 versions of Rotten Reginald here. Got this one and I got the Zoom version. So I'm like, why not? And eventually I get more as like I cross certain tiers. I think I need. I don't know what is the amount. Oh, it tells me. I need 5 more. Wait. That's that's on a per month basis. Yeah, to get 1. But yeah, I need to actually make more emotes though. So like even the ones that are here, I'm like, I could hopefully make better emotes. I think this will kind of be like as I make kind of the trend here. As I make more 3D models for characters in games or whatever, then I will hopefully have more. I can make more emotes out of them or something like that. We shall see. Then I still have the real-time live notification thing. Woo, woot woot. The Oh, right. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, right. Hold on. Yeah. We can set that up at some point. I'm finally now. I have a little bit more free time, just a little bit. Like as of like yesterday, I had a big midterm where I had to do all this fun stuff. Woo, cheat sheet. You can't read this, but you can see just the volume of text, and there's multiple pages of this. All I need is the webhook. All right, we will after this stream. We can do that whenever that is. I don't know how long I'll be streaming, but I plan to be streaming like all day today, possibly. We shall see. But yeah, anyways, this is this thing. I also changed up the channel points. I changed some of the reward things, both just changing some of the colors and rewording some of them because I could. And gotcha. Yip. So these are things now. It's all a ploy to get you to spend more channel points so that you cannot redeem the horror game one. It's genius. No, I love this. Nop. Yeah, there we go. It's working already. Nop is Nop. You probably know, Francesco, but yeah, Nop is like in assembly code, it's basically just a null instruction, a do nothing command. So yeah, Nop is Nop. Nop is nothing. No operation is what it stands for. But yeah, and then those other ones are just, I don't know, words I find funny from different computer science things. Multiplexer, quantize, eigen decomposition, a word that has too many syllables. But yeah, I don't know. And then the hydrate one is slurp now, because spherical linear interpolation is a word I think is funny in Unity. And yeah, I owe Jack about assembly. Fair enough. I only know things because I had to do things in school. But yeah, anyways, that's this. I have more, and maybe we'll make more eventually, but yeah, happy with how it is currently. Yeah, so if you've just joined, what we're doing here is I am for a school project, because all I do on these streams are school projects for now. Actually, I did the math, and I have basically 9 things to get done in 31 days. Some small, some really, really big. So, yeah, and I have some things due sooner than that, but, like, as a collective, yeah, 8 projects and 1 quiz I have to study for that's next, 2 weeks from now. So 8 projects to do in 31 days and a quiz to study for, and then then a final exam after that, but, like, I can, like, the time between the last assignment being due and that exam are far enough apart that I can just worry about the assignments till they're done, and then do all the studying for that exam then. But, in fact, doing some assignments is kind of studying. But anyways, getting off topic is the name of this stream. Okay, so what we're doing is, actually, let me start with this. So for another school project, long and short of it, is I'm having to take this kids game that's not great on user friendliness. It's also muted right now, so there's like
on your
vocal
mark,
dialogue
set,
of what to do.
Go!
Meant to just be like teaching kids how to
Click
do
on the number
vision.
to complete this.
Wow. Basically, I'm trying to take this and make it more
Click on the
user-friendly,
number
and that's
to complete
that's
this
it.
equation.
Although to do that, I have to like remake it.
Click on the number to complete this
So,
equation.
yeah, that's what we're doing. And here's some of my like plans of remaking things. What's that? Oh, that thing's something.
Go faster to win.
Here's some of the little things I'm going to be doing. It's basically more like text on screen that's actually like accompanying what's being said, so it's not all auditory. Hey! Fight Singularity! Oh my god! What? Oh, okay, hold on. We need to change gears here. Hello, people! Yeah, spam as much as you want. Okay, hold on. Let me bring up more interesting things. Well, I can. Lots of people. All right, raid. Hello. Hi. Thanks for the follow. I and Alex Hart. Hello. Well, how about that? This is my first time streaming in like 2 weeks because I've been super busy with school. Bam, cheat sheets for like midterms. You can't read that, but you can see it's a lot of text. I'm getting lots of follows. Hi. Hello. Yes, I'm wearing a lab coat. This is the Handyman with the Unicycle, a game that I've been working on for a school project that I plan to continue working on soon when I get more time to. I'm not actually doing this in today's stream. This is much more interesting to look at than the blank project that I was that I have open currently that we're actually doing stuff with. Yeah, we are going to be, as the title says, making dinos do kickflips. I'm going to take a really bad kids game and remake it in Unity and then make it more user-friendly. That's what we're going to be doing, but we're just starting that. So right now it's a boring blank project. But while I have an influx of viewers, I need to show you the cool things. So this is the game that I'm working on, the Handyman with the Unicycle. It's muted right now. There's like actual audio and all that. We're gonna have an actual person on here eventually. There's a billion, placeholders and all that, but the main gist of the game is that you're having to ride around and fix circus rides while there's lots of obstacles and lots of things to dodge. A lot of procedural animation stuff, which is cool. Tight ropes, got like hazards, speed boosts. We're gonna have like a million bajillion types of hazards. I am intrigued. Dinos Kickflips sounds awesome. Woot woot. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, the Dino one is a lot more. The title makes it sound more interesting than it actually is. Here is the game. Well, here's it. Like it's like partially running. It's just this is not something I made. This is what I'm having to recreate, kind of. It's just you having to do division. It's teaching kids division by like. Through like it being you doing like a race. There's like 2 other racers that you're having to beat. I just had this idle for so long that they're too far ahead of me. I am actually okay crossing 1. Oh, does this have like rubber band AI to like even the smallest degree? So that's kind of funny. So basically, I'm trying to take this and make it much more user friendly. So yeah, edutainment exactly. Now I could try to like go through like whatever. Inspect element stuff to try and rip as many assets as I could from this, but instead and I might do that for some like the audio and maybe some more stationary visuals or whatever, but I'm more so going to try and recreate these amount of stuff in Unity. Actually, as an example, or not, Unity and Blender, because I also do some 3D modeling things. As an example, take a look at this. The L-Man. This was me practicing doing sculpting stuff. the topology of this is terrible because I was, practicing sculpting, and usually then you go back over this with retopology. But, yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. And I did this without, like, tracing, if you could call it that. Like, I was looking at, pictures of Luigi, but I wasn't actually, like, I purposely didn't bring anything actually into Blender for reference images, which usually is the good thing to do, but I can't draw. So it's more like practice for the real thing when I want to be making characters, but, like, I don't necessarily have the properly, like, front, back, and all that. I've got a raid and run meeting, Scott. Fair enough. Have a fantastic stream. Well, thanks for the raid, Finite Singularity. I really do appreciate it. Thank you all to everyone else here. I'm gonna catch up with the messages, but I know I gotta be, like, gotta grab your attention, make you stay. Let me show off other things because I can. My logo comes from this. This is a thing that I made ages ago. August, I think. Bam, cool things. Also, where is over here? Bam, very like most aesthetically pleasing Unity thing I've made in quite a while. Bam. I think it's a finite, like finite. Yeah, finite singular. How did I say it? Was I saying it weird? Probably. Yeah, I'm overwhelmed with the. Yeah, this is the most viewers I've had in quite a while because. Yeah, there was also, like, back between, like, December to January, I had to take, like, a month off of streaming because things being way too busy, and then, Christmas and all that. But, yeah, I currently, I'm in university. I'm going to be, hopefully, fingers crossed, graduating in a few months. So, yeah, I'm having to finish a lot of school projects and all that, which have been most of my streams as of late. Actually, basically been... Like, because I started streaming September of last year, been most of my streams, period. But I've been, making things interesting. Usually doing a lot of, like, Unity game projects and some other things mixed in there. Lots of different programming languages, Python, C++, all that fun stuff, which you'll get to see more of over the next few weeks, as I have to do lots of projects with those such things. Actually, tomorrow, specifically, yeah, I'm going to be working on a lighting graphics assignment thing. I actually forget what I think is that in Python? I forget, but I'll be finding out when I start it. But yeah, you come back to streaming and immediately get a raid now. Yeah, it's actually very surprising. Like very, very surprising. But I'll take it. Yeah, wow. All right. Oh, Dangelo Ramos is now followed. Okay, let me now go back and like over all the messages that I've missed. So, yeah, Finite Singularity, AO, Ian Alex Hart, Finite Raid, Woot Woot, Rug Match, Finite Raid, Woot Woot, Exegele? I cannot pronounce that. Exegetio. Woot Woot. Yep, all the emotes. Yep. I would tree the edutainment. I gotta, yeah, right. Yep. Welcome. Finite like Infinite. Yeah, back to streaming immediately. Got a rate. Yeah, which is crazy. Very, very, very crazy. Now let me also. I missed. Who all followed? Yeah, I got the 4 follows from Finite Singularity, Ian Alex Hart, Rug Matt, and Dejo Ramos. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. That is awesome. Thank you. We're at like 149. That's crazy. Wow. Like, very much wow. I didn't expect this number to ever go above like 10. So, very, very, yeah, very grateful. And yeah, thank you. Big thanks. All of the thanks. Yeah. Now, with all that out of the way, so yeah, usually what I do is Unity game dev things and other programming things. But as I've just said of what we're going to be working on, let's get into doing that. We're just starting it, so yeah, it's going to be a bit boring to start, but hopefully things will pick up and be more interesting as we go along. Okay, so I showed off the game, this thing. Wow. I'll pick a character and do race, except there's audio that I currently have muted. We're trying to take this and make it more user-friendly. To start, we're going to be kind of remaking the game as it is. Now, I can't draw. I can't, yeah, not good at the 2D art. So basically, I'm going to be trying to make this kind of gameplay, but in 3D, but then with an isometric camera, I think. Yeah, and then some additions that I want to have. My current ideas are, one, just text everywhere explaining what's going on. ready, set, go thing. A thing at the side that's almost like a, not a mini map, like showing how far along in the race you are. A thing that's showing like what place you're in. Having the actual numbers that you can select being more obvious and like being in like a box like this. Having them go green when you get the right answer. Having them go red when you get the wrong answer. Those kind of things. Having an escape button at the top too, because it can be part of like a mini game collection thing. This is part of a group project where we're each making one of these games that we've chosen. I am making this one, so yeah. So then we're gonna have like an escape thing that brings up a menu where you can go back to the main menu and all that. Except I'm not making the main menu myself, but I'm making the functionality that does that. Now I don't know if the graphics are gonna look like this. This is what I could quickly make in Photoshop. It was just like, yeah, quick enough. Yeah, so that's the plans currently. And then if I think of more things to make things user-friendly, then we shall do that. Okay, let me just set things back up over here. One momento. Okay. Yeah, okay. So now, yes. okay. So how are we starting this? I don't know if I want to start with the Unity side of things or the Blender side of things. Because one thing I'm basically going to be doing is blendering up making those dinosaurs somehow. Like, I don't want to invest a lot of time in this. Like, I'm gonna try and make as much of the game as I can today, as fast as I can. We're gonna see how well that works. But yeah, making dinos do kickflips. Making an anthropomorphic dinosaur and then animating it to do a kickflip. Oh, MVD devs now following. Hey, thank you. That's 150. Yeah. Woo. That's thank you. Very can't talk now. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. By the way, I have a water bottle with my old logo on it, so that's big. Yeah, no, thank you. I really appreciate it. I very much enjoy doing the whole streaming thing, and I plan to keep doing it because it's fun. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. There's my one of my emotes, the joy one. By the way, my most viewed clip. Still, I think my most viewed clip is of me getting jump scared by my own code. So, yeah, that's a thing. It's called Red Sus, I think. Yeah. And like my second most or like third most is me falling off my chair. Another time that I got a raid. So yeah, that was that happened. Anyways, that's not what I was doing. All right, so I almost think that okay. So we have two ways I can go about doing this. One, I can just forget the like I can start by just with placeholder objects, just make the gameplay, which I probably that would be a smart thing to do. Probably get the Unity stuff, like figure out what I need out of the gameplay, and then do 3D modeling stuff. Because if I do the 3D modeling and then bring it to Unity, I'm like, this won't work like how I thought it would. Because upon making it, I am changing my plans or whatever. That would be a problem. So yeah, okay, I think I've just talked myself into that. We want to do. We're gonna do Unity stuff first, actually. That'd be the smart thing to do. So, where are we starting with this? So there's two. Let me bring up this page. It's easier just to see the pictures. There's two phases of this. Three, but so it's like the beginning screen where you select your character, and then there's the actual like skateboarding thing. I think we start with like the main gameplay because that's what it's supposed to do. So it could actually be in their own scenes. I'll try. I think I'll try to like leave it all in one scene. Like both parts of the choose your character and the race. So for this race, keep it kind of like similar to how it is. This does have like steps and rails and different obstacles. I don't know how much I'm going to make these different obstacles. They don't have no effect on the actual gameplay. It's just all visuals. And things that are purely visual are things that I'm kind of going to save towards near the end probably because again that just makes sense to do. But in terms of like these steps and all that, I have two things. Either the whole like world is still flat, and these steps is just a more like a texture looking thing, more than then the camera gets to just like move backwards. It doesn't have to worry about like moving down or anything. Or actually, if it's isometric, it might not matter. Let me test something. Yeah, let me do a test on how I want to do this environment stuff. So just go 3D object, cube. Oh right, this is You need lighting. Yes. I made the project with it initially. It was like, oh, it's, it's gonna be 2D stuff, so go with the default 2D things. But now we're doing 3D things. Whatever, it's fine. Usually the light does not matter. But just point straight down. Good enough for me. What are we doing with this? This is gonna be just some, floor for now. No, I'm trying to go 0.5 and then 10. I'm blocking the transform behind my head, but that's fine. I'm just putting in numbers. Let's say that this is our ground, and we're just going to color it through right now just so I can... Oops, that's not what I want to do. It's going to make some default materials. Let's go just red. Wow, doesn't that look like red? And then green and... blue. Just make a few for now so we get to look at more than just white. Okay. You're gonna be green. We'll make it more match the actual thing later, which means I guess it should be more of this like gray kind of color. But we'll worry about that later. But the thing I wanted to test was more so if I take this, where's the camera? Here. First of all, I need the camera to see this. Yeah, right, yeah, okay, right. The height of the camera doesn't actually affect how much you see, because it's just the size, because that's how orthographic cameras work. So I should be able to, at each of the, like, hurdles, actually, let me go back to making this 10. Let's pretend that these are stairs, going down these. At every, like, time when you solve a problem, you're, like, jumping downstairs and maybe riding on rails. But, doing this kind of thing is fine. Yeah, they look like they're the same distance in the camera here. I have to, like, spin it around differently, but... Yeah, okay, that's fine, then. I was worried if I'd have to, like, make the camera move up and down. I could do that, but it's easier I don't have to. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to test that out. So, yeah, we should be fine then modeling the environment to go down like this. Now, that environment, do I hard code, like, model... Like, the whole race is a set distance, or do I use some fancy, like, programmatically, have it be slightly randomized or whatever? I mean, if I'm copying what the actual game does, I think it's very, like, hard-coded. Actually, I'm curious of something. I've never actually tested. Even the obstacles on the side, are they random? I want to restart this. Let me restart this, please. No, I don't want to finish the race. How do I... I don't know how to restart this. Not that I know. See, this is thing that make our version better, making so that we can actually restart it. Mainly, I was gonna look at whatever the first few obstacles were, and then go at it again and see if they're the same. If I refresh the page, that like messes with things. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, just quickly do this. It is random, isn't it? Yeah, that seems random. So, I mean, I could have at least the track be very hard-coded, modeled, whatever, and then have those assets that could just place that. Those could be random, and that would be fine. Yeah. Let's pick this guy. Wow. I just want to look at what are the first few obstacles, and then go at it again, and then what are the first few obstacles. So, got some nothing, lots of nothing. Okay, wow, no obstacles before the first thing. I can't do math, apparently. Pile on that thing that... Okay, I should be fine. Please don't... okay, no, you're fine, never mind. Okay, so the very first obstacle to pile on the left. I just want to know if this thing randomizes the obstacles or not. Just so there's nothing before the first hurdle. I also don't know if picking a different character matters. Oh, no. No. I can do math. Pylon. Okay, it is different, though. Okay, that was different. Okay. So, yes, it just happened as the first one. Okay, so the obstacles are random. But and the actual math problems are random. That makes sense. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, so, I'm just trying to decide, like, I'm trying to think ahead of, like, what is the best way I want to go about this before I get too far into an idea and then realize, oh wait, this isn't going to work the way I thought it would. So I'd probably want to model, like, a single step railing thing, and then, you know, duplicate it going down. And then there needs to be, like, a longer stretch at the beginning and a longer stretch at the end, I guess. Will I be able to accurately, like, stitch them together without it looking weird? Hopefully so. So actually, I will model that real quick. Let's get Luigi out of here. Actually, yeah, I was gonna leave that open, then I decided against it. Okay, so let's just go make, like, real quick steps. I don't know what the scale of any of this is gonna be. It needs to be wide enough. Actually, yeah, it needs to be wide enough that it goes off screen, so let's make sure that happens. I don't need to overdo it. Let's go 15. 10. We'll see. We'll simply see when we test it in Blender. Yeah, 10 by 10, sure. Put it so that, like, the ground level is there. It'll just make things a bit easier to sort of initially set up. Okay, so this is going to be, so I guess we're going to make 3 models here. We're going to make a step, and the beginning section and the end section. And then we'll leave, like, a podium thing at the end. We'll see. We're going to see. Anyways, so, yep. So if I just do this to start, I don't know what the distance of these should be. Yeah, it only matters, you know, how it looks in Blender. It also will have the orthographic camera, so this might need to be more exaggerated than I think it does. We'll see. Yeah. And then I'll figure out, like, colors in a second. Maybe I will just, you know, quickly make it the color that it looks like it is in the thing. Yes, I'm going to be very indecisive about this the whole time. No, okay, so that's not how big this is. But I do see, if I'm going to copy this exactly, which again, I don't have to copy it 1-to-1, but the more accurately it looks like the original, kind of the better. This is a 3-step thing. So let me just position how these should be offset, and then, oh, that's not what I want. And then I'll, you know, fix the sizes of these. I thought relative, wait, I thought relative could be, I'd resize this and it, or constant, yeah, I could resize this and it wouldn't actually change the thing. Well, you still I think that's, if I apply the scale, well, oh no, relative is, like, based on, like, the edge or something. Constant is based on the, like, center point. This, fine. Okay, so what do I need out of these? I also need to make sure that there's no gaps. Like, you can't see through the floor at all. Yeah, we're still it's. In fact, the floor has no reason to be thin. The floor can be thin. Like, there's no reason to. I'm actually gonna go like 0.5 and yeah, and then say this. This would just be a 3.5. So going down 3 units. 4. No. Oh yeah, this will make this be a step. What is this? It's like a line that's here. So actually, if anything, this is more just like 2 steps and then the ground below. Because we're not gonna get. I'm gonna just stretch it further, so we're not gonna even get this bit. I don't think. It's actually 2 steps. Okay, so something along these lines. Let's get some color. Button. just gonna call it ground. No. To not cause problems with the other... We have each of these little games in their own scenes, and you can't have materials with the same name. I should prefix every material with the name of the thing. So we're gonna call it Dino Skate. That'll probably just make it easier. So I can't just color pick. You can't like color pick outside of it, but get a color that looks like kind of the same or something. It's like a gray, but it's like a bit more cool. Like that, I guess. Wow, color. Actually, I did. Wait, that already. I thought it applied to all three of them. They're not the same. They're not the same. Oh no, because I just changed the material right now. Okay. Never mind. Yep. Okay, this is fine. I'm gonna do these rounds in the same thing. Railings. How do I best want to do railings? Probably with a curve. Maybe a pattern. Railing. Now, I noticed that with this, it's not straight like down, it goes out. Am I going to do that same kind of thing? We'll see. Maybe. But let's, for now, just make it on one side and then, like, mirror it. I'm going to make a new material called railing. Gray, dark, this. The object being, actually name these, let's call it ground high, I don't know, and then ground low. In fact, if anything, I might not even need like, no. Yeah, I was gonna say I might not need the lower ground because if I just, have this and I duplicate it, then that would do that, but, we'll see. We'll see how I implement it in Unity. In fact, let me go and actually just say what we have currently somewhere in Unity. Okay. Yep. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is show Explorer. That went over this screen, sure. This, copy the file path, back to Blender, and then paste in there. This was, what am I calling this? Ground step piece. Ground piece step. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. The name does not matter too much. Again, this isn't like my unicycle thing where I was making sure everything was all nice and perfect and whatever. This I just need to do the bare minimum to like make it work, which I'm already kind of like not doing that with how much I'm just overthinking everything. How do I give these thickness again? It's like a thing down here. This, there we go. Full caps. Sure. Alright, so you need to go up and then turn and then out and then down. Okay, so let's do there. And I think it made you too thick, but I'll do that in a minute. This is also where I get to kind of see if I made the railing or made the step too much. But hopefully it's fine. I also need to make more points here, have the edges just might want them. Okay. I mean, this works as a start, but let's make it better. Subdivide. Putting this like here, I can make it more of a. This should be like a straight up kind of a thing, preferably. Yeah, I made it too thick. I'll make it thinner in a minute. So, I don't even know if I need the one that's like here. I may be able to just get away with this. Why does... Okay, that's better. I was gonna say, why does this one look This one goes more to a point than this one does. I'd like that to not be the case. How I make things happen the way I want it. I think I just need more more points. What's this? Why do I not remember the second right button? More. Do I need more points, or is there like a way of? I don't use curves all too much. I don't know if there's just a way I can. Maybe I actually scale these together. I feel like they shouldn't be like right on top of each other like that, but yeah, just more. I guess 3 seems to be the magic number here for getting a nice crease. Which doesn't need to be a perfect crease, just like more of a crease than it was. In fact, I can actually maybe relax off it just a little bit. This one, I guess because this one's more, like going at more of an angle because it's going down. Right, it's creasing more. It doesn't crease as much. You know, I'm going to put one in the middle. It could, you know, but not it, touch it. That's fine, it's fine. Now, if I am going to copy to this... Yeah, I guess I should do, kind of like the, what's that one? Legend of Zelda Link Between Worlds way of doing sort of the isometric camera thing, where you don't actually model it, like, looking top down. Like, this would be, like, accurate for being how this would actually... Like, this would be how this would look in like a 3D environment, sure. If I want the straight rail and the straight leg, whatever. But if I want this top-down isometric camera to be able to see this, this should be like, I'll do this with this, you know, I cheat it a bit, you know, like this, not like that. And actually, I'm gonna change my mind. And I'm gonna dissolve, so I can move the top and have it still be straight. I guess I don't. I can cheat it like this to kind of match like this kind of shape, where it goes out. So maybe move the top and the bottom at the same time, maybe? Okay, because of the way the step is, this should go more... No, out? How do you go out? Also, actually, I was also maybe too close to, like, the edge with how wide it is, so... This one here. Now you can, you know, mess with this later, especially when we have the Dinos interact with this stuff. It's like, this shouldn't be as much. Oh yeah, also, this actually is moved down a bit. Let's see. It's weirdly shaped in the 3D, but like it doesn't matter. It only matters how it is in the 2D. Now, the other thing I'm noticing is that the it might just be because of the lighting and the lack of lighting, but you can't really see the fact that there's steps there. So I might do the same kind of thing with those stairs. But let me just see how this is looking in Blender to start. First, let me not import the things that I don't want to be imported. There we go. Normals, calculate. These are not going to have any animations. No thank you. I already went against my rule of how I was going to name these materials by prefixing like this. I just lead to less problems later. I don't usually do that, but I should. If anything, just, yeah, I should. Oh, let me just make sure. I'm just going to move these down just a little bit. Make sure that they go through the ground. No footing. Yeah. Alright. So now, why are you still so bright? Did I place you like blah, blah, blah? How is the camera seeing this? Okay. I think I'm fine to delete these other temporary pieces of ground. Why can't I see? Oh, gizmos are off. I'm like, why can't I see the camera? Yeah. Yeah, is this... Wait a minute, why is this... wait, is the camera turned? Oh, the camera's moving up to, right, you need to be, if I'm to leave that being turned that way, the camera needs to spin around. Yeah. So how does this work? Now, first of all, as I said, I don't want the edges to be like there. Let's make the skybox. You should never see the skybox, but I don't know, go with like something that's kind of sky-colored, I guess. Again, you should never actually... That's right. You should never actually see the skybox. So, if anything, I can make it like just a weird like purple that like I can see like, I can see hints of purple. That's wrong. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like it has almost like a something there on like the edge. It's almost like an outline, but it's not. I actually don't know what that's causing that. I'll take it. So you can't see the actual stairs. Now, of course, I don't have to actually make this orthographic. It can just be... But I want to. I want to... Yeah, do that. Another thing is actually, this doesn't have to be straight down. It can be isographic. Isometric. But, like, turned a little bit. No, not like that. Like this. And then, bam, now you can see the stairs. What happened to, oh, and that actually might help when it comes to... It might actually help when it comes to the like the dinosaurs and animating them. Because, like, you know, this, for example, it's like, you know, straight on into the camera, even though he's not, like, even though he's true top down, you just see, like, his helmet. So I don't know if I should... Either I model it, like, weirdly leaning back, or I could just lean the camera a lot more than I currently am. But I don't know if that's going to look weird with the actual movement of how these guys are moving. Even then, these don't look that much like steps. Even with this. Do you view it on an angle? The jutting out the edge actually seems to help more than I thought. With making it look like a... Let's, for now, go back to just pure straight down for right now. And in terms of the... Actually, the height of the camera doesn't matter as long as it's too low, then, you know, it'll go through any object. The actual size here, does this seem fine? In terms of how these railings are... I think these railings are actually too long. Yeah, they are. Or at least, maybe if I move the base down, might be fine. That actually also made me more so that the... No, I was going to say that maybe the stairs are too long, but, no. Move that back and it'll be fine. Okay, so... Either I move the camera size in, or I just size up everything else. It's hard to tell without, like... Well, no, I'll just go 5 for it now. Let's just see how that is. Once I have other models in here, like these dinos, then it might just be easier to tell with this stuff. Which means I maybe shouldn't be spending too much time on this right now. Get more of the functionality of it. And then when I'm doing the graphical stuff, then reevaluate some of this. How's that? Aren't you? That's better. Does this look like the same? Yeah. No, okay, these steps are not... how can I make how can I make it so that from an isographic camera, like how do I cheat it so that you can still see the edges? So do something like exactly what I did with the railings, where I cheat it. I make it so it's not actually a perfect top-down kind of thing. Looks almost like I should. Apply this. I'm going to join these all together as one object. Why did you have a problem with that? Oh, because then you lose your reference to what you're... Yeah. I was just going to call this ground. Ground low. And then now I can be easier to grab all these at once. I don't need to grab the edges. But... Okay, yeah. So doing something like this to all of them. How thin this is. I don't know if that's a problem, but just to start, something like that. Now you can see it. Now the lighting is going to affect like how intense the shadow of it is. But that's a start, right? It's like not enough. Mainly it first of all, it should be a little bit less. I might actually want to do how on... In this, you can see, like, the edges of the step here. Maybe I do that. Maybe I do that. So how do I easily do that? So first of all, I mean... Scale it in. And then... what do I pull out? I pull out these guys. Not enough of those, but... Maybe I do put something underneath that's not the sky. And here's actually one thing I'm going to do for right now. Actually, yeah, before I pull that out, just make this easier, because I'm going to mess with, like, these two sides. I'm going to have all this, like, mirrored so I can mess with one side, have it affect the other. Mirror. Yeah. And, yeah. So now I can do this more freely. Which, also, if I'm going to pull this out, I actually probably should have a cut there and cut like there or something. See if that helps. I pull out this one? No. So actually that bottom one might not need that cut, but whatever. It's something like that, but also nothing. These are too far in. See what that looks like? Also in Blender, if I go to render view, can I see the lighting better? Oh, this might make this a view, but less. Okay, that's just yeah, talking about lighting and how that's going to affect what this looks like. That helps good. Now that doesn't translate to Blender. So I do something like that, and then have something... And I could have that sky in the background, but I don't know. Okay. I feel like this is a start. I can maybe fiddle with it more later. I shouldn't be investing too much time in it right now until after... I'm going to do the top one. I'm going to move it in more. I shouldn't be investing too much time into this until after I've... Mainly like the dinosaurs and how they're going to look. I haven't done stuff with that. Okay. So if we're doing it like this now, I might put this back. This is what it was. Now we'll keep it like that, but I'll move the railing in. And then we'll say this is good enough for now. It's fine. It's good enough. Yeah, let's move on. Okay, so now going from one step to another, the plan is then to have this one step, and then basically do this. Ideally, I want this to, it needs to clamp together nicely, no holes, no nothing. Which actually technically would mean that I can be clear to delete the face. Oops. Delete the face here and the face here. Right? If this is going to be consistent and not random, I could do this in Blender and just have this all be one big object. But I don't know if that'd be better or worse to do. I mean, I'm not going to randomize this. I could, but like the actual game doesn't, I don't think, so I'm not going to bother. By the way, I don't even know how many there are. I also can remember. But let me just see just how it currently is placed. Can I see a scene? I go to the camera. Can I tell where it like changes from one thing to another? No. Perfect. Okay. Now, oh wait, shoot. I'm just realizing, are the distances between one step and the next the same, or no? That's something, like I can either make them all exactly the same, or I can have, like, you know, between these two, it's a little bit more time, between these two, it's a little less time. Can't tell. There's more time between the beginning and the very end. I think it's about the same. Yeah, it's like the same. Okay. And I can mess with the sort of the camera scrolling speed and all that. So here, yeah, we're just gonna do it in Blender because it'll be a lot faster to just give this thing an array. We're actually gonna then pair. If I paired the ground to the railing, or the railing to the ground, and then give the ground an array modifier, does that like does that array the railing too? No? Okay. So I have to array the railing separately. Unless I merge them as one object, but I'm not going to do that. Because then I'd have to also make the curve here an actual like mesh. Do that. So let's go. This would be -3, and then, no, Z up. So -3 there, and then I don't remember how much you want to do. Am I not seeing you? Oh. Wait. Oh, why is the... What? Why is the rotation of this being different than what I think it should be? Oh, relative... Oh, relative is relative to your size, I guess, or something like that. Sure. So wait, no. I should be doing this under constant. That'll be, I think, easier to change later. Okay, so if I can get this to be exact, then that'd be good. Merge. Oh, then that would be perfect. Then they would all be one mesh. That'll fix whatever problems that could arise. Oh, you go 4.2. That feels wrong. Oh. Are you thinking of copying the exact same solving mechanic of the game or something else because I have an idea? Feel free, yeah, pitch an idea, but it's supposed to be the same game. It's supposed to be like the same thing, but more user-friendly. So I'm not supposed to change too much. Hey! Kyle Lazar's not following. Hey! Hi! Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm finally streaming again and all that, which is nice. And currently we're working on a... This isn't lined up. We are working on basically recreating a badly made children's game and making it better, more user-friendly. This is for a school project. I need this to line up perfectly. It can't be off in the slightest. What's this? Right. I guess so. Yeah, but hello. Hi. Does it seem good? Probably, and then I can just go like, blah. Let's go 10. Let's say there's, each railing represents a problem. So 10 problems, and then extra at the beginning, extra at the end. Okay, so now you do the same thing with the railing, which I should now, because I made it constant, I should be able to put in the same numbers. So to make the railings array down. So now you have to this. What were those numbers? 0, -4.2, and -6. So let's hope this works. It did not. No. Oh well. Just drop. Oh, sorry, yeah, missing message. Okay, I was thinking as the player approaches the question and answers, time slows down, but it goes faster every question. Interesting. So rather than them stopping it, like, slowing down, that could be interesting. I could just do a timed-up timescale thing for that. We'll see. I'll consider it. Yeah, as I said, I don't want to change the game too much, and I don't know if that really changes anything about, like, the user-friendliness of it, but we'll see. Yeah, it would be fun to make the game more fun, but that's kind of not what the project is. Just on my to draw you. Just, I can't talk apparently. Just stopping by to drop you a follow, time to watch your submarine video. Woot woot! My amazing, spent 7 months making a video. Yeah. That was, yeah, no, so your assignment is just to remake a game by copy... No, it's not to remake the game. It's to take the game and make it more user-friendly. That's what it is. Or not, actually, okay, not a game. It was taking in anything, an app, website. Well, not a website. The websites were off the table. Take a something. We chose to take these, like, 5 children's games on this, like, random website. Where this is a group project where we're each tackling it. Well, it's a group project, but we're each sort of tackling these different games, and then we're sort of mashing it together like a menu and be able to access each of the games and then go back to like a main menu. I'm doing this one, this Dino skateboard thing, but specifically the assignment isn't make the game more fun; it's make it more better human-to-computer interactions. That is this course. It's human-to-computer interactions. So basically that boils down to more user-friendly, essentially, so. Are you group members on where you stream, lol? Some, maybe, some not, but, yeah. Anyway, why is this not, oh, if I apply the scale, are you gonna, what does constant offset do as opposed to, relative to the bounding box relative to the origin? That's a different. Well, that's what I suspected before, but I was, okay, I just want these to have the same numbers. It just makes it easier to just calculate it. Very well. I didn't need the scale to not be anything but fun. But yeah, so it's not just remaking the game, it's making it more user-friendly. But I have the plans of that currently, but the first step to making it more user-friendly is to remake the game, kind of. Which, yeah, is a little dumb, to be honest. We, with this project, our group submitted so many, we went back and forth with a bunch of different ideas for this project of what we wanted to do for it, and they kept getting rejected over and over until eventually we pitched this thing and it finally got accepted. It's like, okay, guess we're doing this now. Could have been doing cooler things. Like, at one point we were going to do Doom. We were going to take Doom and, like, having the source code of Doom and then just tweaking it, and which would have been, you know, hard to change, but, like, basically just, like, modding at that point rather than remaking a game. But we're going to make Doom more user-friendly, and that would have been a more fun project, but that didn't happen. Then we were going to take the first Five Nights at Freddy's game, and we're going to make that, and make that more user-friendly. And we were thinking that, like, that wouldn't be that hard. Like, we'd be able to, for remaking that, we'd be able to take a lot of, like, the assets for it, like, a lot of, you know, go through the source code of it, and, like surely, like, online, like, we'd be able to get, like, all the audio files, all of the, like, different sprites or different things in the game, and remaking it wouldn't be that bad, and then make that way more user-friendly. That got rejected. So now we've, our standards have dipped to where we're doing this now, which is whatever, is what it is. But yeah, so that's where this currently stands. Okay, so this used to be negative 42, and it was negative, I didn't see what that was that 60? No, just negative 3, okay. Alright, there we go, we got our sure. Yeah, okay. So most of the making this more user-friendly, I have like 3 main things and a few different things. One is just the game currently, like everything instruction-wise is all audio, no like written anything. So to help the hearing impaired, I would just have it be more, yeah, better for people to know how to play the game and what to do. One is just filling the game with tons of like text things that explain what you have to do. Like here, it's like, you know, choose your character. Like that not being just an auditory thing. A ready, set, go thing, stuff like that. Choose an answer. Like that's thing number one, just doing that like everywhere. For the actual race part of it, having a little like thing on the side that's shows how far along you are in the race, and a thing up top that says like what place you're in. Those are, yeah, current ideas. Oh, also when you like hit a wrong answer, it actually like turns red. Currently, the actual numbers themselves are just kind of like here. Putting them in a little like box like this. This is another thing. What else? There's another thing. Oh yeah. Also because this is part of like a game collection sort of thing, we're gonna put like, you know, escape button at the top left, that like little pause menu. First of all, just to be able to pause the game and restart the game, because this you can't like restart the game other than just refreshing the page. So you can restart the game properly, and then also go back to the main menu where you can access all of the games. So those are our current ideas, and maybe we'll come up with more. But that's the idea for now. And that, like, frankly, that should be enough for what the project is. We'll see. But in order to do those, I kind of have to remake a chunk of the game itself. So that's what we're currently doing. Anyway, so we've made our little steps. That seems good. We need like the area for the start of the race and for the end. I was debating on whether I was going to do this. So I have two options here. Either I like add on to the model here in Blender and make it all like the entire track is all one model in Blender, or I make it different objects and then put it together in different Blender models that I put together in Unity. I don't know what is the better thing on performance or whatever. Now, obviously, well, so if I do it like this, though, with the steps, I can't change the sizes of the steps. Well, I can in Blender, kind of, but I can't, like, randomize it. But I don't need to. The game doesn't do it. I don't need to do it. It's fine. I don't also, for the other thing is, I don't have all the time in the world to make this. Like, this isn't like the unicycle game where I can be doing this every day for like 2 weeks or whatever. I'm on a bit of a time limit here, so I am going to be probably going a bit above and beyond of what I need to be doing, but I can't overdo it too much. I also like the unicycle thing. I had in mind that once I was done it, I was going to continue working on this. This, once it's done, I'm never going to touch it again. So the amount of work I care to put into it, not amount of work, I should say. I mean, like they're never going to look at the code as an example of one thing. I know that the code of this is not going to be looked at in terms of actually marking it. It's going to be more so the actual, just like the substance of the game itself. So I don't need to make the code all pretty and nice and whatever. So I don't need to like waste the time doing that if it's not going to help me make the game better. Obviously, having poor code will, you know, make the game run slower and or, like be hard to change. Obviously, that's a consideration, but yeah. Anyways, right. What was I? So okay, I've decided that I think I will just make the start and end things here in Blender just easier that way. Just check your Git. You realize the VR trash game is open source right now? Yes, it is. I'm aware of that, and I'm fine with that. Maybe once it's done, I'll make it more private. I don't know. One, it was just way easier to have my group, because that's a group project too. Way easier to have my group members access the thing and add them as collaborators and all that. And two, I don't really care if someone wants to steal the project files of that game and do something with it, be my guest. All I have to do is add contributors. I did, and that is dealt with now. Yeah, with that game, I don't care as much. That's another thing where once that's done, I'm never touching it again. And we'll see. I don't know. With the unicycle one, I think that one's public too, and that one maybe shouldn't be. But I would like to, once the unicycle game is done, like done, I would potentially like to release the source code of it. It would be cool to, like, I know there's the whole thing of like, keep the things that you made, like, so not everyone can have access to them and all that. But on the other hand, I like the idea of making big projects and giving people the code for them so they can see all the work that went into it and just sort of like, yeah, people can make things with the things that I've made and whatnot. Along with Washed Up Wizard. Oh, that one is yeah, I'm fine with that one being have access to the source code. Like, yeah, no, like that I also don't care about. Not that I don't care, it's that it would be cool if someone wants to take the Washed Up Wizard code and make something out of it. Not only is that I think it cool, I want to know about it. For now, anyway. This is my indie. Should we private some of these, especially Unicycle? Yeah, probably. Eventually, I will. I mean, the demo thing as it is right now, again, there's like a lot of them in their current state. I'm fine with people take them in their current state. But yes, if I'm making a game that I want to actually commercially sell or whatever, yeah, I wouldn't want necessarily anyone I wouldn't want my ideas to be ripped off and someone beat me to the punch of take my game and finish it before I do. I mean, I have video evidence of that I made it first, but it's not exactly something I'm going to go to court over. Couldn't even afford to do that because I'm pretty sure that's really expensive to do. But fine. Here, I will make some things private. Well, GitHub also used to have a thing where you could only make like a certain number of things private before you had to pay for it. I'm pretty sure that's not a thing anymore. So that would have been rationale behind doing that initially. But yeah, no, but eventually, no, it would be cool to have certain projects be, yeah, just give out the code for them and whatnot. Here, let me go. So the unicycle, yeah, but the unicycle one specifically, yeah, probably should be private. For now, anyway. How do I do that again? Over here, collaborators, no. Security had... No, that isn't... Where is it? Over here. Change visibility. And blah. Blah, 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 understand, yes. There you go. Yeah, well, you have to copyright it, lol. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's not a thing anymore. Yeah, no, it's not a thing. It hasn't been for, like, a while, but it was a thing at one point. Well, let's see. In terms of other things I should make private, actually, yeah, the VR one probably should be private, too, because that's one I'm actually making for people that, like my university's going to be using it after I'm done with it, so yeah, I'll make that one private. That one probably mostly should be private then. Yeah, okay. Making sure I'm actually because the change visibility and delete entire project are near each other, so make sure I don't press the wrong buttons here. Okay, while I'm looking at it, any others that I should make private? I don't think so. I don't care to make. This one can be public. I really don't care about that. Abstract Adventure, yep. Ultimate Tag, Ultra Tag, whatever, yep. Unity Tutorials, yep. Yep. Washed Up Wizard, definite yes. I do, I'm never touching that again, so it can be public. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, Eska's 90. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Hi. Cyberspace, yep, that's a project I have to return to someday, maybe. Yeah, looking at all these, I don't think there's anything else that I want to make. Right. Or, yeah, maybe this one. Yeah, okay, anyways, enough of that. Okay, back to this. Okay, so, what was I doing? This is an entrance? Starting line. Because, actually, as part of this model, eventually will probably be the actual little, actually, I could do it right now. I never did not to. Let's just make what this little thing that is the starting line. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know how wide you should be. Let's try that. For now, I'm just gonna to make a very quick and easy starting line. Nope. Let me There we go. To do it exactly like how this is done, it's just a blue line going across. I'm just going to do that to start. This is going to be Dino skateboarding. Starting line. And it's just going to be this blue. There. I don't know how far up you should be. Something like that we'll try. And then the ending has the random trash cans for some reason. Yeah. Oh, do I need, I don't remember what the finish line looks like. For now, actually, I do not recall what the ending thing of this looks like, and I have to play through the game again to find it, but I'm just gonna... Oh, wait. Yeah, this needs more space. I think this one actually needs to be a lot longer. Yes, no, it does. Because there's like a big chunk before the actual end. Oh, I should also be deleting the faces that are on the edges here. Yeah. Whoa. No, come on. Try to get to the beginning here. Are you? You're fine. Oh, I already deleted those? Okay. Wait, then how are those ones not deleted? Excuse me? Oh, no, that's fine. Okay. So I need, yeah, big straightaway to the finish line, and then I need more space, like, after it for the, where the characters stop, and then it's like, yeah, you got first. You came in last. You suck. Okay, so, and for now it'll have the same starting line material, but it'll probably just be the same thing, different color. Alright, oh, you're not released, right? How'd that happen? Excuse me? Did I mess up something with the, oh, you're the same. Different, object things. Excuse me? What's this? Oh, did I have the whole thing duplicated? Yeah, that would be the case. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Good. Alright, so now camera going down all this. Just kind of going like... So first of all, is there enough space between this? Yeah, that's too thick, but... Okay. It works. Enough space for the camera afterwards. Yep. Alright, now we're gonna get started into actual programming some things. It looks like. I kinda wanna put something on the edge here that's not the sky. The original, like, I was gonna not have the sky be visible, but I wanted, like, you to see this jutting outness of the steps. So I could just have them work around over here or something, but figure it out. Actually, I could just do... Like, there's no difference between me making a 3D model that's out there that's just going to be a flat, solid color, and me just making the skybox as if it's like a ground color. What if I started with actually just picking this color, and then making it darker? It works, for now. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Come back to it later. What was I about to do? I was about to do something. So first of all, let's go create empty environment. Oh, I was gonna make the starting line like a lot thinner. But, yeah. Oh, hold on, let me center this in the world. Make it actually all zeros in the transform. Okay. I will just real quick while it's like on my mind to do so. Oop. Just make this not like that. I guess I'll do the same thing on the end. Nope. 0.5. Hey. Okay. That seems too small, but I guess it's fine. Again, I can adjust all this stuff later, but this doesn't need all the graphical finesse of, like, doesn't need a lot of polish, it just needs some work. This is different than the unicycle thing. That one was more of a passion project, this is just a school thing to, like, get done and be done with, to a degree. Okay, so, I think we'll start by... Let's make our placeholder for our dino here. It's called player dino. No, we're not gonna make that next game object. We're gonna make that. Wait, no. We are, but we're gonna have it like a placeholder capsule for now. But I'm gonna make the actual model be a child object that'll probably be better for later, so I'll basically do that anyways when I make the actual model for it. Oh, I'm also noticing I'm gonna make one more change with the stairs. 1 second. Just so that there's no gaps. Which you can't really see anything from the camera, but if I end up changing the camera later on, just to make this less of a problem for now. All I need to do is just... Oh, you're joined together? What? No, you're not. What? Oh, it's because of this. I was like, yeah, you're not joined together. I do that. Just moving this in. That's fine. Actually, it should screwed it so it doesn't affect the little thing. There's no gap. I should join those all as like one proper object, but again, I don't need to do that. All right. Let's make you green for now. No. Copy Mr. T-Rex over here again. Right before, just found the best way to dodge Spotify ads. Woot. Right before the song ends, manually hit play on the next song. No ads will play. Ah, cool. So if you manually click on a thing, it doesn't play ads. Whereas if you let it go on a playlist, it does. Fair enough. Sure. Although that, I guess, makes you have to be, like, cognitively aware to do that, but, yeah, sure. Okay, so, and first of all, I'll just do the, like, actual material quality and the lighting does not really matter right now. Especially anything from, like, whatever camera angles doesn't matter except for straight down. Although I think I will just flat. So for now, that's our duck down. Now, for the actual thing, I think that will... I just want to do this right now. I think we'll take the link between worlds method of doing this. In Unity, have the character leaned like this, which looks all weird, but then from the camera angle, it's fine. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. The Legend of Zelda Link Between Worlds does this. Okay. Legend of Zelda Link Between Worlds. Camera something. Yeah, see? Wham. A lot of the models are like made like leaned back so that yeah, it looks like this. It looks normal from, you know, this view. But, yeah. Again, it does not matter how it looks like this. It only matters how the camera sees it, so... Yeah. Yep. Anywho, that be that. Okay, so, what are we doing now? For actual programming and stuff, we're just gonna go, like, the Dino model. How do I want to move the characters? Either through character controller stuff, through rigid body stuff, or through manually messing with transforming stuff. Now we're not actually doing like skateboarding with this. The only movement that's required, I don't know if the AIs will move different. Like the people you're racing will move like differently for how I code them. But the player character, just starting with that, just needs to move down, which is fine. But the problem area is specifically this. Let me look at, again, this is how these characters do going down things. So that's not a kickflip. So just moving down at like a very constant speed. Oh, that was the end of the race. Oh, and it's red, so the line is red. Again, not that I need to copy it one for one, but like the more things I copy, the better. Like the color of the line at the end is not really a user-friendly thing. I mean, I guess I could make it like a checker flag color or something. Anyways, so this, because it's 2D, it's a different story for how things are moved. Like, for going down the ramp, it's just like move to the side and move back. That's all that is. In my case, though, I'm actually going to be moving them down. I'm not going to have them actually grind on the rails. I could try. Even like, also, they just... Oh. Okay. That's like, what are you doing? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that they could actually just randomly fall if they're just going through the track. Fair enough. Yeah. So yeah, like with these, it's just like, yeah, move to the side, move over, do a little like animation. In my thing, I have to like move them down. I'm just trying to decide what's the best way of doing this? Through physics? Through like I can even do like, you know, rigid body stuff where I go like RB dot set velocity there. I don't need collision detection here for once. Yeah, like I don't actually care about collision detection with like the floor and all that. As long as I move things properly, it's probably fine. And try just taking the transform approach. Yeah, that'd be like better on performance to not even have to do physics calculations, I guess. Yeah, why not? Let's try it. It's a bit different than how I usually do character stuff. I like always go the rigid body route. So let's just do like, oops. Oh, right. I need to, I guess, because you can't have scripts or two scripts with the same name. I'm going to preface all of my scripts with the name of this game because we're going to have the different games to keep them all separate. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Dinos skateboarding. You can have dashes. You can? Really? I'm not going to do that. Player move. Probably do stuff with, like, libraries and whatever, but it's fine. Okay, let that open. Yeah. In the meantime, doing some sweet tricks. Now, also, this, like, it has different animations for, like a few different animations that it cycles between or whatever. We're not going to do that. It'd be funny to do that, but, like, for going down, it's just going to be the same animation every time. That's the kind of, like, they don't expect us to be artists and all that. In fact, I could probably make this with just placeholder things, and it might be fine. But I kind of want to try modeling a dinosaur and maybe animating it to do a kickflip. So we're going to maybe try and do that. I don't know if I'm going to make all four of them, because there's like four different characters here. I might just make one and then just color them differently. And if I really have time at the end, and like that would entirely be more of a for fun thing than being necessary for the school projects. Yeah, I might try making some of these other ones. We'll see. But I think to start, we're gonna make Mr. Dino here because he's the first one. Yeah. We'll see, yeah, see how that goes. Oh. Excusez-moi. I've never seen this before. Go for it, whatever you... I did just update... Oh. What are you doing? I did just update Unity today, so I don't know if that's just causing weird funky things to happen. Sure. Something's happening. Maybe. Or maybe not. Excusez-moi. Please don't have problems now. No, I don't want to spend... Okay. It's fine. Apparently it's fine. Whatever. I was getting worried there. I was going to spend hours debugging the weird Visual Studios things. Okay, so player move. Let's start with just like the moving down at a constant speed, I guess. Whatever. So just this is just, I guess. Okay, technically, I need a way to like switch off whether they can move or not, because at the start they're like, you know, not moving, and then they start moving. like I need different states for the sort of idle. Do I want to make an enum thing for that? I guess I could. For like what state we're in, whether the state is like at the beginning, like at the starting line, normal movement, in the middle of, or like stop to be doing whatever, like be solving a math problem, or no, I think I basically just need stop, go, and then like move to this position. I think those would be like the 3 states, but yeah, for now, no, let's just put on a boolean. Public, I'm gonna keep just public for now so I can change it in the inspector. Can move, and then we're just gonna go if can move. Don't even have to test for user input here. That's also something I don't normally do. We're just gonna go transform.position. You can't just directly modify something like this, right? If I do this, you don't like this, right? Yeah. For like a vector, yes. For transform.position, it don't like that. I don't even need to do .lerp stuff. I can just like move it, I suppose. What's the easiest way of doing this? I'm just trying to like take the, what axis is this? Is it the Z axis that I need to modify? Let me double check before I do it. It is, okay. And make you go positive, okay. So I just need to go, I can think of a way of doing this. I'm trying to think of, there's definitely a better way, but I'm being lazy. Just gonna go, whoops. No, let me do, okay, this y transform.position.x plus normal speed times time.delta time, so that it's frame rate independent. There's definitely like a better way of doing this. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't need to be fancy, as I said. So do this. And it's true. Normal speed will be like 10, I guess. So move like 10 units a frame. Right, hold on. I need to do the camera following at some point. I also need to make a move down at some point, but that seems like a fine speed to start off. Okay, so now the camera. Either I can parent the camera under the player, or I have it like... No, because I want the player to move like side to side without the camera necessarily following it. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, so I have the camera move differently and just hope that they never get, like, off track or whatever. I guess I could have the camera, like, keep track of the player's position, and if something goes wrong and, like, the player's position is, like, however much away from the camera, then, like, move extra to catch up or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, let's just try going... camera script here, so Dinos, skateboarding, camera follow. Yep, I'm waiting for it to exist and allow me to open it. Alright, so this is going to be on the camera. It's just going to move down the same amount to start, and... Whatever, okay, I guess we're just gonna do this. I guess it'll have the same speed. If it's gonna have the same speed, should it just, like, take the player's speed? It probably should, shouldn't it? So this just has a reference to the player. As a transform. As a player move. and the variable name can just be player move. And then go do the same thing. If for now, it's just going to be the same, but eventually it's going to need different stuff to move differently than the player. So I have rationale behind why I'm not just why this is the same right now, but like eventually it won't be. This is just a good enough for now kind of thing. I keep opening the wrong thing. Well, we'll see. Like I'm going into this, I don't have a complete plan here. I'm just hoping I'll develop one. Okay. So this should move down. Yep. Just gonna wait for a second for it to go across the step. That's a bit fast, but what's nice is that I can change the values in different places. Now, yeah, hopefully, we'll have actual, like, random other assets so you can tell that you're moving. But basically, we're gonna have, like, this, and then the going down the railing thing is the one thing I don't have figured out. I also need to have the actual, so the camera stays how it is, but the player model needs to keep moving down. Actually, it doesn't. That's weird. It doesn't really. Huh. Oh, that would be so weird. I could just have it. The player is up here, but keeps like doing stuff as if they're going down the steps, but they don't actually do that. I don't like that. I want to move the player down, but maybe I just don't need to. In fact, even like, this could be flattened. Like, this doesn't actually need to go down. I could maybe make this be flat or something, but have it... part of me just really does not like it. Well, let me just see this real quick. If I do this... Oh, that's weird. This should look the same in Unity, though. Double check through the camera. Through the camera, it should look the same. And if that's the case, then maybe I go with that. That I don't have to worry about the Y position. It's the same. Wow. It's weird. I don't like it, but we're gonna go with it. That saves me the computation on moving down, I guess. Okay, let me fix you. Actually, let me try something different. It's just that on, this thing's array, you can have cap objects. If I just make that the... Oops. Starting line, the finish line. Oh wait, but then I'll need duplicates of them. And I'd rather not have that. Never mind, we're gonna not do that. If we were doing this solely in Blender, then maybe we would, but... Yeah, never mind. No, okay. Now, this could be completely flat, but... We'll leave it how it is for now. And even this, I won't flatten it. Yes, I will. Yeah, the Y's don't need to match perfectly. It's just the X's. So the... Okay, in Blender, it's the Y-axis. In Unity, it's not. It would be the Z-axis, actually. Let me just get this to be... Yeah, good enough. On the starting line... Actually, because I might mess, if I ever want to change this, I might unflatten it. So here's what we're actually going to do instead. Is I'm going to actually leave it like this, so that if I ever unflatten it, yeah, whatever, it's fine, whatever. Let me do one little thing, though, in that I'm just going to make a new material here for the end line. That is the red. I did. Yeah, only mess with one and not the other. Okay. Ah. No. Hold on a second. Okay. So now, what are we doing? So, okay, getting onto the actual, like, math problems thing. Let me see one thing here. With this, the numbers... No. Yeah, the numbers move with the thing, and when I get to a spot Yeah, they just kind of come up. Okay. That's going to be UI stuff, so let's make a canvas. Canvas with... We're just going to start making it basic text, and then we'll make it fancier later on. Do I want to do some Text Mesh Pro stuff? Like, do I think we will, because that might be easier than, like, well, that I don't know, could be helpful for making the text more easier to see, which, yeah, we're gonna import all that stuff. Yeah, okay. And I don't need the extras, I don't think I want them. Okay. So, does this need to be... Wait, I'm just realizing that, do I want this to be a world, like a bunch of world canvases for each text object so that I can ensure that they sort of stay anchored to each railing? Probably. Yeah. Okay, so... Yeah, okay, this is fine. Yeah, that's fine, I think. So, it's gonna be a bunch of world canvases, so... Wait. I can actually save on it just a little bit, that each railing area needs to be one canvas. Like this 0, 1, and 8 can be on the same world canvas, but then one for each railing. Or actually, I'm trying to think of the best way of doing this. I might actually go for, because they never move relative to each other, it could just be one massive world canvas that covers the whole thing, and then just each individual section of text. I don't know. But either way, we will want, I think world canvases is going to be the best way to go about this in general. Okay, so I haven't done this kind of stuff in a while. Okay, so let me start by just going like, wah. I said, let me start by going like, wah, and wah, have this kind of cover the whole canvas. This would be massive. For now. Massive relative to the canvas. So then... Oh. Or not? Oh, I forget how did I do this before with the balloon cart? Let me just double check, because I have this conveniently open. A little balloon cart over here. I'm trying to basically copy the same setup of how I did stuff with this canvas. So I had the... Yeah, I did have the width be, like, extremely tiny. And positions, whatever. I also messed with the scale. 88. Weird. Okay. I still remember. So for making this smaller, so I have two things I can do, or a combination of both. I just don't. Oh, let me move myself to this side for a second while I'm explaining what I'm doing. Either I can make it smaller by messing with the width, or by the scale, and I don't know which is the like way you're supposed to do it. Technically, either way would work. Preferred over another. We're gonna try making this the width really tiny. Because usually, I'm pretty sure it's usually better to have the scales of things be one. And then do this. And I have to mess with the font size, but that is expected. Oh yeah, I need this to no longer be like this. It controls your anchor points. I don't know. Like this thing that I'm messing with here, what numbers are that over here that I can change? Whatever, it's do it manually. Where's the level and all that go? Let's go. Make it so that I can see anything. Why are you so far away from everything? Okay. Oh, I can see the text. That's something. Something like that for right now. Okay. Now I can see you. Make you black for now so you stand out more against the background for the moment. So this is going to be the, I want to just call it numbers canvas because there's going to be multiple numbers. Question numbers canvas? Something like that. And here's actually what we're going to do. I'm going to use empty game objects to have them be in sets of 3, so... question... the names don't matter that much. I'm going to move myself back to this side. Just go this... So the actual canvas itself needs to take up this whole area. I guess actually... let me rotate this. This... text is facing up. Not like that though. Wait, what way are you facing by default? Okay, oh no, I do need to rotate. I can't just rotate you on a single axis. I need to rotate twice. Okay, so I guess the position of the canvas doesn't matter too much, right? Or wait, does it? Yeah, the size of the canvas doesn't matter because it doesn't affect the size of the other thing. But I'll still just make it kind of accurate enough, like kind of match with the. And you know what? No, the position of the canvas will be 0 and 0. I'll work off of that. Let's go 15, 15. Like, the size of it doesn't matter. Okay. So now, this going here, Oh. Why is that doing anything? Excuse me? The width here is acting like a... almost a scale, kind of. Let's have that not happen, but... Here. Do this, and then go... Ah, okay. You weren't updated. Okay. Very well. So each question being at each railing and kind of at the top of each railing. Okay. Let's make this 0. It'll be 3 numbers, right? Okay, question number 1. Question. Answer 1. And then the actual, like, what the question is. So, again, I'm copying this kind of format, blah, blah, blah. This one will be, like, parented to the camera. Like, that'll be a proper, normal canvas, so... Yeah, we'll make it. I don't like how I've gone about, like, the scaling and position of these canvases, but it doesn't really matter, I guess. I don't know how small these should be. Let's try that for now. I don't know if stretches the one I can down there. So you not do that. What is this? Good job, huh? How? Say 5 and 5 and then scale this off of that. No. Why would you move to the center of them? Oh, the question is centered. Oh, right. Okay, no, that would make sense. Yep. I see why you do that. Why are you, like, off to the side there? Should you not be? Like, this should be centered in the middle of this. I'm not using technical stuff. Let's go back to this one. Then, whatever, it's fine. Why are you so... What did you change? Change the... Oh wait, you should be like that. I guess that's better. But moving this shouldn't have Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to have it so that, like, when I'm looking at stuff, I'm not going to have all these white lines around everywhere where I don't need them to be cluttering up all the gizmo stuff. That's what I'm trying to, like, avoid right now. But, whatever, it doesn't matter that much, I guess. Okay, whatever, we're just going to leave it like that. It's fine. Okay. This to, like, here. And this to, like, here. You could be, like... What are you doing that? Why should you be like up, but okay, now you're just flipped upside down from how you're... Why can't I see it from the top-down view, but like the way I actually want to be looking at this? Okay, I can do this, but it's not like perfect. Whatever. Let's look at it through the camera then. It's a little annoying, but whatever. In fact, I should be looking at it from the camera because that's how we're actually going to be seeing this. In fact, I should be working like a different layout. Let's go like the 2x3 one, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I should have custom layouts, but whatever. It's fine. Blah and blah and. Oh right. I forgot that we have to actually be able to click on all these numbers. Right, that's gonna be... I don't know how much of a problem that's gonna be, frankly. I hope for the best. Okay. I just have to add a button component onto these with no transitions, and that'd be good. You need to be perfectly centered, or I will lose my marbles. And then you need to be invert. See, I don't like this being, because it's on stretch currently. I have to go back to this. That's fine, okay. Because of, this, like, the thing here is on stretch. These are based on, like, the left, top, right, bottom thing. I don't want that. I want these to be based on positions. Shift. Okay, that do that. Okay. Without messing up why it was being all weird before with the scale, which I guess I've been able to do. Okay. Sure. I just need to not also set the position. Sure. So let's try 5 and -5. Alright, that seems like it works. So now, yeah, one thing I should do before I go any further is that... Oh, whoops, this should be out like that. Now it's going to recompile some scripts. Okay. Now, what was I about to look for? Prefabs. That's what I was going to make. Okay, then the question answer should be like a prefab so that I can mess with all of them easily, which means I'm going to just replace these in a second by just after them being prefab. But the name of the prefab will not have the one in it. Nope. Okay, blah blah, like that. So now it'll be easier to mess with one and mess with the others when I make them proper buttons. In theory. Okay, so... Wait, can you actually be 5 now without weird... No, you can't. I don't understand why. But you're the 15, but... I don't understand it. Unless I do... Wait a minute. I do you and then take this and... Stretch you out to here... and then make this 5. There you go. Less unnecessary random white lines is all that I have to. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Override. Apply. Okay. So now these 0 and this one 5. Are you still weirdly? R. You should be 5 without it being a problem. Yes. Okay. So now that works. We can do fonts and stuff later. Now the actual size of these is still a little big, so try to mess with all of them, or we'll update all of them, and I can see it. Okay. 5. That looks close enough to this, yeah. And not, it doesn't have to be just close enough. Like, if I wanted to say like, oh, the text is too small, so good user-friendliness is making the text bigger, I can do that. But for now, it's like a baseline. Let's kind of, you know, have it be how it was before is a good starting point. Right. Okay. Next, yeah. yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, this is working. No, is it? No, it's not. No. Okay. One thing I think I might do sooner than later, because the longer I put this off, the more of a pain it'll be to actually do. I think I might flip the entire level around so that it, like, in the scene view, when I go and look at it from the Y, like when I click that, it's actually the right way around from how it's, you know, actually me, the camera. That'll just probably make things less painful later on. So all I need to do is just flip around this environment here. And then invert, like, how the camera's moving. There's a few things I need to kind of flip around, but that's fine. I should move. So I'm just gonna. Move these so that the starting line is actually kind of centered. You know, the line itself will be what's at the center of the world. Oh, cannot open file because I moved the folder around. Yes, that would do that. Oops. Save as. And I guess I should change the name of this too. It's no longer Grandpa's Step, but I'll rename it in Unity so that I don't have to set it up. So this, and then prefabs, models, and this guy, overwrite that, and hope for not having problems. And I have to go into the connect scene. Oops! Again, I keep moving myself to like the wrong side of the screen where I'm blocking important information. I don't know. One day I'm considering maybe change my layout to like how some streamers have me entirely off screen, and I don't know. There might be more problem for like mobile, like people watching the stream on mobile. But if I'm blocking the important information, then that helps no one. I don't know. We'll see. For now, it's fine. Okay. So move the player to actually start where they need to start. The camera. The camera needs to flip around. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we do. The camera flips around. Everything needs to flip around, but yeah, fine. The actual model here just needs to go in the other direction. Everything else, the level itself is fine currently. The where are you? These numbers need to go down to like here or something. Okay. It'd be nice if I could. One thing that might be nice is to be able to move the camera around like this, and then when I hit start, it goes up to where it needs to go. So I don't have to keep resetting it manually. But for now, it's fine. Okay, right. I forgot that in order for the way that I want to parent this to work properly. Oh, why are you like that? I'd prefer if you weren't. Oh, because you're going off the center of the whole thing, rather than, okay. This needs to be here. This is like the parent object of those question numbers. And then these need to have Y positions of 0. And, I will call this, like, question answers plural. Does this seem like a good height for this? Probably something like that is fine. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm going to make this a prefab, so it's like a prefab of a prefab. And then, or nested prefab is the term. And then, for now, I was about to say I was just going to duplicate these down. It would be nice if they were, like, exact. In fact, maybe the better programming way of doing this would be to eventually, like, instantiate in all of these. Because I also need to, at some point, you know, access these numbers and change what they are to set up what the questions are. But here, for now, okay, X is 0, Z is 0. So Y is currently 50. If I want this to be potentially exact, or I can just do the math. Does 100? So, wait, 90? 90 is what works? No. What's like the exact distance between one step and another? It should be a nice number, in theory. 92? Oh. Like, it shouldn't be some weird decimal with the, or I'd like to think so, with how I set up like the array stuff. Oh yeah, no, 92 makes sense, I think. I think this is like, because, yeah, with like the distance of this, I guess, being 90, and then the distance of each of the steps being 2. I guess that's how that math ends up making sense. So, yeah. Or not 90, because it goes 50 to 90, so it's 40. So plus 42? Does that get me where it used to be? Is that right? Again, it only matters, you know, how it is from top-down view. I should be looking at it like this. Yeah, that looks like it's good. So let's just keep doing that. Let's go plus 42. No. Plus 42. I mean, here's the other thing is that I could set this up in a fancy through programming way, and that would be the, you know, nice way of doing it. But again, I don't need to. Like, I'm not going to be changing the size of the track or anything like that. Oh, fickle and pedantic redeemed spherical linear interpolation. You got it. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, also, Water Bottle has my logo on it, my old logo. That's a cool thing. But yeah, I changed that recently. Before it was just a generic, like, stay hydrated, and then, like, I can make it more, like, Unity or game dev related, because that is an actual name of a function in Unity. That is actually what it's called, and I think it's mildly amusing. Yep. There's like LERP, which is a common thing that people use, which is linear interpolation. It's commonly used when you want like one object to like move towards another, like move from point A to point B, but kind of slow down as it gets there. Spherical linear interpolation is used with like, it's like the same thing, but with angles. Pretty well. Or like rotations, I guess. Why am I not? Oh. Yeah, okay, there's that, and then that. I think there should be 10 of these. Yeah. See, this is where making the distances be exact came in handy, because, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, the numbers aren't slowly getting off; they're staying where they need to be relative to the ramp. Okay, so now another thing I believe I need to do is, because I flipped everything around, I need to in the code. Oh right, I moved the script, so the code broke. I need to just invert these. Well, I could just invert the number in the inspector, but I'd like this to be positive still, so we're gonna go minus. Yeah, make that a minus, and call it a day. Boy, I went to Control S, not Control D. No. All right. So we got this stuff. Maybe we can make the text look fancier later on. And the first thing we're kind of doing is sort of just. Oh, right. I was like, wait, this isn't copying the player. But, right, because the thing I just said of how I'm moving the camera around to, like, test different parts of the track. but the I need to reset it manually for now, which I could have code to have that not happen eventually, but for now we're not gonna worry about it. Okay. So yeah, for now we're just kind of doing the parts that are copying the main functionality of the game and then doing the making it better. Okay, so this works. Oh, the player goes on top of the text. That shouldn't happen. I just need to move the text up, and then that should be fine. Right? Let me just pause it at a frame where that's happening. How far? No, not you. Actually, the whole canvas. I move the whole canvas in that. How far can I move it up before it's a problem? Move it up like 15. You're probably good. Okay. Yep. In fact, the camera itself, how high it is does not matter. So move it up extra. Just so there's absolutely no way that there's any problems with any environmental stuff going on top of the numbers. I mean, okay, it's like way too high. But if I do any kind of like a jump animation or whatever, no worries. All right, next, what are we doing? Let's see here. So we need to do, I guess we could start doing the actual, like, setting up the questions or something like that. No, first I need the player to be able to stop and go at each of these railings. So how about, yeah, I set up, I do have like a boolean here when I check this on and off. It's behind my head. I have a boolean here that when I check this on and off, it, I can control it with like the player stopping and going and do the same with the camera. But let me just have something to have like, when we hit a railing, stop automatically, and then when I press a button like the A key or something, then we just keep going as the temporary thing. So, you know, building these bits of functionality one step at a time. I'm also going to do another thing is that by sticking the console behind my head, I'm not blocking the inspector as much. It's being blocked a bit by chat, but like less than being blocked completely. Okay, so yeah, is that how I want to do this? Just like making sure like I'm doing this how I want to. Okay, so how can we stop the player at a particular railing? I'm doing wait, can I still do trigger collider stuff if I'm doing like I'm not doing rigid body things? I forget how this works. Let me test this because I've never done that. How do I want to do this? Just like take a cube and then make it a trigger collider right now. Wow. Move down, and we're just gonna color it like a. This is just like right now, just so I can like physically see me hitting it. Oh hey Austin, hey hi, hello, welcome to the street. Just make this extra long so there's no chance of problems. And we are making another Unity game. This is for a school project thing where I have to take a game, and we're taking this like poorly implemented, not that bad, but like what was I saying? Lost the train of thought. We're taking a game and that's not very good and having it be better in the user interface department. Not user interface, like being user friendly. So I don't know why I just completely like lost the ability to talk there. No, we're taking a game that has bad being user friendly and making it more user friendly. And the game that we're doing this with is a really bad like educational game that like teaches kids how to do division, but with dinosaurs. Yeah, so that's what we're doing at the moment. Yep. So right now what we're doing is we have. Actually, let me show off the game real quick again. So this is what this currently is like. I had it like pause for like it's a race, but because I've just been leaving this idle, I'm like dead last by a lot. this is basically what the game is. And you get to like choose your character at the beginning and all that. And you're actually, racing other dinos. And you have on the left and right here. So for now, we're like just kind of replicating this thing's functionality, and then we're making it better. And I have ideas, plans of how we're doing that we're getting to in due time. But before we can make it better, we're kind of recreating some of the main functionality of the game, like the stuff that doesn't really need to change. Like the core gameplay is still the same of go down track, solve math problems. And I might do some fancy like 3D modeling for the sake of be fun to do. We'll see. And yeah, maybe modeling a dinosaur and then getting it to do a kickflip. Yeah, so we shall see. You also notice that like, so we made this 3D model of like track and then like really flattened it, and yeah, it works for this 2D camera angle because I can't draw or do 2D Photoshoppy things. So yeah, we're making 3D things and then looking at it top down in an isometric camera, and it's working. So what we're doing immediately right now is I'm just setting up a temporary like trigger collider thing that when we hit this we stop, and then I'm just gonna tie it to a button that when I press the button then we go again, just like in stopping, like this, stopping at each problem, just getting that to happen. Okay, so step stop trigger, I guess is what we call this for now. And I'm gonna leave the fact that it's a blue box for now, so I can see it, and then get rid of it later, probably. I'm gonna stick this under environment. Actually, I'm gonna make the objects step stop triggers. Group them together. If I'm gonna then duplicate these all the way down the track, I'm gonna wait until one is working first. Wait a second. I didn't even code this. What am I saying? I'm like, what am I doing? I'm also gonna make it green so it's a different color than like the starting line. Okay, so what am I doing here? Right, I wanted to test something. I don't have an actual rigid body on either of these objects. I could have kinematic rigid bodies, but I'd like to stray away from doing that. So on the player move, I'm just gonna see if this works. I don't remember if this works this way because I usually use a lot of rigid bodies for everything with all this. Can I do this? Where if I have a on trigger enter, if we've hit other dots compare tag. Step stop. Okay. No spaces. Then can move equals false, and then down here in update we're gonna go. For now, I'm just gonna tie it to a button, just so it's like easy to just test. Input like a key down. Input. Oh no, it's key code dot W, I guess. I don't know. Let's do dot like stop space. Does not matter. This is temporary. Because this will be replaced like if we solve the math problem, can move equals true. That's what we're going to be replacing this with later on. Except I still have to do the how we manage the sort of going down the step, but we'll get to that. Okay, so if we hit this, I didn't actually set up the tag. Okay, so this is step stop. I like the name of that. I didn't. Oh no, I made the trigger. I didn't actually give it to the object. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? That is set to is trigger on the player that has that code. Now here's I don't know if this will actually like work. If it's gonna. No. Also, I'm just realizing though that the player dino parent object and the child object are really far off. They shouldn't be. Let me just fix that real quick. Now, is that because of this object doesn't have the collider? If I gave it the collider, then it would do anything? I'm pretty sure for on trigger enter to work, one of the things needs to have a rigid body. I think I remember that being a thing. I'm kind of like verifying that, even though I could probably just Google search it, but whatever. Oh, holy moly, I realized you added a bunch more chroma points reward. Yes, I did. Haha, multiplexer. Oh, I see what they are for, but it won't work. Oh, you caught on to my ploy. I mean, yeah, some of them I just like added some random things like, haha, waste your points, but also excuses for you to just make more things. Yeah, this didn't actually. We go just print in here to see if this even ran, which I'm guessing it didn't, which means I'm going to need to do something else or give something a static rigid body, but we'll see. But yeah, I just added more channel points things, and renamed some other ones. Okay, so nothing. So that didn't run. Yeah. So that's not going to work unless I give something a static rigid body, which I guess would be the player to get that. Okay. Rigid body, set to is kinematic. All of everything else being false. I'm not doing any physics rigid body movement. I just need to test any trigger collisions to happen. Perfect. Now, I don't know, is it better to have, if I'm having a kinematic rigid body, is it better to have that on the stationary trigger collider, which there will be a bunch of, or is it better to just have the singular one on the player? But I don't know if manually moving a kinematic rigid body, I don't know if that's frowned upon. Let me Google it. Unity, moving a kinematic rigid body. Is this something that you're not supposed to do? Like, I know for the record, I know I can do it. I just did. I just don't know if it's like bad on performance or something. Best practices. Non-kinematic rigid bodies will ignore the hierarchy. If you make one rigid body, then the child will not move the parent. On collision events. Only fire the transform with the transform with the rigid body component on it. Yep, but I'm not using on collision. I'm using on trigger with all of those things. Yep. I'm looking for stuff more with on trigger enter, on trigger stay, on trigger exit. What if I just more so generically search like on trigger enter not working? I know why it's not working, but I'm wondering interesting if this could lead me down the path of being told the right way to go about it. That's wrong. Both objects do not. Yeah, only one needs. Yeah. But I just don't know, like, best practice. Which one should it go to? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Oh, can you show what's happening? What's not working? Rob PG. Hi. So it's not that something's not working. I have a solution to my problem, but there's two potential solutions, and I don't know which is the better option. It's working how I want it to. I just don't know which is like the better way, or if the way I'm currently doing it is like secretly like really bad on performance or whatever. Specifically, it's when using, so like right there, the fact that the player stopped showed that the thing is working. In fact, this trigger thing here shouldn't even, like, it won't have an actual model. If I want to use on trigger enter, on trigger stay, on trigger exit, one of the two things that are colliding needs a rigid body. Now, neither of my things are moving with physics. I have a player that's moving through directly through modifying the transform, and I have a stationary trigger collider. one of those two things needs a rigid body, and probably a rigid body that is set to is kinematic. Now, is it better to have that rigid body on the player, even though the player is moving, and I don't know if that's a problem. Like, manually moving a kinematic rigid body, I don't know if that's a problem for the physics engine in terms of doing a bunch of unnecessary calculations. Or is it better to have the kinematic rigid body on the stationary trigger collider? Now, the trade-off of that is that there's going to be a bunch of them, so having like 10 stationary trigger colliders with rigid bodies on them that are set to is kinematic, or having the single rigid body that is set to is kinematic on the player, but the player is moving. I don't know which is better. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. I'm more so just like curious of if I could find the answer, but it doesn't really matter. But either way, I got this to be working. I was just curious if I could just find what are you supposed to do. Yeah. It should be on the moving thing? Okay. I guess that's the answer to my question. Yeah, like, this Google, like, it is working. The Google search is more so to come across, like, some forum post of being like, you should do this for this reason. But whatever, it's fine, we can move on. I, don't have all the time in the world to be doing this. I should be just getting a move on. Anyways, the lesser of the objects... The lesser of the objects in my game is like a spellcasting game. I have the RB rigid bodies on the spells over the enemies due to the spells will be destroyed. Fair enough. Yeah, in my case, it's like, yeah, one rigid body on this thing, but it's more complicated, or a bunch of rigid bodies on these things that are less complicated. So it's harder to see which is the better. Like, which is the lesser is like, here's the lesser thing, but there's 10 of them, or here's the one thing that's more complicated, but there's only one of them. But it doesn't really matter. I'll just leave it how it is, and it's fine. If you've just joined us, Umbra BG, this is for a school project where I just need to, this really bad educational game. Hey, thanks for the follow. What? Oh wow, when did this jump up so high? I guess it took a while to update before, but wow, that's crazy. Yeah, always an easy fix later on. Yeah, now, the thing is that I'm just making this for a school project and I plan to never touch it again. We have this really bad, like, educational game teaching kids how to do division, through skateboarding. It actually being like a race. We're having to take this and, or I got to choose what I took, but take this, make it way more user friendly. There's lots of problems in this that make it not so user friendly. Mainly, so I have it muted right now, but there's a bunch of like spoken dialogue that like it gives like the instructions of the game, like what to do or whatever. Or for one thing I want to do is make that have more written text on screen to accompany the spoken dialogue. Other things is because it's like a race, I want a thing on the side that shows how far along you are in the race, and a thing in the top that shows like you being in first, second, or third. That kind of stuff starts. I have a few other little things, but yeah, we're getting along with it. The first, like, this, to even be able to do any of that, though, we're starting by just kind of making the core parts of the actual game. But oh, so yeah, very cool for college, for university actually. Yeah, this is a course on basically on like so it's human to computer interactions, which boils down to make things easier to understand for the people. Yeah. So yeah, this is just like one part of this class. I'm doing other things in it. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, so this is what we're doing currently. Another project that I've been working on that's the more bigger, cooler thing. This is the Handyman with a Unicycle game. I'm very proud of how it's turning out so far. We're finished. Oh, excuse me. Bringing back the amazing audio. Hold on. 1 second. There we go. This is the Handyman with a Unicycle. It's very quiet. And I think it's louder for you than it is for me. Yeah, basically, game where you ride around fixing carnival rides. This was for a game design class, so this is more of an actual game that I made from scratch. It has to do all the planning for it and yada yada. Right now, like, this is more of like a testing ground of just all the different mechanics that I've made. Not much of a proper level, but it does the job. And it has quite a lot of cool things with it. Power-ups, tight ropes that you have to, like, bounce across, hazards. The main thing being, like, these are circus rides and you have to fix them. Speed boosts. Be, like, tons of different types of hazards, like, bunch of different types of hazards that I have actually a list of potential things to make. Things with collectibles, long story short. Pause menu that looks all fancy, different UI things that look fancy, including behind my head, that's like how many strikes you have. It's like how close you are to failing the level. Yeah, very, very cool things. A hub that does whoosh, whoosh. Very cool. I made this tutorial as well with it, or when you launch the game, this is...
Welcome to Peter Avion's yesteryear universally shifting carnival. You're our new handyman, Handy Harold Henderson. Let me show you the ropes. To get the ball rolling, or more so the unicycle rolling, use WASD, and use the mouse to look around. As well, feel free to pause the game at any time by pressing the escape key. You can also use this menu to skip this tutorial if you think you know what you're doing and want to get along with the real thing.
Yeah, so this is like a tutorial. It goes through, like, you know, explaining all the different things. This would not be in, like, the final game if I were to actually make it. I mean, first of all, like, this is riddled with all kinds of placeholder things. Like, ideally, like, this will actually be a person on top. Like, this whole environment is the same repeated texture where you can see visibly, like, lines where it's like cutting off. Like, there's a million and one things that can be done better, but I'm happy with how it is currently, and we will continue to be making things better. So this started as a school project. I've finished now what it needs to be for the school project, and this would have been like what I submitted. And now I want to continue working on the game on my own, and I have lots of ideas of what I'm gonna be doing with it, and
Aha! Now here we have a circus ride. It's totally a ride.
But anyways, this is not what we're doing
It's
today.
your
This
job
is
to
just an
repair
example of more of like other things that I've done that are more cooler and whatnot. Anyways, let me okay, turn this down, bring back the other music. That's loud. That's fine. I have a playlist of just random video game music from just a bunch of different games that has 644 entries long. Anywho, yeah, that's that. Okay, back to this. That's a lot, not less cool, but we literally just started this today. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so, right, so what are we doing now? I need to set up these triggers of when you, well, yeah, so we just got set up, heck yeah, very nice. Woot woot. So copying this game where, no, I can do math. I can do math. No. You're going down, and then you stop when you get to a math problem. We have to actually fill in what these numbers are, give what the actual question is. You press number, and then very good at division from doing this. Yeah. You press the problem. If you press the, I clicked randomly, going to press the wrong one, and I accidentally pressed the right one. Hold on. Wrong one would be this. You press the wrong one, and it's like, you didn't do it. It looks so painful. You press the right thing, then you get to keep going, and get some sweet kickflips in there. Yeah, so we're implementing that. Right now, what we've just done is being able to hit a thing and stop it, to be able to, I guess, answer a problem. Yeah, yeah, and then now we need to do, I guess, having what the question is on screen, having what the, let me change this back to, this should be this. Having the question be on screen, having these numbers actually be what they are, having so we can actually click on the numbers. The thing I'm kind of unsure of how we're going to implement at this moment in time is when we click a number, how to deal with the sort of transition of like getting from the top of the step to the bottom of the step. Moving forward, let me see if I can get one of these where the answer is going down, so I can see what it looks like to go down. No, that's not. So for this one, Yeah, this is just like it moves to the side and down. Like ignoring the actual animation for a second, looking at just the path that the player moves, it's just down and over. Is this the end of the track? No, it's not. Even that like moves to the side a bit and tries to be more interesting. Even like the moving straight down could be like there's a lot of polish that can be done just like moving slightly side to side or whatever. But for now, we're just doing like the bare minimum to just get it to work. Okay. Yeah, so let me do this. This doesn't need to have an actual model. I'm gonna hope that the position of where that was is fine. Am I gonna make this a prefab? I guess I will, just in case I decide to change one and I change all of them. Okay. Is that the first? That is the first one. Why are you? No, you're at the right place. Okay. Shabam. Okay, so let's just quickly do the tedious work that is moving these all down the track. That didn't go where it was supposed to. Minus 42. Each of these railings happen to be, I think it was 42 units apart. Double check that seems to be the case. Yeah. So just go in here, minus 42. Minus 42. Okay. Just do this real quick. I could be fancy and do this through like programming and instantiating and all that. That's unnecessary. It's faster to just do this. There's only 10 of them. Yep, getting there. Sometimes this programming biz requires some tedious work. And it's okay that the Y isn't how it should be, because it just is the way that this is. Okay. Almost there. Oops. One more. Wait, no, that is the last one. It is, yes. Never mind. Done sooner than we thought. Okay. So now, we can stop at a ride. I now need to make it so that we can answer the problem. Which is going to look something like... So these are all the question things. First of all, I need to actually set... So many little things that we need to do, but we're knocking them out one at a time. So you need to set what the actual numbers are, which means I need to set up the math problems, which I'm going to need, I don't know how I'm going to, have some logic that goes behind that, because that's, like, the one thing in this game that's actually random, or random enough, is what the questions are, and then, like, the answers. Like, everything else is, like, very set in stone, this is how it is. So, yeah, I'll need to do that at some point. Oh, and also the, like, AI, like, other players, I'll need to, make them at some point. Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to think right now of just the best way of going about doing that. I will need a canvas for like the current question on screen. That's not a world canvas. That's just going to be a normal canvas. I make another canvas so I'm not using, because this one's a world canvas. Let's just make some text real quick. One moment. This is going to be question text. I don't know why I keep going back and forth between whether I name things with spaces or not. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I would like to be consistent. Oh yeah, I should also rename the model here. Originally I was gonna have the model be just a single step, but I ended up changing that. No, yeah, okay. So just rename there and rename it here. Okay, so question text. Let's do that. So that's actually like on screen. And I'll I can mess with the font and the fanciness of looking nice later. But let's just, as a temper thing, go like 100 divided by... I don't have a division symbol. I can do this. I would... Can I paste in, like the, you know, the dot line dot thing? That's not a keyboard button. But if I just Google it real quick, and I just, like, copy and paste. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Perfect. I'm curious what that's like in code. Like if I can just paste that in and have it work. I guess so. But let's just pretend this is the problem. This needs to be able to like move in and out of screen. So in this, when I approach a problem, does it come up? No, it just kind of pops up. And it pops up before you even see the answers. Interesting. I think I can do a little bit better than that. I'm going to have it like whoosh, whoosh. Actually, what also... So yeah, if I could get it wrong, nothing happens. If I get the right one, it goes away. Okay. I'm going to have it like whoosh, whoosh. Just a little bit. I can do that. I've done that many times. So I know what I'll need for that. Some empty game objects is my usual way of doing this. Is going question on screen position. That'll match where the text currently is. No, not where it currently is, where it, whatever ends up being its so-called on-screen position. Oh, and just like this, having like a background that makes it more readable, I'm going to do the same kind of thing. Question on the screen position. For now, we're going to use a panel. Let me do this one. This is a quick and easy for now kind of thing. Not. Why are you so dim? You should be like a pure white. I don't know why you're not. Use a different one of these and you are? Sure. I don't know. It's all temporary. And we'll see how temporary it actually ends up being, but wait. Let's just say this is it for right now. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have the question called division question. Underneath will be the actual text, and then I need to go copy the transform. Where are you? I guess just the position. On-screen position here, being a rect transform. I paste that position. Just have that come the other way. So maybe it's on-screen position, and then paste this to become its off-screen position, which just needs to be dragged down a bit. I don't know how low I want it, but... Oh, make sure this is anchored to the bottom of the screen. I should have done that to begin with. Not that it really matters, but it should be probably, yeah. It'd be good for it to be. This... Anchor to the bottom and then go like -50 there. Okay. Yep. Okay, so now, before I forget to, this should be scale with screen size. That way, when I do this, it stays the same size relative to the screen. That's all that does. Yeah. Oh, reference resolution. I should set this right now to be 1600 by 900, which means I'm going to resize the text, but something I have to do once. Should have done before I positioned the text in the first place. Okay, yeah, now you just... get the panel to be a size that looks decent. The X position should be 0, actually. And I can just set numbers in the... in the hierarchy. And then I don't know if I want that to be. Or not. Whatever, it's fine. Cool. I do this. Da-da. It seems good enough. Let's go 90. No, we're gonna go 100. It's fine. I will probably be putting in a different font eventually that's not Arial, so we'll find something. Okay, so... right, I need to move these now. A little. Make sure this is off screen like it needs to be. Okay, now let's code things with this. What specifically? I'm like, what do I want to do next? I have a bunch of things I could be doing. Which do I want to do first? So we need to... I need to set up what the questions are. Like, actually fill in what the numbers are. I need to do that. I need to have it so that you can actually click on a number to answer the question and then validate which one's correct. And then... yeah. And then in terms of deciding what the questions are... yeah, I guess it could just be anything. Pick any, you know... Obviously, I need things that, like, divide cleanly. So I'd almost, like, pick two numbers between 0 and 10. Yeah, pick two numbers between 0 and 10, multiply them together, and then there's our, what is it called? What is the quotient? There's quotient and divisor and, no, the quotient's the answer. I don't know, divisor, dividend, number, words, terminology, bleh. Anyways, okay, let's do, I guess I'll have, it would make sense to have, like, one central object that's sort of, you know, doing the calculations of what everything, all the numbers need to be. So make that a script that's like, my hair. I don't want to call it Game Manager. I want to be called something more specific. How about Questions Manager? Yeah, sure. Okay, so now that will be on an empty game object that we're going to call it the same name. Yeah. Oh wait, did I? Oh right, I forgot. One thing I'm doing is I have to prefix every name. I don't have to. It's going to save me annoyances later. Whoop. Prefixing every script name with the name of this scene, because we're doing sort of like a game collection, and I want to make sure that each game doesn't. I don't have problems with script names later on. Yeah, I could maybe do stuff with making a library, but it's fine. Anyways, okay, so this is the questions manager. There are going to be, it's hard-coded that there are 10 questions, so that's fine. So first of all, in terms of references for the things I'm going to need to change, I'm actually going to do using Unity engine.ui. No, just UI, just UI. Just UI. Because I'm going to need to get references to the no, I need to change the text, but it's not what? What do you mean you don't exist? Yes, you do. I've been using this for ages. Did they change it? Like, UI... Did they change it from UI to UI elements? Did they really do that? Huh. Interesting. Sure. Actually, but that's not even what I need. I need the Text Mesh Pro thing specifically, because I need to modify the Text Mesh Pro's text thing. Just this? Why do you have an exclamation mark thing? Hopefully you're fine. TX could not be found. What are you? Why would you give me the autofill if you say you can't find it? What do I have to... I need to go look at the hangman with the unicycle for a minute. I need to remember... because here I have the same kind of thing. What's the name of the thing I need to get? And what do I need to import for TextMesh Pro stuff? I just remember the name of it. In a second. Let's just load. Yep. Okay, so no, this isn't not what I was trying to open. Yeah. In a minute, once things hear my fan going. Come on. Let me edit this, please. Not actually. What is this? What's your problem? Is it? I'm gonna hope that it's just a Visual Studios being weird rather than Unity. It's like if I do this, then you'll like in Unity it'll be fine. It'll be great. But that's not what I need. I need the actual text to this, I think. Right? Just making sure that this is what I want to be doing. Yeah. So this is going to be these text things that are going to be what do you give me? I need all of the I need the questions text, so it's over there. And then I need all of the answers text, like every single one. Where I'd almost rather because each one is grouped in threes. I'd almost have like a two-dimensional array for that would make sense. For answer. Answers text, right? I'm just trying to make sure this is conceptually what I want to do. Now, Unity, are you having a problem with those names? No, then why is Visual Studios having a problem with it? Why are you not showing up? The numbers text thing is not showing up as a thing for me to be able to drag and drop. And I'd like if it was. Is this not how you do... How do you do multi-dimensional arrays in C#? With that? How do I do it? A better question, how do I do it in the way that's actually going to show up in the inspector? Well, you can. Can't you? Sure. If not, I could do an array of arrays. More so just have something that'll show up in the inspector. I've done this kind of thing before. Public, what do you call it? What do you like? Call it like... Yeah, just trying to be like, what do I call this? This would be public. Capital. And then if I go... Oh wait, you'd be... I do that, and then each of these, it has 3, I guess. This will give me something that'll at least show up in the inspector. Blah, blah, and then... Yeah, right? Oh, wrong thing. And then if this is working, I'm going to close Visual Studios and reopen it. No, it's not. Why not? Oh wait, I'm also the questions text is not an array. There's only one of them. But yeah. Hey! Attentiate! Hi! Hello! Welcome to the stream. I am doing things. We're taking a children's game and remaking it to be more user-friendly for a school project. That's the long and short of it. Now what I'm trying to sort out right now is that... Let me go to the other side of the screen real quick. I want to be able to have basically an array of arrays that's public, so I can set it manually. Or I guess not. I guess I only need an array of the questions, and I can... No, but I won't really order. I guess it doesn't matter, though. Okay, I'm thinking of... Yeah, if I just get an array of the answers and then do, like, get component and child text mesh pro or whatever, then I can get around that. Now, I don't know why, even though this is valid code, why Visual Studios doesn't think it is. So I'm going to try closing Visual Studios and reopening it and hoping that that solves something. Also, I can update Visual Studios, but nope, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, no thank you. Oh, are you just going to be fine now? Please be fine. No. I shouldn't have to update Visual Studios for that, though. Why am I having to update it on each new project that I make? Because I've done this before, I believe. But whatever, I'll let it do again. It'll get rid of the warnings then. Sure. In a minute, we could load up. That would be great. Okay, do this. Update. Yup. Let it do, and then we can continue. Actually, I don't know how long this is going to take. Especially updating the... Oh! Or it can finish before I finish my sentence. Yeah, it works. Actually, let me close this on both of these completely. I was going to say now might be a good time for me to take a break. But then it finished really fast. Are you good now, please? Why not? How do you not think that you exist, but it does, right? Like, I can just ignore it and move on. It doesn't really matter, but it's just weird that it's doing that. Hold on, I dropped my... it's tangled in my lab coat. Did it fall right in my pocket? Yeah, it did. Okay. It fell right in my pocket. Okay. 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 So instead of this is going to be a pain. I also have an array of transforms called, yeah, that are the individual, like the parent level, parent object is these answers. And then, I want to do something that manages each of them, I guess. Wait a minute. I am going to need something that handles the answering of the questions. I'm going to need to put that code somewhere. Okay, I have a better idea for this. I'll put it on the parent object here. I'll need something that, like, reads when we answer a question. I'll put it on this parent object of the three things. So I'll have some code on there. So I'll just reference that code directly. Okay. So another script we go. This is going to be... answers? I don't know. I'm not being great with script names today, but whatever. It's fine as long as it works. So this is going to have a reference to its child objects. Let's see if it randomly decides to work in here. Yeah, I don't know why you're having problems, but whatever. What's the name of the text thing? It's this. This is going to be, there's going to be three of you. That's going to be answers, answer text, texts, plural, I guess. Okay, get all those. In some initializing thing, it's going to set what those numbers need to be, although it's going to receive that information from the questions manager. So actually, I'm going to start by going public void set numbers, and it's going to take in 3 numbers, I think. Yeah, because I only need to, on initialization, set all 3 of them. I never need to, like, change one number specifically or whatever. So this is going to go this 0 equals new number 0. Better idea, do it in a for loop. Which, I would maybe do this in a for each loop, because this is usually the... No, I wouldn't, because I'd need the eyes of both of them. But in C# and Unity and all that, normal for loops are slightly faster than for each loops, so I tend to never use for each loops. That's something I only learned a few months ago. So this dot length. Okay. And there we go. Nope. Excuse me. Why do you have a problem with this? Oh, because no semicolon. Yep. Okay, that's that part. And then I need the sort of responding to like the clicking of the buttons that is each answer. So public void. Maybe I'll go. Yeah, all three of them call the same function, but with an int of the button number. And for now, I'm just going to do a print statement that's like, selected plus, yeah, just do something like that. I'm also going to need to keep track of which one the answer actually is. So that's going to need to be, so private, just int, and correct answer num, something like that, which is going to be 0, 1, 2, rather than 1, 2, 3, because arrays. It's just going to correspond to the element of the array that is considered the correct answer. And that's going to be passed in through, like, the question manager is going to tell it that, so... void set answer blah. I mean, actually, it might make more sense. Like, I'm only ever going to call these two functions at the beginning, back to back. So maybe I just I pass it in the same thing. So int correct num. Yeah, just do it like together. Yep. For now, this works. So now, over here, I can just get, I don't need this. So getting an array of this class. Perfect. And then in update, do, so there's gonna be 10 of these. I'm going to want to repeat for the number of answers that we have, which is 10, but I don't have parts of it. I'll just quickly do this. So we're basically going to have, we're basically going to have, make question, and then go answers at I dot set numbers, set up numbers is what I'll call it, or this will be some array that'll probably be a variable in a second that's going to be like 10, 6, 4, and then the correct answer, those being 0 being the first element of that array. So that's what that is going to look like. Yep. Does this need an update in the start? I don't think so. Just do that. Okay. Except I have to do the stuff that actually sets this up. Oh, you don't like this? What do you mean? Then you not like me putting this in square brackets? No argument given that responds to the required formal parameter new numbers. Is this not? It's going to be its own variable anyway. Let me just go int array answers. Something like this. Oops. Something along those lines. Still not happy. Do you even need this if I do this part? Int does not contain a definition to set up numbers. No. Okay, no. How am I doing this well? I gotta be missing something simple. You take in an int for the new numbers, and you int array that is specifically 3, and then you take in a correct, like another int. So 4 ints total, but like, what's your problem? This is the problem when you jump back and forth between programming languages like every day. Doing something in a specific programming language is tricky. Int does not contain a definition for set of numbers, and you shouldn't. Int answers. Oh, no, what? Oh, I made these the same. Oops. Yep. What do I call these instead? Question, answers, and then, I don't know, whatever, something like that. Okay, so now, it should be this one. Now, are you good? There we go. I was just missing something simple. Fair enough. So we're gonna make the question, which we haven't done. Now, because, yeah, okay. So with these answers, all of them exist on the board. I set them all at the beginning, and then I don't need to change them. Whereas with the questions, that's all being set to the same question text. So I need to store what all the questions are, and then keep saying the text now equals this, the text now equals this. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So I need to store all the questions as I just said, which is going to be private. It's going to be a string array. Fine. Because it's going to be like 100 divided by symbol 10, and that's the question. After I've done the calculations, I can just save the strings. Okay, string array that is questions. And then in start is where we set all this up. Questions equals new string new string array. That I could hard code to 10, but I will say that it is the size of this, because they will be the same size. Just if I, for some reason, decide to change the number of questions, it's based on the number of answer things that there are, I guess. Okay. So questions equals. That's not actually setting up any of what they are, but for now, let me just go for. Wait, why did I put this in update? This was meant to be in start this whole time. I'm just so used to, I guess, going straight to update. But, yeah, this is meant to be just be like this. Actually, it's the same thing. Going through the length here. It's the same. So yeah. Okay. Make the question. For right now, we're just gonna hard code this just really simply, just. I can test things are working. I need the division symbol. Does this work like this? Okay. Oh, you're not gonna. I was like, you're not going away. What's up with you? Yeah. Yep. I don't like making an int array every time, but yeah. That's at least a little better. It doesn't need to exist anymore once the function is done. But, yeah. Okay. So right now, it's not actually making the question, it's just hard coding it all like this. Which is fine for now. Alright, now errors. Tell me where everything's going wrong. What was your actual problem? Cannot convert an int to text. Oh, this is the text, right? equals this dot to I don't think I need the dot to string. I forget how is that do or not, but whatever, it's fine. Okay, now questions manager. Still haven't done the on-screen, off-screen thing, but there's like so many little things we need to do, but slowly we're just knocking them off the board one by one. I've been on the wrong side of the screen this whole time. I keep forgetting that. Oops. Sorry. I've been blocking lots of code. My bad. Here's all the code I've been writing. Okay. So I need to bring in the question text, which is... And I need all of the answers, which are these guys. Why is there 11 of them? There should be 10 questions. What? How do I manage that? The track's too long. I mean, there can be 11 questions, but I intended for there to be 10. I don't know how many the actual game has. Shouldn't be too long though. Okay, let's do this. So do this. Oh, none. These don't have the code that they're supposed to have actually on them. Which one is it? It's the question manager. Answers. Okay, so you get this. Where your answer texts are going to be 1, 2, and 3. And it's important that they're in that order. Is it? I think it is. Yeah. And now that would have just gotten applied to all of them. So now in questions manager, go to the bit like, oops, not like that, not like that. This, shift select all these. Blah, blah. You're in order. Yep. And then we also now, since I did just shrink the track, I need to... oh, I get why. So the count was 10 when it should be 9, because it's making 9 copies, so 10 total. That's what I have wrong. Okay. Yep. So let me just... which then you can also do this. This I'm pretty sure that's how it's used. Let's get this to be exact. Okay. Right. I could go through and just count this real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, what? No, excuse me, what? Can I just not count? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hold on. Me doing that is not helping. Okay, look at it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There is not. How? What? What did I miscount? How did I miss? Do I have a number here that's not? Did I not count to 10? Apparently not. What's going on here? How are there? Is the count off here? I'm so confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What? Oh, there's got to be one that's like pasted on top of itself. Oh, that's probably the problem. Okay, hold on. That's it. So let me go back up here. This is seeming strange. Okay. All right, we're good when it was like this. It's just, I think, let me back up a second to when I didn't delete that thing. Are you not? What was I doing? I'm not bringing it back. Okay, there you go. Didn't want to undo too far. Okay, so one of these is on top of itself. So I just have to like now move all of these. No, I don't. I just go like this and see which one doesn't go to the next one. It's this one. Okay, so you die. But then we just fix the numbers now. Just because for the organization of it. Okay. Now that makes sense. Okay. So now what are we doing? I dragged and dropped all these. No, I didn't. Now I'm about to. Bam. Okay. And each of these individual ones is all set up how it should be. It has those. Perfect. You have these. Can I run this now? It should set all of them to the same number, but I can at least see that it successfully does that. The number's upside down. Okay, let's fix that. I should be fine to just open the prefab and then in the open prefab. Wait, you. I kind of just do this. Actually, no. Wait, is this still? Yeah, one is still on this side. Oh, you were flipped still. Okay, good. Because one, 2, 3 is how I would like it. Okay, so now we're good, right? Yep, that's looking good. Yep. Next is getting the numbers to actually be how they should be. And also, this thing should only come on and off screen when we're stopped. But doing one thing at a time, and we're on a stop. I guess I could quickly do... Let's do some of the calculations. Let's do more of the math of getting the numbers to actually be different numbers. That'll be fun. Okay, so rather than hard coding this, I need to make the question, which means I basically need 5 numbers. I need so for the kids' division that this is or whatever. I mean, so like that. I'm gonna do a division that is like pick 2 numbers between 0 and 10. Yes. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. So I'm just going to int, I'm just going to num a. It's like, these have words. Divisor, whatever, it doesn't matter. Num a equals, so, random.range is 0 and 11, because it's like up to, so like it'll be up until 11, so it'll be right before 11, so it'll be 10. And yeah, 0 is, yeah, I want 0 to be in there. I'm not going to do negative numbers. So do the same thing, but, 2 different random numbers for early. If it happens right away, it's the same, then sure, but that not being the default thing that happens. And I can look up what the actual terms of what these are called in a minute. Right, so whatever. Now, questions at that point is going to be like num-c. How do you do formatting stuff in C#? Well, string.format. Isn't this kind of thing? In Python, you put an F at the beginning, and then you do this, the numbers. No, not like that. This is like, isn't like 0, 1. Something like that? I don't know. Let me Google it real quick. Again, the fact that this isn't changing color makes me think that that's not how that is. It's like in the ballpark, though, I think. C# string formatting. How does the way to this do? Give me an example. Oh, I had it right. It just didn't. I thought it would like color differently. Did I get it right first try? Oh, it's supposed to be capital S string? I don't know if there's a difference. I'll do it. No? Or not? Whatever, I don't know, it's fine, whatever. This seems to work. It's gonna be fixed and not random questions? No, we're changing it now. That was just the test. Like, that was the test of it. Get the numbers to change at all, and now we're making it random. So, yeah, it's a one step at a time kind of a thing. Okay, so the actual division questions, we've got our num-c and our num-a, which... Let me get the terms. What are those called? division terms. Quotient is the answer, right? Dividend, divisor, dividend, divisor, quotient, and remainder. Which one's which? Yeah, okay. So this one's the bigger number that we're starting with. This is our dividend. Dividend. This one's our divisor, and this one ends up being our quotient. And we're calculating what they, rather than picking like a random big number, small number, I'm picking like, because it should be big number divided by something between 0 and 10 equals something else between 0 and 10. So, yeah, and then it should divide out cleanly. That's why I'm picking two numbers and then multiplying them to get the big number, so that this is how I'm getting two numbers that will, be clean in how they divide. Okay. So, this should be... Dividends, dividends the big number, That's that. And then I need to make two bogus answers that aren't the... Wait. I need two bogus answers that are wrong, but also I need to decide where is the real answer going to go. And I also need to make sure that if I come up with random numbers for the fake answers, that I don't accidentally randomize to the real answer. So what I need then, I guess, is random answer 1, answer 2, I guess. So I can do this, but then I need to, like... I'm always hesitant with while loops, because one wrong move and Unity crashes, but I can basically go... Well, random answer 1... Wait, why did I don't name these variables with capitals? That's not how I do. Okay, 1. Oops. Second. Okay. Random answer 1, da-da-da-da-da. So while random answer 1 is not equal to... or no, while it's equal to... the one that is quotient. No. Yeah, wait. We're talking about the answer here, right? Yeah. Well, that is equal to quotient. Then do it again. This works. It's fine. And this would occasionally happen, and it'll happen like once. The odds of it like continuously re-randomizing to like the same number, like, that's not going to happen. And do the same thing with the second one. Yep. And then... What next? So then I need to decide the answers. Not just the answers, I can decide, like, which one's gonna be the real answer and which one's gonna be the fake answers. Okay, so I just need more random numbers. So I guess I'm just making more ints for this. Sure. Int, correct spot equals random.range 0 and 4, so it'll actually be number 0 and 3, so it'll be like 0, 1, 2, because random.range it's like up until the number when we're talking about ints. So this will be a random number that's either 0, 1, or 2. And then I need to basically go and show me the best way of how I then put the numbers in this array. So I need this, so answers equals new int, let me just go new int 3, and then go answers correct spot equals, equals, what was the correct answer, quotient. And then I need to know what the other two numbers were, like how would I fill in the other numbers with these things. Although I could go... yeah, here's an idea. No, wait. Try not to use, like, switch... I could have a switch statement of, if correct spot is 0, do this. If it's 1, do this. If it's 2, do this. I could also do calculate 3 random numbers, put them in, and then replace one of them with the real answer. I could do that, and then I have less lines of code, but then I'm calculating an additional number that I don't need to calculate. Okay, fine. We're just gonna do a switch way of doing this unless I think of something better. It's fine. Switch, correct spot. It's probably, again, like, as I said before, the code doesn't actually need to be pretty. It just needs to work. So I shouldn't be thinking too hard about this. Just do the bare minimum that makes it not terrible on performance, but, like, has it work, right? If I think of a better, faster, efficient way, then cool. If I don't, then it's fine. So specifically, like, this part isn't what changes. This happens the same way every time, which actually means this part could be out here. Well, actually, hold on. I'm copying code to get to what I need. You'll see what I'm doing in a second, and why I'm doing this. I'm just copying code to start off. Random number 1, so... Okay, so if it's 0, this needs to be 1 and 2. If this is 1, this needs to be 0 and 2. And if this is 2, this needs to be 0 and 1. Those are the 3 cases. And then the 3rd spot goes to this. This is what needs to happen here. So there's probably some math I can do in here to, like, actually, it's almost like, so if this is 0, so the only spots that this can go into, this can either go into 1 or 0, and this one can go in either 2 or 1. It's fine, whatever. I could do some complex math. I do not need to. Anytime I spend thinking about trying to do this, I do not need to. Just do it, make it work. It's fine. Okay. So answers equals this. Bada bada do da. And then now call this with answers and correct spot. And now temporarily, I'm going to set this to public so I can see it in the inspector, just so I can for now see that it's working before I actually go and set things up. Okay, so you didn't. Oh right, that's what's about to get filled. When I go into play mode, let's see if this works. All right. Hey, look at the. Oh no, the second number can't be 0 because 0 divided by 0. We don't want that to actually be a thing. Hold on. I think the rest of this might work. No, it's, oh, we got 2 zeros in here. Hold on. That didn't work. So first thing immediately is just that. Oh right, these numbers shouldn't be equal to each other. Oh, that might be one thing that's happening. The 2 random answers can't be the same. So let me actually add in a check for that. While this is equal to that, or it's equal to random number 1, just don't have to be the same. They could be, but it doesn't really break anything. I'd prefer if it wasn't. Okay, the other thing I was going to change is that this 1 here, which is divisor can't be 0. Yeah. Quotient can be 0, and dividend can be 0. Yeah, so, yeah. Yep. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so let's, so down here, it's kind of small for you guys, but, like, there seems to be some numbers here. I see a repeat, but I like to hope that that's just a random chance. I guess some numbers are more likely to appear than others. But yeah, okay. Let me go down the line and see if the numbers make sense. So we have 7 divided by 1. Oh, do I want to see the correct answers list? Nah, it's fine. As long as I see one of them here as the correct answer, then I'll assume that it's working right. So we got this. That seems good. 72 divided by 8. Yep, that seems good. We got 20 divided by 2. That's good. Then we got 7 divided by 1 again. It's okay for there to be repeats. That's a random chance. 30 divided by 5. Yep. I'm going through each one of these. I just want to like double check that like everyone is correct. There's no problems here. I lost my spot. What did I just do? 30 divided by 5, I think. So now this one is... Yeah, this one's 20 divided by 5, which is 4. Then 32 divided by 4, 8. Yeah. 32 divided by 8, which is... Yep. And then 42 divided by 7 being 6. Yep. And 0 divided by 1 is 0. Perfect. Okay, so that seemed like it worked. Nope. Did any... It could just be because it's random, but it seemed like way more numbers were at the side in the middle than were on the right, which, again, I can chalk up to saying that it's random, because it should be... Yeah, no, this one being in the right spot proves that it's not like something's broken and it can't be on the other side. Let me go into it again now, just, double check. This at the bottom is not updating yet. This down here is still hard-coded. So, yeah. Get that in a minute. So 70 divided by 10. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm going to allow 10 to be one of the answers here because, yeah. Oh. Why? Oh, might be my last hello, man. Oh, hey, Maj, and yeah, as Francesco says, why is that? But yeah, also, hello. I'm just done. What do you mean by that? So we've got 70 divided by 10, that'd be 7, 16, 16 shouldn't be a number. No, yes it can be, never mind, no, it's fine. 16 divided by 2 is 8, 7, I'm just gonna go through this one more time, double check that the numbers are good. We got 0, is 6, that'd be 2, 0 divided by 7 is 0. 36 divided by 9 is... Yep. No, that's right. Yep. Yeah, 4. Then the 2. Yep. And the 8 divided by 8 is 1. Perfect. Awesome. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, this is working, so we can continue from this. Yeah, and what are we doing next? Okay, so we got so now we need to do, what? So that's it working. I think I'm happy with that it's working. We need to get this to actually be what it should be. And then we gotta make it so we can actually select an answer. Again, it's all just a lot of little things we gotta do, one thing at a time. So this needs to update at every stop. It doesn't update, and it also actually needs to be off-screen, on-screen. I need to do that whole thing. So questions manager. I am gonna need updates for that. Okay. The way I plan on implementing this. So let's have some transform for the question on-screen pause and off-screen pause. And then this can go back to private for now. That was just, I wanted to see that it was working correctly. Okay, so now I need to set whether, this can just be on a boolean. Yeah, boolean, private bool, give question? I don't know. Question active. Basically, this is whether or not the question thing to go bloop on screen or bloop off screen. That's what that is. Question active equals. No, so pretending we've already done the logic that sets it. If question active is true, do stuff, else do other things. I'm going to use lerp for this or have it be linear. I'll try lerp for now. So now we're going to go, not transform.position, but question text. Oh no, wait, I need to move the whole thing. Do I want to keep going .parent every frame? For now we're going to do it because it's the quick and easy way of doing this. Dot autofill, please. Please help me out, man. No? Okay. Parent dot, okay, I believe it dot parent. Actually, I don't know if you need dot transform dot parent. Dot transform dot parent. Visual Studios is doing this weird thing with this all being red underlined, but it shouldn't be, and on the Unity side of it, it's fine, so I don't know what's going on, but whatever. Transform.parent is going to, parent will also be a transform. It's going to be equal to, I don't want to do that dot parent every frame. So here, I'm going to go public transform question. Sure. So this should be a dot parent or position equals vector3.lerp between wherever it currently is and where I want it to go, which if it's active is going to be the on-screen position by some smoothing amount. Public float. Something like just question moves moving. Something along those lines. And we're gonna go times time dot delta time. Yep. Okay. So why do you have a problem? This is the dot position. Yes. Nope. Are you making me type this out? It usually means something's wrong. You are a transform, aren't you? And I should be able to go transform that position. I don't know why you're not letting me. What's your problem? Transform. Oh, you're a transform array. Oh, you're. Oh, oops. Yeah, you weren't meant to be an array. Okay, that's all. You good now? Okay. So I'm gonna hope that that's gonna work, and then this should be the same thing, but with this going to the off-screen position instead. Perfect. Okay, so next, I'm going to hope this to be something like 10. The question, the vision question, whatever, if I want to be the same name. Then the question text, on-screen position is this, off-screen position is this. I could do a bunch of like game object finds instead of dragging and dropping all that stuff, but it's fine if it works. So now, when I, oh, wait. Right, I don't actually set the logic of, it went off-screen properly at the beginning, right? I guess? Hard to tell. It should start off-screen anyway, but I need the logic that actually flips it on and off, which is going to be anchored to this. When this happens, we're gonna... No! No, because this is what stops the player. But I want to pull up the question like a second before I stop the player. There's different ways I could go about doing that. I'm trying to think of what would be the best way. So currently, in front of each of these, the rails, I have this trigger collider that is what we hit that makes us stop. Right now, hitting it does just make us stop. What I could do, again, follow the thing that we're trying to replicate. Let me see what this does when it gets to a stop. Just does that. I could have two trigger colliders. I'm trying to see if I can maybe not have that be the case. But I could have it that when, that one that we currently have be further back, and when we hit it, then, wait a second and then stop the player or something like that. That way, I only have the one. But is starting a coroutine better on performance than just having two trigger colliders? I don't know. Probably should just have two trigger colliders. I don't know, is that messier, though? Be easier to, easier to control exactly when they happen relative to... I'm trying to think. Is there a better way? Because also it's going to be a lot of tedium, where if I just code in I just code in a coroutine, then it's less tedium. Sure, we'll just make it a coroutine. IE numerator, wait to stop. And then go... Okay, so if we hit this thing, start... Whoops. Start coroutine to stop wah, and then shablam. Actually having to wait a second though. No. I'll just do a hard code it to 1 second for now, and I might make it a variable later. Now in here I also need to be like I'd need code in here that's like tell question to slide on screen, right? So I need that part, but let me just make sure that this part works. Where that means I now need to, as a collective, drag all of these back by some amount. Basically, it's like, how far back do I want the question to come up? It should be like, yeah, a second or so before. It'll, change depending on like the speed of the player if I change that. But oh, right, you move fast. Actually, the player currently I think moves too fast. I meant to make that less. Try 5. Yeah. So let me just time this, get it to be good. And there'll be more environmentally stuff soon, hopefully. That might be too slow for like until you get to the first thing. All stuff to be changed. But hey, that where we stopped seemed to be good. I might. Can I? Where's the thing? 1 second. This guy. I can quickly quickly finish this race. I'm pretty sure I'm probably near the end. I would think. I just want to see like time-wise, how much distance is there between? Nope. I can math. Yeah. How much distance is there between the first, like when you start and the first actual question? Because the speed here, that seems similar to our speed of 5. Yeah. Okay, I can also count how many questions there actually is, but 10 seems fine. Okay. Quickly now. Oh no, I came in last. How could that have happened? Okay. Wow. Pick that guy. Okay, let's time this, roughly. I have the audio muted. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's like actually almost immediately. Oh, well. Yeah, okay. Let's make that actually be the case then. Which makes sense. I don't need to have the long stretch. Such a long stretch beforehand, I guess. Okay. Let's try just this. I'd rather, yeah, move all this up, I think. Okay, so you just select any of these rails. Fine. I don't want it to be too little. We shall see. So I need to now adjust. This didn't save. Why? Oh, because I changed the name of this. Right. Yep. I need to delete you. Save this as this. Yes. And now you should be good. Please. Yes. Perfect. Now then I just need to pull a lot of things back, but I need to pull it back by like the same amount. So let's try like that. Oh, right, all of these need to move too. Oh no, that's a pain. That's fine. That's fine. Get it roughly in the right spot for 1. That should be fine for the rest. It's like closer to the top of the step, like slightly under where the railing is. All right. Okay. That seems fine. The question. Oh wait, no, that's too high for the question hours is fine. For the stop trigger is too slow. Actually, I might. Where's the player? Player. I think I'll make the player like ever so slightly faster, and then that should maybe work. Okay. And I need to tell the question manager to make the question appear. Okay, ta-da! That works, I think. Okay. Next, so tell a question to slide on screen. So I'm gonna need a reference to the question manager. This we're gonna have be a private thing. I'm not gonna drag and drop. Private question manager. That is just gonna be called question manager. Equals. There's only one of these, so I can go find object of type question manager, except this full name. And then I'm gonna call some function that's gonna be like, what do I call you? Question? I don't know. That's an odd name, but whatever, it's fine. So I need that down here. So this needs to not just it needs to tell the question to slide on screen, and then it actually needs to set the text in that box to whatever it needs to be. And in order to know that, I guess we could just keep a running track of what our current question number is. Private int. Actually, you can start being -1 because it'll increase each time. Yep. So first we're gonna go this plus, and then go. Why do you not like this? You must have a return type. Oh, right, yeah, of course. Okay. Yes. Then I need to set it to. I need to go. Where's the text? What am I looking for? So. Question. No. Question text. Oh, okay. I'm trying to do like multiple things at once here. Let me do one thing at a time. I need to set this to true. This will make the text slide on screen. Then I need to go question. No. Question text. This is setting the text. Equals questions. I think I'm right. Yeah, questions. Oh, not I. Cur. No. Question. No. I keep forgetting my variable names. This. Right? Dot text. This should be dot text. This is, yeah, the text that looks something like this. Alright. Okay. Next. Next is what? Okay, so what do I need to set? I did a bunch of changes. Now I'm like, what do I actually need to change in the inspector? Oh, let me do one thing before I forget. I'm gonna make the player dino be a prefab. This good. I'm just gonna go to play mode and whatever gives me like a null reference exception thing. Let's see. Hey, okay. Uh-oh. Oh no. How are you wrong? Wait a minute. No, but wait. No. How did the question? It's not. Either it's not generating right, or it grabbed the wrong question's text. Oh no, it totally did. Okay, poop. I thought it just. So I think it's still generating the it correctly. Yeah, I'm gonna take the bet that it grabbed the next numbers question. I don't know why it did that. Because I told it to be -1, which should have meant that it would then enter here and become 0, unless it jumped up twice or something. Let me do this, and when it happens, let me just see if it prints twice to the console. The console's currently behind my head, but I will verbally say if it does or doesn't. It did it twice. Okay, why did you printed twice? Why? So you're told to do that on an on-trigger enter call. Oh, wait, I know why. Because when I was testing something earlier, I gave the player another collider. So the player had 2 trigger colliders. And it gets called for each one? Okay. And the colliders don't matter that much. Okay, cool. So now you're good. So 27 divided by 4. So I would click this. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So now I need to make it so that we can actually select the numbers. And I would like to put the text in a little panel. Kind of didn't do that, and now I need to. So I have the prefab directly like this. You should. Wait, I can put it on the same object, can't I? Image. You won't let me do that? I need to then go. I'm trying to get this. Create empty. Go. Question answer. Question. Let's call it background. Whatever. It's fine. I just keep trying to make a background. It can be on the child object. In this case, usually it wouldn't be able to with normal UI stuff, but because this is a world canvas, as long as I just move it down like that, I think it'll be fine. Don't be that messy. Okay. Excuse me? Why are you... You're still trying to appear in front. You shouldn't. Are you... Because... Wait, what? Hold on, let me just test something real quick. If I do this... No. So usually UI elements, their order in the hierarchy affects the order that they're drawn. Doesn't appear to be being the case here. Is it because I haven't actually put a sprite in it? Is that messing with anything? Something like that one for a test. Why are you not appearing behind? How do I get you to appear behind? This is because of the Text Mesh Pro thing. It's what's currently messing with this, I think. In a way I don't know how to get around. I'm pretty sure. Here, let me go out of this for a second. Yeah, all of those are... Yeah. If I do this outside the prefab for a second... There's not an image pro thing, no. Now you're behind? What? Why? What? You are being affected by you. You are. Why do you think like you weren't? Excuse me. So what I need to do, I need to like swap the components on these. I'm trying to do something so I'm not having to. I'm trying to do this in a way where I don't have to make a change on every single bit of text. I can just do it once and have it just ripple effect on everything else. So what I need specifically is the background to be above the answer, but I can't just do this because it doesn't let me. It doesn't work that way. Although if I go copy, paste this child, and then remove. I'll need to drag and drop the references again, but that's fine. Maybe. Okay, then delete this background. give this an image component. These are all very low quality. Works. Okay, then this needs to be moved up a little bit. No, what? Are you so far away? But you don't do that. Move you up. No, up like that. No, up like this. The other way. Okay, that works for the start. Oh wait, you have two. Wait. When did that happen? No, you don't need this anymore. Yeah, okay. So that works, except it's all very fuzzy for a temporary thing. For if it wasn't. Okay, this is. No, wait, I didn't want that to happen. Almost there, okay. So, I can't change the width of this. And if I change the scale, it's going to change the underlying text. I do it here and apply the that actually. But, what I need to do is make the scale of this huge, and then, or the width and height, and then the scale super tiny. Oops. Wrong amount of zeros. Okay, the actual panel itself is now good-ish. Let me make it. This I think is temporary, so I'll probably make some kind of custom thing. And I need to unscale the text. Oh wait, I wasn't supposed to change the width. Just this to... There we go. Not really, but almost. I mean, wait, is that the size you were before? If it was, then that's what I want. If it's not, then... Ah, but it didn't change it on the... I can't apply it to the prefab now. Unless I do this, and then it does that? No. I did all three of those, but... Come on. Each individual one should be fine on the inner prefab thing. No, you like that in here? Why? Prefer if you weren't. And you have a random 15. That's not supposed to be there. Okay, maybe in here I can go... Okay, in here if I change it, then maybe it'll be fine. What did I just make you? You were like a 50 and a 50, and then this was like a 0.5 and a 0.5. 0.05 and a 0.05? Okay, that's what we're wanting, I think. Okay. Why are you not shooting? And what? You're symmetrical. You shouldn't have to be different on a different axis. Excuse me? Like, this shouldn't be, different in the way that it currently is. Let's do this manually, maybe you can... I have to make sure I do it exact. Otherwise, it'll be slightly off. I do not want that. That's fine? Okay. Oh, no, it's not fine. it's equally not fine in both of them. What's going on here? Why is this being so much of a pain? And not working at all the way it's supposed to. And why do these not have the image? Or why is it just super tiny? On these, this is a, so it should be a 20 and a 20, I guess? And this should be, these are the same. Oh, yeah, they are the same and they look the same. Yeah, got that. Go apply and then, but you're fine here. You're fine here, but you're not fine in the other place. Why? 22, 50, and 0.05. Why is different? Oh, this is, sorry, this must be 50, not, I go open. So in you, and then in here, and then on all of these go 50, then maybe you'll be fine. There we go. Those are the numbers. I still think that might be too big, but let me see how it looks in play mode view, whatever. Okay, they're too big and they stop changing. Oh, null reference exception because you're not finding the right bit of text anymore, if I had to guess. No, what? You're supposed to be, oh, this needs to be, okay, open you. You need to be finding this. I'm also going to change the number, like the names of these to have 1, 2, 3 in the name, just so it's because. Okay. So now, okay. So now, that should fix the numbers changing, but the sizes of the canvases are still weird. I'd like that to not be the case. So if I go back to even this prefab, is changing this gonna like that maybe? Gonna update when I come back to the thing? No, I don't know. I'm having to update it both places. I don't have to update it in the prefab, but I'd like the prefab version to be good. It doesn't really matter, but let's just try that, I guess. Is the number too high? Why are you upside down again? When did that happen? Specifically, what? When did you? Oh, the double, the negative 180 that's happening twice, I think. Is it fine now? It also seems like it's a bit too low. Like it's not centered. Is that correct? Are you centered? I think. Oh, it's just the way I'm looking here is not perfectly flat. That's why it's not centered. It is centered. Yeah, it looks centered, I think. Turn off gizmos. Okay, that's good enough for now, for right now. So next we need to do the actual selecting an answer. Yes, 100 divided by. Oh, yes, 100 divided by 20 is E. Why can't I read? 100 divided by 10 is E. Oh, wait, I wasn't even paying attention if the numbers were being the right things. This one currently is. Yeah. Seems good, I think? Yeah? Okay. I'm gonna hope so. We'll do more for the actual fanciness of it, because I do want to change the font, and the second I change the font, I'm going to have to resize all this again. So I don't want to... I guess waste too much time on this, but here I am wasting a little bit of time on it. I think I will just making this just a little bit bigger. Oh, right. I do want to make it as easy to click the numbers as possible. It would make sense that rather than just having to click, you know, the dimensions of the text, clicking the dimensions of this whole box will count as clicking that number, so it's easier to click. Not that, like, even in... let me test this. How far away can I... Oh, interesting. Looking at how far away I can be from a number to click it. How close can I get? That close? Interesting. Yeah, that I'll give it credit where credit's due on the sort of user-friendliness of, like, no, you know, problems with clicking the button. Sure. I mean, I think it's maybe a bit overkill, but, like, yeah. In this case, yeah, having how close you think you need to be to click the button be wider than it actually is. I mean, there's never, like, obviously, but yeah, there's never any really confusion of, like, what? You made me click that one? I meant to click this one. That doesn't really apply here. You know, let's say go really overboard, but I think just, for my case, just having it match the dimensions of this would probably be fine. And that'll be as easy as just on each of the panels. Yeah, just a second, so I want to do this. On each of these panels here, which I'm actually going to do in... I should change the name of these. I don't know, this is like the group of answers for one step. This is an individual answer. I don't know. Yeah. But on an individual answer, we're going to call this the button... sure. Yeah, button can be part of the name there. And this is the actual text itself. But on the button, where I'm also going to make this 35 in here, we're going to add a button component with... I don't know what we're going to do in terms of color tuning. For now, we're just like leave it as the default. Yeah, I do want them to like turn green or red or whatever when you click different things. But yeah, okay, so right now when you click this, it's going to run on the parent object. Oh, maybe answers. Did you get the, yep, okay. Each of these, or needs to, so the on-click event that needs to happen, which is what happens when we press the button, what code we're going to call, needs to call code that's on the parent game object, question answers, the code that I've already written. Where it calls, specifically what it's going to call is Dinos skateboarding answers. Select answer. Where? This will be 0, 1, 2. Because 0, 1, 2 is to correspond with the array numbers, where 1, 2, 3 is like the Englishy version of it. Okay. Is that going to work right away? No, I never actually did anything to say that we select the button. I think, actually, for now, I think there'll be a print statement that says, like, selected 0, selected 1, selected 2. So just see that that's working. It's funny that this makes my testing confusing on this particular instance. But 5 divided by 5 is 1. If I go 3, it's like selected 0, selected 1, selected 2. It's funny that 1, 2 happens to go that way, but right, so it's behind my head. You can't see it. If I do this, then like, ta-da! That's what it printed. But that 0, 1, 2 corresponds to the position, not the actual number. It's position 0, position 1, position 2. Being 0, 1, 2 because of arrays. Okay, so now let's validate an answer, shall we? So this is, we selected the answer in that position. I have a correct answer num. If answer num equals this, then do, you know, did the right answer, else do the whatever happens when we did the wrong answer. For now, I'm just gonna go. And then like, I don't need to test this, because I'm pretty confident this part's gonna work. But, so now what needs to happen? This part is the part that's going to be a bit trickier that I don't entirely have solved yet. But the quick and easy thing we can do for right now is just let the player move again. There's a variable that's like can move, just set that to true. And that'll just make it so that they start moving. But doing the whole like going like a bit to the side and whatever, like that stuff we need to, I'll sort that out. Especially like, you know, animations if we get that far. But for now, the quick and easy thing is just to go, I guess I need the player. I need the player to tell the player to do. I don't know if I like that, but again, I do not need this code to be nice. I just need it to work. If I have to have all these cyclic references, it's fine. What I will do though is have a private reference to the player. Private norm. Wait, no, I need the no, wait, I need, I can't, it's not just the player, I need to also tell the questions manager to get rid of the text that's on screen for the current question. So I need to do both of those things. Now, usually, I really don't like and try to avoid having this game object references this game object references this game object. I try to avoid that. That like tightly coupledness is not good. And I'm kind of doing that if right here I'm, you know, referencing the answers and then the answers is referencing the question manager. It doesn't really matter in this case if I do it. It's fine. Again, I don't need the code to be all nice and clean. Whatever works. But I'm trying to quickly think like, is there just a quick and easy way I can just not do that? In update, I kind of want to test every frame. Where's the... Nice. Whatever, it's fine, it's fine. This probably could be a way, but it doesn't matter. And we'll make it... Oops. We will make it private so that... less dragging and dropping for every single question. Private questions manager. And then I also want a reference to the player, which is going to be... I don't need a reference to the camera, because the camera and the player are linked, where like when the player goes to move, the camera's going to move as well. So player move, this is... Okay, so... player move dot can move equals true, and eventually I might rewrite this into a function that's like do a kick. Actually, no, I'm gonna have to tell something to call some kind of animation, so I should do that right now rather than having to change it later. Public. What do I call this? I kind of want to call the function kickflip. Like, okay, I don't know if like when I say kickflip as in a joking way, I don't know if I'm actually going to, if that's the skateboarding move that he's going to do, like the dinos are going to do, or just do a generic like an ollie or like something that doesn't even look like a skateboarding trick. But what do I call this? I can't think of a better number. We're going to call this kickflip. This is basically we solved the correct thing, move again. So for now, it's just going to be can move equals true. But then we're going to have, you know, do animation stuff, which might be moving to the sides and it might be going forward, which means that this might need to know what direction to go in, the 0, 1, 2, which might be better passed in as -1, 0, and 1, but we'll see. For now, though, I like that I just called it kickflip. That's kind of funny. Okay. So, and actually even this, we'll do some animation of, I'm just gonna call it flop. This is, this, just flop. Yeah, I could be professional with the names, but I think this is mildly funny. Making me laugh, so. And Francesco making you laugh too, so. But for now, this doesn't do anything, it's just gonna, do animation stuff. We'll figure out what that is later. In due time. Floppa. Yep. Okay, so. Correct, wrong, okay, so, not just this though, RDP. Actually, I'm gonna just, for now, also go, like, color, text, green, but I'll do that in a minute, and then this will be color, text, red, I'll do that in a minute. Maybe, like, there could be sound effects of, like, a buzzer noise or, like, a ting kind of noise. We shall see. But now the questions manager, which I haven't, so I do need a start function. Well, I usually don't like private on the functions that don't need it. I need to get these references. So question manager equals find object of type question manager and player move equals find object of type. And also, I've said this before, but just to reiterate, the reason I have the super long script names is because this Unity project is going to be a collection of, like, I think 4 or 5 games, I forget how many. So I don't think any of them are really going to share any assets, if at all. So basically I'm having sort of the files for each game be separate in their own folders, and then by prefixing, you know, all the code with one project, or with one of the little games, with their own thing, just, well, yeah. Make it easier, so that, you know, you can have, like, Dino skateboarding player move, and then, you know, other game player move, and, you know, not have problems there. Just thinking ahead for that. Yeah, especially also because this is a group project where each of us is making one of the games, but... Oh, and my headphones just died. Switching to these guys. Yeah. 1 second. It's interesting that it cuts it off for the stream as well when my headphones die. In a second. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, what was I about to do? I was about to do that questions manager dot solved. And do I need an incorrect? For now, no. Later, maybe. Yeah. Solved. We solved question, but whatever. Actually, for now, this only needs this. But, like, I'm letting it be a function for the eventually the polished thing might have more lines of code than just the one. Again, thinking ahead, so it's not harder to change later. There was one other little thing I was going to do. Oh yeah, okay, the question text here should start off screen. Oh, did I mistype a name? Oh yeah, right, no, I usually, do these in capitals. Okay. We're actually making a lot of progress, which is quite nice. Still have a lot to go, but, yeah, 'tis coming along well. Especially, like, we still have to get to the actual, you know, the meat of this that is making it user-friendly. Actually, to be fair, like, the making it user-friendly part isn't a lot of modifications. I think the biggest one is going to be the little, like, mini-map thing on the side. Actually, I don't know how hard that is. Maybe we'll do that. Having the other characters go down the track, though, I don't know how we're going to do that. We'll figure it out. That might be more interesting. How long do you have to finish it? So, as the whole group project, let's see.
I think it's... I can find out in 2 seconds. I think it's April 8th or March 1st, or April 1st or April 8th, I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check. It is... No, April 4th.
Okay, I was like, it was in between. So, April 4th to finish the whole thing. Oh, then easy. Except, I have a million things to do that I also need to finish. I have 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay. I have 9 different things. So 1 quiz to study for and 8 projects. So let's just say 8 projects to do in 31 days, kind of thing. 30 days. I have 8 projects to finish before the last one being due April 8th. So I got a lot to get done. And like 1 quiz to study for in there. That's 2 weeks from now. Why are you taking so long to import? Could you maybe not do that? So I'm hoping. Why? Okay, well, fine. Maybe this will cause this to fix itself. Well, for that joke. This is just close. Yeah. So yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do in not a lot of time. So I want to finish this like really fast, in like, or at least my component of it, and then we'll do. Like I have to like, make this work with the stuff that my group is doing and all that. But it's nice with this group project, we've kind of divvied it up in a way that we're all able to sort of do our own kind of things and then combine it all a lot later on. Okay, I don't know why that opened on the other screen, but okay. So this is this. Now, the other thing is, regardless of how much progress I make today, tomorrow I'm going to be working on a different thing that I don't know how much of it I'm going to stream. I think I might start it, not streaming it, and then start streaming it after I've got like a tiny bit of work done on it. Because that's going to be I think a Python thing where I'm having to do some graphics lighting stuff for a class. Where usually when I do those kind of programming projects, I go into it being very like out of my depth, not knowing what I'm doing, and eventually I figure things out. So while I'm in that floundering state of I don't know what I'm doing, I might do that on my own, and then once I have a start on what I'm doing, then I will maybe start streaming it. I don't know, honestly, I haven't fully read what the project is yet. I just know it's a programming thing, and I've doing other assignments in the same class. I have an idea of what to expect. But doing not Unity stuff, like graphical things, making, I think doing something with like lighting related stuff, where a decent chunk of the code is written for me and I kind of just have to like complete some functions, but like that's still like going to be a lot. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But regardless of how much progress I make today on this, tomorrow I'll be starting on that until that's done, because that's actually due sooner, but I wanted to just start this first because I felt like it. I didn't expect to be making this much progress on it already, but that's cool. Actually, the original plan, when I said I was going to like start this, was to do pure blendering, making a dinosaur and then animating it to do a kickflip. But we ended up going in a different direction where I'm doing more of the game first, which I think was a good move because, yeah, now especially that we're having just sort of the camera angle, when we make the dinosaur, making it in a way that it looks good from this isometric way of viewing it, or we'll probably cheat and make it like this, where it's actually just very much on an angle, but like it looks fine from the camera angle. But we'll see. A lot of that we're gonna sort of figure out as we go. And even when I do that, I don't want to invest too much time in that. It'll need to be fun. I definitely don't have to do that. I could probably, like if I just grab a sprite of a dinosaur and just have it be there and have it just move and not do any animations whatsoever, that would probably be perfectly fine for this project. But I kind of want to just try doing it just because. Yeah, put my sculpting skills to good use. Now, like, when I was making Luigi earlier, that was over. This guy, bam, sculpting. Even the hat was done with sculpting, so I wanted to try doing that. And the hair at the back is kind of, it was hard to do. And the hair also was not much underneath, but it doesn't need to be. Oh, there's a bit of a random bump there, sure. Originally, so if you've seen Luigi without a hat, he has 3 tufts of hair that come out. Originally, I was gonna model those, but then I'm like, I don't need to. So I actually like got rid of them. Yeah. Anyways, so that's that. There was also, before I did this, I had another attempt at, this wasn't a character, this was just like messing around, and I made this guy that I quickly abandoned. It's great. Ignore the body, just even the face hate. Although to be fair, like I actually put lighting work into Luigi where I didn't do any of that here. This was an attempt at just doing random sculpting, just to try, just because. Where, yeah, the idea is hopefully I get better at this kind of thing. I do want to actually like at some point when I have more time, to sort of do like this kind of practice where I just take random, usually video game characters, or just random animated characters, and try to recreate them in Blender like this. For now, just sculpting. I don't care about the topology, just the sculpting. And then eventually I could do more practice at like retopology and all that, but that tends to be a tedious task. That for things I'm not actually putting in a game, I don't know how much I'll do. But and eventually also doing like not just faces but full like characters. Yeah, can be good practice, just getting better at this kind of thing, and can help me make more interesting characters when I go to make more original people for my games. Yeah, so that's stuff I plan on doing. But anyways, well, that'll be like an eventually thing. Too busy for that for now. Except, I mean, making these dinosaurs will be kind of practice. I don't know if I'm gonna make all 4 of them, because in this game there's like 4 different kinds. Might just make one and then have the other racers just be the same but different colors for now. We'll see. Anyways, so what was I doing? Oh wait, it also reset my layout. Really? Fine. Not that it matters that much, but I don't really use this layout much. I have been for this while I've been comparing the camera view to this, which I don't even really need to do anymore. I might actually go back to. Didn't I have? I swear I made a custom layout at one point. One thing that I have done in the past, like I'm so used to using Unity's default layouts rather than making my own, because I make tutorials. And to make tutorials easier to follow along, having like the default Unity look, I think helps with that. So I've like purposely tried to like stick to using the default Unity layouts with some changes. Like for the streaming, I put the console behind my head just so that the inspector is a bit lower. So it's blocked by chat a little bit, but it's not like completely blocked by my head. And then also like I'll position this so it kind of matches with where my webcam is, like things like that. But yeah, for making like the YouTube tutorials, I like to try and use the default layout as much as I can. Even, yeah, it makes it easier to follow along. Anyways, so what was I doing now? Right. Oh, I want to make okay. I want to make it so we can actually. No, wait a minute. I did. Let me just run this and see what happens. Did we do? Is this gonna work? Oh, 10 doesn't fit fully in the box. So that's something to remember. Hey, all right. Okay, this works. Huzzah! Works well enough. Do I need to up the speed? I might need to up the speed, or up this. So I can either up the speed of how fast you move, or I can reduce the distances of the track, or you know, a bit of both. Now there'll be actual environmental stuff and seeing the other racers, and again we're copying this. If I were to look at I can see the colors are not correct, but whoops. Yeah. The time difference between one question and the other is about that much. So, again, I don't have to copy this for one, but like this game as it is has a good distance between the questions. It's fine. So I want to copy it so that mine is also, you know, good enough. Also, you know, it's more visually interesting having stuff on the sides, and the other people that you're actually racing against, that because I've just been sitting here, I'm in dead last. But, yeah. So that compared to mine... Yeah, it's definitely, like, a lot longer. How's the actual speed, though? Again, my choices are make it faster or make the distance less. I'm trying to decide which of the two I'd rather do. Yeah, I think this... The questions... I think the question thing comes on too fast. And a little bit too early. So I might... Like, there's a whole bunch of fiddling that we're gonna do. Like, I can see, like, millions of things that need to be fiddled with. But we'll get to it in due time. I'll maybe make, like, a list of just... So I don't forget. But, yeah. Okay, so... What was I just about to do? Okay, I think I'm gonna do a tiny bit of both. I'm gonna take the player dino, and this is normal speed is 6. I'm gonna make it 7, and I'm going to reduce the size of the track, which is this. And it shouldn't be called ground piece, because originally it was gonna be an individual piece of ground, and then I didn't do that. Okay, easiest way of doing this is just by grabbing this. Oh no, it's not, it's not, okay, this isn't that bad. I just need to change how this is, to be relative and not constant. Why are you like, oh, let me put you like that, okay, 7.5? I'm gonna hope that seems, I think it's probably fine. Now the end of the track is also going to be adjusted, but I don't want to make it too short. There should be, you know, some downtime between the questions. It's not immediate like solve. Just it's a little bit of downtime for the funsies. Okay, so I need to change this to be the same. Oh right, this one's oh no. Okay. The railings here, it's going to be a lot harder to make it match. I'm trying to think of some easy way I can do this. Whatever, it's fine. So what was this? This was like a 1 and a negative 0.75, but like negative 1, negative 0.75. But like that doth not work. I need to do this and then multiply this by something maybe. I don't know. There's some math here that could be done. I could like eyeball it, but if I don't have the numbers perfect, then it sort of perpetuates into being slightly off the further down the track it goes, and I'd rather if that was not the case. Yeah, and I can't join them together because one's a curve and one's a mesh, and I'd like to keep the curve being a curve, because I might still, you know, mess with it. How about I do this? I go to the end of the track and I judge it off of this, because this is the one that's going to be the furthest, like, off from how it actually needs to be. So I make this one accurate, then we're good. Especially if I just make it like, yeah, this is the one that can be like good enough. But this can't be coming out of the ground, right? Prefer if it wasn't. And yes, it's all really flat. Like I made the base like I made this when it was like all not flat, and then I flattened it. Not that I really needed to, but yeah, it looks the same in Unity anyway. It's fine, especially because this is the kind of thing that no one will notice if it's not, like, perfect. No one will notice or care. Only I will notice, and I won't care for long. Yeah, is that the same as... So get, like, where, yeah, I guess it's like, it's close enough. Probably. Alright, now what is this looking like? Now, I may have overdone it by, like, adjusting both of the speeds, but we'll see. Oh, it's perfect. No, it's not. Oh. It was, but now the question things are off. Oh, okay, well, Oh no, we have to. Oh no. Ooh, that's. Okay. Trying to think if there's a way I can do this not manually. Well. And it's these and these that need to all be adjusted. Oh no. Okay, the first one's the same, right? The first one's good. I might just okay. Delete it and just, you know, redo it. What does it need to be? Or is there something I could, like, instead of having them be separate like this, I have the railings. No, I don't. Never mind. I was gonna say, trying to think of not just a way of doing it like right now. I'm trying to think if there's a way I can do this where if I modify it again, can it be easy enough to change? I have an idea. Or if in here I have a bunch of empty game objects. Oh, I have to adjust the end. Where are you? Oh, you're just there. Okay. Why I no see arrows? Oh, right. This ain't. That's not how this do. Yes, this ain't. No, I should be able to. There's some button I can press the. Let's see those. Thank you. But I just do this basically. Have game objects at all the like sort of what we call anchor points, and then do something with that. Can I not? What? Can I not? What? Okay, wait. No. I was gonna hopefully do an array modifier on this. Can I not put an array modifier on an empty game object? Why? Why not? Well, I can't go into edit mode either. What happens if I... Okay, here's an idea. Instead, make like a plane, and then delete all the vertices, and now you're basically an empty game object. Okay, yeah, now you'll let me. Don't know what the difference is, but whatever. I imagine there is one. So you should copy the same settings as the one on the rails, I think. Ugh, I don't like how this is not exact anymore. But 5.86. And oh wait, no, I can't just have the. I need to actually apply the array modifier. Otherwise, it's not going to be separate objects. Right. This doesn't work then. Or doesn't like. I guess it does work for the initial placement. Then anytime I move it, I have to redo the array. I guess that's better. Where's the this? Oh, the railing. Yeah, you don't need to be a child object to pick around anymore. Well, you will. Never mind. Negative 5.35. Yeah. Okay. Now I have no way of really easily seeing if this is in the right spot. I do this. And the answer to that would be no. Okay. Wait, if this one was constant offset, would it be fine? I don't know. How about this? Okay. Different idea, better idea. I reposition this, but using constant offset, and then I'll know the actual numbers that I need to set in Unity. That's the way I probably should have done it from the beginning. Okay. We'll just do it that way, because then the numbers are the same. So yeah, reline this up, but with it being a constant offset. Okay, that wasn't too hard. It was just 31. And actually, the Z stays the same. Okay, so instead of 42, it's 31. That was all. In fact, may I change it to be even... Like, I can now have better control over what the number, like, exactly is. So make it, like, exactly 30 or something. Will that be by doing that? Yeah, there we go. Was that so hard? No. Now I should be able to put in the same numbers on the railings. There we go. Nice and perfect. Math. All right. And then the ground piece here, I just have to like reposition that manually, but even that should be fine. No, thank you. Okay. I need to rename it at some point. I'm going to close the Blender file now so that I can rename the model. It's not ground piece, it's just like ground. It's environment, whatever. Okay, so now I still have to reposition these, but it'll be much easier to do so. So I just have to go duplicate, and then over in the inspector and go plus 30? No, it's gonna be minus 30. Let's just copy that in. We'll paste it. And then go duplicate over here, paste. Just gotta do this a few times. But it's fine. I could... If I have to modify this again, then I will maybe do some fancy programming solution where I have something that spawns them in, but I tell it a distance of how far apart to spawn them. Yeah. But I won't worry about it right now. Oh, did I do too many? No, I didn't. Excuse... Oh, this one was wrong. I was gonna say. The same problem I had before, but no. So I do the same with these question answers. And I think it's currently just easier to copy and move than to, delete and then like remake and move them rather than, excuse me? Oh. Rather than trying to move the ones that are there already. Okay. If you're a nice number, you would work better. You need to be a plus 30 then. Okay. So that's different. Okay, plus 30, but copy it so I can paste it many times. Yeah. This is sometimes the tedious work that programming requires. Might also take a break soon to get food. Maybe after we get this working, and then I'll plan what we're doing next and how it is that we are going to do that. Okay. Almost there. 2 more. And, yeah. This is going well. This is coming along well. We got most of the functionality of what this is. So that'd be cool. And we can brainstorm... Oh, right, I need to reset up the... I can more... I can... I need to drag and drop the references. We can brainstorm more of, like, the whole making things user-friendly. And I can actually, like, go over some of my class, like, notes and stuff and blah, blah, blah. Use that to come up with ideas. But for now, I have a general idea of... in my head of what I want. I've shown pictures. Could just do that first, and then go from there. Let me also just apply this. What do I need to draw? Oh, it's the question manager. That's what's missing. Yes. So you need... Okay. 0 you out. You just need the piece. Oh, right. The step stop triggers don't need any
Nothing needs to be drag and drop in. Although this here though, the order matters. The order is important, which is why using like, you know, game object, like find, you know, all the objects with this tag or find all the game objects with this name isn't necessarily a good idea, because that can get them in any order, where in my case, I care about the order. Now, if I mean, I guess I could like grab them and then reorder them, like sort them or whatever, but nah, that is extreme overkill. Anyways, so for now though, yeah, we've got this. And it, excuse me? Oh. The very, like, second one I moved wrong and then they were all perpetually wrong. That should mean that I can just, here, drag them all back a certain amount. But if I set, is it this one? Increment snap. If I set this to 30 and then do this. No. How far off are you from where you, oh wait, I see why that's not. It wouldn't be 30, it'd be what, like, what number did I accidentally, okay, well, fine, we'll do by 1, but what number, how far off are you from where you were supposed to be? Here, let me do it while looking at it top down, so I can see them going to the right spots. Let me look at the one that is correct. Yep, okay. There, that should be fine then. Let's try this again. And put this back to, we'll do that one for now anyway. No reason to have it not be that. So wrong numbers work. I see it's printing wrong to the console. Yeah, get the right number. Let me keep going. Cool. Could make the button be slightly transparent, but we'll see. Yeah, this is a pretty good start. Nice, nice. I'm happy with how this is currently. Now, actually, wait. One thing I haven't done is I can press the buttons while it's still sliding on screen and while it's still going off screen, and I need to make sure that that doesn't cause me problems. Like, currently, it doesn't, other than printing the word correct to the console a bunch of times. But if I do keep clicking it, it would, in theory, continually, like, press animation, like, it causes animations to, like, keep happening and stuff like that. So I'd need to do something like that. But we'll see what that is. Yeah. We'll see what that is later. Yeah. I think, actually, pressing it while you're still coming up to the problem... Is that a... Let me try it. Pressing any answer. No, sorry, the right one. Just pressing in any answer the second it... Yeah, well... Seems to be fine. I'd like to try and press the right answer right when it comes on screen, but I can't math that quick. I have to hope for, that I randomly hit... Oh, is this the end? Oh, okay. I think there's too much. Yeah, there's too much distance between the last one and the last question and then the end. So let me just reduce that real quick. Also, there's nothing about like there's nothing in place currently for actually finishing and stopping and not going on forever. But we will get to that. As I said, there's like a million things that we have to do. We just have to keep knocking them off one at a time. Okay. Now, even in the actual game, though, it is a considerable distance between the last one and the end, so it shouldn't be, like, right away. And for now, I want, like, a lot of distance after. Actually, I think that might be too short now. Let me just move back like a little bit more. Where were you? You were there. We'll do like that, and then just make this work. Sure that it's exact. Otherwise, we's are going to have some problems. All right. Oh, hi. Oh, that's a bot. Ah, darn it. No. Let's just, how do I, yep, shabam.
Band person. Huzzah. Yeah. All right. Had a really looking, well, kind of really looking name. Not just like numbers and stuff anyway. Yeah, well. We'll also mess with like the size of these. I'm basically not going to touch the text anymore until I've like decide on like the font and stuff, and we might do, you know, outlines and whatever. Like anytime I do any of that stuff, I'm going to have to resize things anyway, so I'm just going to not worry about it for right now. But yeah, we are off to a good start, I think. Actually, okay, one thing while it's on my mind, the smoothing amount on the text sliding on and off screen, let me make it a lot less. So it's not like snapping on screen. Oh, right, I need to also have it start off screen. Okay, that's a bit too slow now. Just the way it's like, whoop. Okay. So not that. Is 2 fine, maybe? Should be a slow kind of. Nope, even that's too much. I can also, the off-screen position will affect this as well. Will it go off-screen faster than it goes on-screen? It does, and that makes sense. I also noticed that there, like, I don't like how it, like it continues to, like, go at a crawl. It should, like, at a point where it crosses, like, it's 90% of the way there, it should, like, snap to being there, maybe. I don't know. Just trying to think. What about if I... This off-screen position... Make it not as far off. And then... this should start off-screen anyway, so let me just do that. Do that. Yeah, it doesn't need to be far off-screen. It just needs to be slightly off-screen. I don't know if that's going to help or make it worse. It make it not, like, snap off-screen really fast, at the very least. Okay, let's, no. Question manager. Let's try 5 now. I almost like it. I just don't like the way that I can tell that it's, like, still moving extremely slowly. I don't like that. So either I do stuff to have that not happen. I like that nice one-line solution. Let me just try move towards, which it turns it into, it'll make it linear rather than how it is. Maybe that will look fine. Let's see. I don't know how much I need to change the moving speed. Okay, that's too slow. Oh, that's like fine. That's not, 500? It leaving screen there seems to be pretty fine. Okay, that might be fine. Again, I can, you know, adjust it later, but like as a quick and easy thing that I'm not spending too much time doing, this seems pretty fine. And the problem comes up like a second before you see the questions, before you see the answers, which does kind of copy this. So again, the thing we're copying, because even this, it doesn't go away properly. But this, it's like... Oh wait, okay, that was the end of the race. Fair enough. Let me get back into it real quick. Woo, look at that happy guy. Happy Dino. Okay. Well, let's be this guy. I forget any of their names. They have names, apparently. But, okay. So when the time between seeing a question and seeing the answers. So yeah, you see it, and then the... Nope. Uh-oh. So it's like the same. I think. Oh, it fades. I think it fades on this screen.
Oh, look at this fanciness here. I don't need to do that. just blood. No, I'm good. What we have now is fine and easy. Yeah. Is it just me, or is it going off screen faster than it's going on screen? Shouldn't be. Oh, did I across the finish line? Do you need to, like, this? Do you need to, wait a minute. Oh no, wait a minute. Isn't this a thing where depending on the size of the screen, it'll actually like move faster? I think I remember this being a thing or something like that. Let's test the thing real quick. It is, and I don't know how to combat that. You know, it should be moving at a consistent speed, because this is going off of like, it basically ends up moving it off of like Unity units, which, you know, looking at the size of the canvas here, when you resize the screen, you know, this is actually getting like bigger and smaller in the scene view. I don't know how to best handle that. Doesn't really matter as long as it's like, especially if it's really quick, it doesn't really matter that much. Let's go like 600 and maybe call it a day for now until I maybe think of a better solution. Yeah, it's fine. And if the screen is smaller, it just moves quicker, which is fine. It's more of a problem when it's moving a lot slower. Okay, so 600 seems to be fine, so don't worry about it. Except I will rename the variable, because it's smoothing when it's lerp, and it's like more of a speed when it's dot move towards. Yep. Alrighty. Oh wait, wrong game. Wrong game. No. Wrong game. Oh, that crashed. Why is Unity crashing a lot today? I don't know. I did just update Unity today, so... but I'm not even using the most recent version. I updated it, but didn't actually... Like, I opened the project in a different version of Unity, so I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Okay. So... I just blindly clicked the right answers. I wasn't even paying attention. Wait. Oh, because I renamed the variable. It's going to now be 0. I just blindly picked the right answers. That's funny. Okay. I need to change. 600 seemed to work. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep, it seems to be good. Okay. Yeah, alright, I'm happy how this is turning out so far. So, with that, I think, made good enough progress. I think I'm going to take a break for now. Also talk with my group, the progress this is making and all that. Get food, and yeah, then we will reconvene and continue working on this. I don't know what then. Okay, this is loud. Let me just turn this down. I don't know what we're gonna do next specifically, but we'll figure that out. I'll figure that out when I get back. Probably, I don't know, at one point I want to start making the dino. I don't know, I'll figure it out. I'll think. There's a lot of, like, so there's a lot of other, like, we can start, like, you know, tidying up some of the little things we've done so far, or we can start making new things. Like, or like, you know, having their actually a character, having their, you know, I don't know if I want to do the, so when you go down a step, having the player, like, move to the side or whatever, I don't know if I want to do that yet until we have the dinosaur, like, model, because we want to make that work in conjunction with the whatever little animation thing we do. I don't even know what we're going to do. We're going to do that much in the animation department. I don't know if I want to go through the whole, like, rigging process with all these things. Do something just very quick and simple. I don't know. Well, I'll figure that out. But anyways, I think I'm going to take a break. And I say quick, it'll probably be a while. I'll be probably chatting with my group for a bit, and maybe I will. I might like push what I have now to, like, GitHub and all that, but I'll yeah, sort out all of that, and then I'll be back in a bit. It's been going for 5 hours. Yeah, frankly, it might be a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. I'll be back when I'm back. Anyways, see y'all in a bit. Wah.
Hello, hello. Francesco, did you just get back? Because I just got back too. That is hilarious timing, if that's the case. Yeah, I'm back, ready to continue working on whatever it is that we're doing next for this. I tried to do, like, one thing while I was gone. Yes. That's great. Let me get the music back. One thing I tried to do was figure out, like, this thing of why that's being weird. Wasn't able to figure it out. It's fine. Whatever. We can continue. So, I'm unsure of what I actually want to do next. Oh, let me put this up. Unsure a bit of what I actually want to do next. So, Text Mesh Pro UGUI. With what? With what's imported? It should recognize... So the weird thing is, on the Unity side, it's fine. So I know it's not that the code is wrong. Like, the Unity side of this is totally fine. No errors or anything. So, that's the weird thing of why Visual Studio is having a hard time with it. But, whatever, it runs. I don't care that much. And I know, like, 'cause I copied it over from the last time I used it in another project. Public Text Mesh Pro UGUI for the object. I'm wanting to mess with the text. Is that gonna, like, even work with that? Well, even still, like, it's not like the using at the top is not recognizing that it should exist. So, like, this would have to be sorted out first, I would think. I'm not gonna be able to, like, test whether the Text Mesh Pro UGUI, how that works without it. Here, let me do one thing. Try it, reinstall. That's what I did, and it didn't do anything. There I go, blah, and blah. Yeah, I was trying a few things. Just either it broke everything, and then I was able to roll back my changes here. Or, yeah. No, but I don't care that much about... No. It seems like it can't locate it. Have you tried restarting everything? I have, except my computer. I haven't restarted my computer, and I'd prefer not to do that while I'm streaming, but I have. I've closed everything, like Unity and Visual Studios, and then reopened them. I've done that, yes. I haven't restarted my computer. I prefer not to do that, but I always used to get into those promo bots. Yeah, I've gotten 2 in this stream, but it's whatever. One click and they're gone, so... Yeah. A while back, there was a time when I was getting spammed with, like, multiple a minute. And it was ones that all had, like, the same... I think it was, like, the same starting thing, but, like, different numbers at the end or something like that. Glad that went away eventually, but... Yeah. But, yeah, I can try doing this again, because maybe it didn't work the first time. Maybe it'll work this time. Because why not? No. Oh, no, actually, this is going to take a while. I should have done this. Okay, she didn't take that long, but... Like, see, the thing again is that it's fine on the Unity side, which means I think something from Visual Studios just can't find it, but... I remember I started slowly getting a ton of viewers. I was just happy on the inside, then spam promoted... Then they spam promoted a follower botting site. Oh, no. Yeah. It hurts. But, okay, so this is, it's back to how it was. I go to here, let it reload. I was gonna do a thing though, get my stream back up. Those things, and over here. But it's fine. Let's move on. I don't have a lot of time. The faster I can get to, like, finishing this, the better I can move on to other things. I'll be ahead of schedule, not behind schedule. Not that I have much of a schedule, other than just 8 projects to get done in, like, 30 days. So, that's my schedule. Anyways, okay, so what are we doing next? We have a few things we could do. Dino model. Maybe 4. If I make all 4 of these characters that have names that I could get the names. To either do that or, can't click buttons after solving something with that. That'd be like a bug fix. Would clicking them too soon have any problem? Like, I guess I'd rather just, like, not have any potential bugs that could happen. Like too early or to... I know what this means. It's like, you can't hit the buttons before you're supposed to be able to, or after you're supposed to have done that. Winning... place number, which also then goes on to making the other racers, and that's gonna be a whole thing that like we have to figure out. I'm gonna put Dino model and Dino animations as two separate things because that's gonna be a lot. This is gonna go in hand with the sort of kickflip kind of a thing, the going down slide, not slide. Going down step, doing that whole thing. We have like a works good enough for now kind of solution. Ideally, we have something a bit better later. Then I want the thing on the side of how far along in the race we are. I don't even know what you'd call that. Oops, no. How far along race? Meter, I don't know. I know what it means. We need like pick, oops, racer, need that thing. This, it would be cool to do this kind of like whoosh, have the things like change sizes like this. It'd be kind of cool to do that because I don't know how to go about doing that, and it'd be cool to figure that out. Text everywhere. Okay, actually, new font and text styling. Styling, whatever. We need, what else do we need? What do we want? Answers going green/red. We need music, probably. Want something, be nice. Ready, set, go. Thing. I'm gonna put sequence. That will also be the starting the race. I have the thing for what place you're in of our long race. Yeah, first, second, third, whatever. What else? Voice lines / subtitles. Sort of. It doesn't need to be exact subtitles, but like choose an answer, but what the guy says can be a bit different. Like, selecting it. Like, it doesn't have to be one-to-one. Like, I don't know, but we'll see. But subtitles to accompany the text. The more interesting level stuff in the background, like on the sides, has just random things. Oh, pedestal. I don't know, I'm just very inconsistent with how I'm doing random capitalization, but whatever. What else? I guess now I'm just listing every single thing that this game needs for now. And we might add more things later. Menu, where there's gonna be like a volume slider, and back to menu, that sort of a thing. Those are the only really things we're having. Restart / like those are gonna be our options there. Anything else? That's basically it. Some of these are like this isn't very some of these will take way longer than other things, and some of these things could be split up into more detailed things, like all of the where are you? The other erasers, that's going to be a big challenge, I feel like. But it'll be an interesting challenge. Depends on how complicated I want it to be, really. It is how complicated it will be. I'm just thinking, like, before I go any further, there's any other little things that I wanted to... polish. Lots of polishing everything. Polish. So yeah. What do I want to start with here? There are certain things that I want to do before I do other things. Let's start with can't click buttons before and after solving. I'm gonna save this text document. Or am I gonna save you? Over here, over here. I don't want to save it in the Unity project. It doesn't need to be there. Project. Let's just go Dinos. Recording to do. Okay, gonna lower the stream audio, going from our first... Oh, our first ever Valorant comp game? Oh, cool, competition game? Ooh, fun. Best of luck with that, Francesco. I hope that, the stream music isn't too loud. I don't think it is. I could be mistaken, but... Yeah, I'll turn it down for myself. Okay, so me adjusting this does not do anything for what the stream hears. It's only in OBS, this value that I change. But looking at the sliders, how when I talk, this is higher than this, it's probably fine. Maybe I lower it a bit. I mean, individual YouTube videos are slightly louder or quieter than others, so it's, it's good enough. Anyways, so the next thing I want to do is can't click buttons before or after solving. Now, on Unity button, so either I do one of two things. One, I don't want to, so buttons have this is interactable thing. Where is that? Like this disabled color and is interactable. I guess I could, if I do this, it'll change color, but not if I make it the normal color match the disabled color. And then I just have to toggle that on and off when I want to. Or, I'm just trying to think. Thinking ahead of, like, from the user's perspective, if you click an answer before you come to a complete stop, should you be allowed to do that? And if so, how do I handle that? I guess so. Maybe it's just after, actually. Yeah. Actually, I don't think there's any harm in, I'm trying to, I'm thinking ahead of, like, will this cause any potential issues later that I'm not thinking of? I don't think so. Okay. So you can press a button early. You can't, like, after solving, you can't click the buttons again. So first thing in doing that is on all of the buttons, make the disabled color match the normal color, which means all white. And I can mess with the other tint amounts later. Okay, and then, yeah. Okay. So then on the answers here, this is the function that responds to, hey, we answered something. We only are going to disable the buttons when we get an incorrect answer. Do I actually have a reference to the buttons? I don't. Do I need one? I guess now I do. I didn't before, now I do. Which means I need a using unityengine.ui, which was also being weird in that it's not showing up. UI elements, I'm confident, is a different thing, and not like Unity has recently renamed the namespace. I'm very confident in that. In my research, I think whatever's causing this and this is the same issue of something is not searching in the right place for something, but I don't care, it's fine. Or I care a little bit, but in my attempts at solving it, I wasn't able to do so, so I'm just gonna not worry about it. Okay, so I need a button array of the answer buttons. Yeah. Okay. And then here, answer buttons dot, or I need to go through all of them. So I'm gonna go for int I equals 0. Again, not using a for each loop on purpose because it is slower. But usually this would be the scenario that you use one of them. Okay, it's like so minusculely slower, but like, I don't know. Just gonna do it like this anyways. Dot interactable. equals false. And that should be all. Alright, go. Let's just see if this works to the start. It's just, when I click a button, I can't keep clicking it. Which, I guess... oh, I need to... Wait a minute. I should be seeing a... Oh, no, I made it private. Right, of course. Okay. Right. I want to do kind of like two different ways of doing about this. It's got to be public, and then it finds them. I don't care about the order, so I will just have it find them. Equals... Yeah, that's fine. But, yeah, that's awesome. I don't know why even that's being all weird. The, getting UI stuff. Maybe I search for that instead. I'll find something, because I think it's more common to be weird with the UI stuff than, not. Unity using UI not working? Did this import, though? Yeah. So now it should... I can at least test this is working while I Google things on the side. Okay. Blah. I didn't even test what I was going to test. Just that. Can I... Doesn't seem like I can press the buttons twice. Good. Nice. Which now... Okay, it's gonna be hard to try and press a button early. That's like the right answer, but... Might also make the button, like, thing a little... Just a little transparent. Because you can see a little bit under it when I do dinosaur animation-y stuff. Not like a lot, just like the tiniest bit. That might be too much. I don't know. Let's find out. Okay. 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 Yeah, this seems to be working. Anyways, yep, okay. Seems to be good. I'm seeing a thing, a potential fix. This is with VS Code, but could work. To do asset open C# project. Never done this before. That triggers refresh.csprod, the file generation. Didn't see. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. I don't know. Weird. Oh, okay. There's another thing to try. So I'm looking at random, like, forum post stuff, especially stuff that's relatively recent. So, preferences. If I can get this sorted out, that'd be great, because it is just a little annoyance to... Social as community under external script editor. I mean, that's what I am under. And I've had better luck with 2017 versus 2019 being weirder. I tried this, regenerate project files. That hasn't seemed to help. I can try switching over to, like, VS Code. And let's just see what happens. If I do end up using a different IDE for this, doesn't matter that much, I guess. As long as like IntelliSense is working properly, because when I was trying to get Visual Studio like 2019 working, the IntelliSense thing for it was like a lot worse. There's probably some stuff I could figure out to get it to be proper, but I hadn't at the time. Let's just see. Yep, trust. Ah, you don't recognize the division symbol. That's a little concerning. That symbol there is a like the dot line dot thing. Okay. No immediate red lines, but also no like Visual Studios recognizes that like this isn't being used, so it grays it out. I'm suspecting that it's sort of this is installing. Maybe something happened after that. I still kind of just prefer Visual Studio over VS Code a little bit. Especially even something like this is a little for not how that happened, but I'll let this finish. Actually, I don't know how long it's going to take. Probably it's going to take a while. So let's see what Unity things we can do in the meantime. I prefer to not. Prefer to go back to this and have it just work. It'd be great. What if I do this in reverse, where if like on this, let it switch over to this, regenerate project files, sorry, and then go back to this or something. I don't know. What's weird is that I have another Unity project where this has worked fine, and it's here, like on this one, where it hasn't. I'm not particularly sure why. I don't trust it yet until this fades out. Yeah, there it is. What is it? Could it have been that I did update VS Code through Unity? Would that have broken something? Interesting. Oh, SLN. I think that's the file that is having something to do with the problem. So if I save something that's going to overwrite that, then maybe... Yeah. Maybe something will work properly. I see spinny wheel. Spinny wheel could be good, means something's happening. I don't know. Okay. Any luck? No. Open this up, please. So from some of my research, it's something wrong with maybe some of these, or not finding some of them, or something along those lines, or something with this. I'm hesitant on deleting anything. But I do wonder if I cut this, like paste it somewhere else, it might prompt something to rebuild it. Would be cool. But then if nothing immediately, yeah, go no there. And if it doesn't work, then I'll paste it back. Or make things worse, then I will paste it back. There. Okay, it did seem to remake it. No. Okay. Here's an idea. That didn't seem to make things worse, so, but just in case, I'll, like, paste this back, just in case there be something weird with it. Let me take a project that I've done recently that I know this stuff has been working, and paste in the information from that. Maybe. Which would have been hanging out with Unicycle is my first go-to. So I have all of this stuff. And specifically, the problematic stuff, which is this, and I don't know if maybe that, and Text Mesh Pro. Let me look at the file sizes. I don't know if that could be any kind of a tell if anything's weird. I don't know if I should copy this though, but yeah, copying those and then going back to here. Paste and overwrite. And then I might want to close. Oh, if you reload that, then sure. I was gonna say I might want to close this Visual Studio, but I don't trust it until. Hey, why? I don't care, but yeah, sure, why not? Oh, now you exist twice. Oh, there's like, okay, let me just now close this and reopen it. There's like multiple of them things open for some reason. Let's see if this will now work. If it does, that'd be great. But it wasn't that big of a deal if it doesn't, but it'd be nice if it did. Okay, here, let me just close all the scripts. Why are you not letting me? Okay, weird. I do that, and then I do this again. It should just open up the one. Perfect. Yes! I keep opening up you. Okay, I don't need Hamo with it in a second. Open. Where's the one where yeah, the UI stuff. Is that also working? Woo! It seems like it is. Alright. Perfect. Yeah. Alright. So next would be what? That is, if I bring up my list here. Can't click buttons before and after solving. Done. Check. Off the list. Do I want to do winning? Is it hard to do winning before I've made the other characters? I mean, winning is more so just, at the moment, could just be more stopping when we get to the end. So in the actual thing here, it would take a while to actually go through this again. Like again, the game that we're copying, it has a little like pedestal. Actually, I think I have a picture of it somewhere. I do. Yeah, here. I don't know why it's trash cans, but like sure. Little pedestals that the characters go on, depending on what place you're in. So I could do that, and right now have you just always go on the first one. That would require me to also model all this. I don't know if I'd want to wait on modeling this until I model the dinosaurs first, get a nice sense of scale on them. And I can have like a placeholder. How about I just, for now, just have when you reach the end, you stop at the very least. Just that little thing. Or something that triggers the sort of win state. Okay. So I could have the trigger collider that I have on the stops. Just copy them. Put you there. Okay. You need a different tag. Win, finish, end. What synonym am I going to use today? Am I really being indecisive with this? Yes, I am. A win. Okay, put that out. Okay. Yep, so you have that, and then this doesn't need anything else. Then just the player. I'll put this under environment over there. Then on the player, let's see here. Let me make these bigger. Nah, that doesn't help. If I do that, then I can see them. Okay, so where? If I go here, I go else if win. For now, I'm just gonna go can move equals stop. Just have them stop moving. And then eventually I'll probably replace it with like an animation or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna be overly confident that I don't need to test that because that would require going through the whole thing. I'm not gonna cross off winning yet because I was more just stopping when we hit the finish line. Okay. Is it time to do the dino model? Take a break from coding and do blendering, perhaps. It's gonna take like forever though. It's gonna take a million years, but we can try. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let's try to model ourselves a dinosaur. Give the name of this stream credit where it's due, or like make it actually what we're doing. Dinosaurs doing kickflips. So we are gonna be. We choose which of these we're gonna try and remake. It'd be cool if we made all of them. I don't know if that's actually gonna happen though. So let's start with the guy on the left here. Did you have a name?
Ripper, slash, sketch, burly, Ripper.
Ripper. Okay. Let's make Ripper, shall we? I'm gonna go models. I'm gonna have a folder just for the characters if I do eventually make them. Oh, okay, it's gonna be like, do I call them dinosaurs or characters? Okay, let me just save this over here. Ripper. Now, the one thing with this is that we're not just gonna model them normally, kind of are, but like, it's the main important thing is how they look from this angle, where currently, like having this sort of top-down camera angle, but we cheat it by having the objects all tilted like this, right? So we're gonna do the same thing, and we're gonna regularly keep checking how it looks in Unity like this. But yeah, so we're gonna be modeling our dinosaur here, so he's like leaning back a lot, which will probably, it will look weird on the Blender side, but that's okay because it'll, wait, I'm just realizing, I was about to say, which is fine because it'll look good on the Blender side, but I'm just realizing that like, there's a difference between, there's a difference between how this is like a stationary thing, but the second I go to move it and rotate it and all that, I don't know how that's gonna do. Actually, rotating that way is fine, but where do you? Oh, that's the different object. Yeah. So I'm just realizing, like, yeah, if I model the dinosaur back like that, and then I decide it wants to like turn to the side and do whatever kickflip, whatever. I need to make sure that that's actually gonna work. It's gonna work well. Okay, I could do. I have a weird idea. I have an idea. So let's just say. Let's just say for the minute that this is our dino. And not really, it's just like a person. I'm just giving like more abstractness. Right? This is our character. Got no legs, but for my little test I'm about to do, I don't really need all this, but whatever, he's gonna get it. Okay, anyways. It's beautiful. If I take... if I take empty game object... No, I said empty game object. Empty game object. Can I scale these? Will you let me do that? Yeah, you will. Okay. Okay, and then if I parent all of this to this... There's like interesting, wacky things you can do when you turn things and scale them on weird axes. So if I do this and then scale it, if I like, you know, made the object like it's full sized, and then I do this and then go, no, why are you not scaling on the global? You are, but it is, see how it's like messing with. That's one. No. Okay, when I said weird things, those are not the weird things I was thinking of. Yeah, so scaling it is messing with the proportions of it, which is weird. If I applied the scale of this, let's just say I flattened it because the way the camera is. Yeah, now check this out. Rotating this and doing okay, actually this is weirder than I was hoping for. I need this guy. That's what I want. Yeah. Oh, bring that back. Okay. Yeah, now this it like allows me to mess with the shapes of things, but in a way that still sort of flattens out. Like, so it's like if you imagine this being not squished, he could move all around and spin however he wants. Like if I say I now want him to be on his side, not like that, but like, I could do this in a way where it actually like bent properly. If I move all the origin, in this case, like, in this case it's a bunch of separate objects. In the actual case, it would be, all one object. Nope, other way around. No, wait. Set origin to... Oh, yeah, just 3D cursor, I think, actually. And now, if I went like... Yeah, see that? See that? How flat it looks really weird. But now, proportionally, it's all like... Other than... Okay, I don't know why it, like... doing that, but, see what I mean? There might be some substance to this idea, so I can animate him now however I want, him doing, whatever he wants. But he gets flattened out, so it would hopefully look fine to the camera. And he could be leaned, the actual... I guess this is his sort of lean amount. Oh wait, I applied the scale. Can I maybe not do that now? Let me just mess with more things while I mess with this idea. Okay, so unparent is not parented anymore. Actually, let me get it back to you face straight up. I think I rotated like a fixed amount, like 40 or something. Yeah, it was 40. Alright. Apply the scale. Okay, so now it's like consistent again. Can I scale you now? You're fine with me scaling you like on a particular axis, but trying to scale you on like weird. I'm not sure why that happens. Like I'm trying to scale on the z-axis, it's just deciding no, I'm good. Same thing happened on like. Is it just a weird thing with empty game objects? Because it's not doing the same thing on these. Here, let me try something. Instead of having an empty game object, let me try having make a mesh that's basically empty, like a mesh that is nothing. It's essentially like an empty game object. And now if I use that as the pivot point, and now rotate you like that. Will you let me do this now? No. Just still being interesting. I'd prefer not to have to apply the scales like that. But I suppose I could just make him straight up, animate him normally, and then do that after the fact. This seems weird. Because I suspect that it's going to be hard to, like, model him on an angle and try to animate him on an angle and make it proper. So I'm opting to instead model him straight up, animate him straight up, and then lean him back and scale this down. But it looks like I have to apply the scale. Yeah, and do like that kind of way of doing this. But the fact that I have to apply the scale every time just makes it a little, I don't know. I guess I never need to change this, so I guess it's fine. How do I take this out? Interesting. Okay, lean pivot, so we'll call that. Okay, but anyways, this is not our dino, so I think, yeah, I'm all set then with that idea to, at the very least, model this dino being straight up, and then we'll go from there. So we're making this guy. So my only reference is make him look like this to some degree. I guess we'll model a skateboard too. We can make like one skateboard model. Actually, I don't know if the skateboards would be different sizes for our different characters here. Now this being a T-Rex-esque thing, yeah, I got short arms, but he's still like standing on two legs. This one is like on all four legs riding the skateboard. Somehow makes that work. So this one is on standing on two legs and then is outstretched with the two arms. All right, let's attempt this. I don't know how this is gonna go. I don't know how confident I even am in my modeling abilities. Now, how do I want to start this? Do I want to do this like the way of sculpting something and then doing retopology? I think no. I've been practicing sculpting like over here. Where are you? Over here. Shabam, the L-Man. This was me learning some sculpting stuff, and I think it looks pretty good. And I did it following along with like reference images and all that. Except I purposely opted to. I wanted to see what I could do with not bringing not bringing a reference image into Blender and tracing it, but instead just looking visually at reference images and then trying to copy off of it to see what I could do. And yeah, that turned out well. So, but with this though, I don't want to spend a million years on this. In fact, I think we might go for a more low poly design. Maybe we'll see. So I think I might instead opt to do the more like route of how I've made some characters in the past, with lots of subdividing and extruding and ring cuts and all that fun stuff. Yeah. Or I could sculpt something as a start and then try to do what I just said to copy it. Instead of doing like retopology, instead of doing that. I don't know the best way of going about this. Let's just try something and yeah, see how well it might work. So I guess am I gonna start with this guy's head? I guess so. So for reference, I'm going off this guy. Here's what I'm gonna do as actually one thing, so you guys can have a better idea of what I'm doing. I'm gonna turn on my other monitor. Just get that guy's eyes. That's funny. Oops, not that. No, you don't need more of his eyes. Specifically. Oh. No, not that. Hold on before I click. This is what we're modeling. Which, right now, mainly just the face. Wait, no, here, let me do this better. One second, I'm trying to grab a good screenshot of it. Okay, this, put it in a paint document so you can see more of it. I can go into the game and see more, like, more views and camera angles or whatever, but for now, this works. Again, it doesn't need to even look exact. Like, it does not need to look like this. I just kind of want to, more the see if I can, just because it's fun. Just to try and make ourselves a dinosaur. Okay. Alright, this is what we're making. Except, actually not gonna, wait, I might crop this differently, actually. How do I want to do this? Let's have it be, you don't need to see the skateboard. If I do this. How small do I need to go before you're not blocking chat? I think that's fine. Fine. There you go. It's a dinosaur. So I'll crop it a little bit on that side. Okay. No, actually, if I don't get this right, it's gonna bother me. So, bigger, so I can see you better. You should be only that tall, which means I should be. A little bit more on that side. I guess you get. Perfect. Okay, there's a Ripper. That's who we're trying to copy. No, wait, it's still slightly off. What? Wait, no. What? Hiya, how are things going? Hey, Austin. Things are going quite well. Right now, I'm just real quickly like, is that fine? Yeah, okay, that's better. Just adding a thing down below of what we're trying to create. Let me show you, yeah, what we've got going on. So, this is how our game is currently looking. Shabam, and shabam, math. A lot of things that we're going to be making graphically look better. Getting there in due time. Yeah. But basically, it's division. It's teaching kids division. But like, this is a game I had to like recreate and then make better. Make more user-friendly. Not better like polish. Better like easier to understand and play and all of that stuff. So yeah. Without putting heaps of effort into it, to be fair. This is not on the same scale as my unicycle game, not by a long shot. So, yep. Currently, though, speaking of not putting too much effort, we are going to be putting more effort than we need to in, I want to try making this dinosaur in Blender. This anthropomorphic T-Rex that rides a skateboard and has a helmet and... Yep, this is what I'm doing with my life. Okay, so his name is Ripper, apparently. So, trying to think of how I want to go about this. Do I want to try sculpting? I think I do. I don't want to do dynamic retopology. That just sounds way too tedious for what this is worth. But maybe I... if I sculpt, but then do, like, extrude... Okay, I have an idea of how I can go about this. Actually, I mean, do I even need... If I just give it, like... What if I sculpt it and then gave it, like, a decimate modifier? It would be all triangles and, like... The topology would be ugly, but, like... I could see if it would be good enough. This is his head. I don't even know how I want to do this guy's head. I'm going off of this one screenshot that I'm looking at. I could look at more and then also look at, like, pictures of actual T-Rexes, but... Welcome to the I don't know what I'm doing portion of the stream. Wait, that's the entirety of the stream? Oh. Oh, that's interesting how that works. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, I just kind of learned something new about the proportional editing. Okay. What am I doing? Do I just model... Do I make all of his head first and then kind of extrude down? Oh, wait, also... So this is front view. Why do you look weird? No, okay, it's fine. I don't even know how tall you should be. I'm just gonna be so indecisive with all of this. Let's just take this into sculpt mode. And dynamic retopology. go. Except smooth shading. So, do I remember anything about how to do stuff with this? Ooh, look at them details. Except I actually want... Yeah, mirror. Okay. Okay, so he's got big, bulgy eyes here, except he'll be caved in eventually. The helmet will be its own object, right? I'm not gonna, like, model... Unless it's, like, so... If it's really low poly... No, it should probably be its own object. Just plopped on top. Okay. This will be, like, his eye socket that we will put an eye in later. He's got, like... His face would be very long, right? So... I need to look at pictures of T-Rexes. I need more views. Oops. I need to close that. Hold on. Go T-Rex. Like long, thin face. Obviously, we're not copying this exactly. That guy below us looks just a little bit different, don't you think? I mean, this is kind of practice for the whole, like, I'm wanting to get, like, outside of this project, I'm wanting to get better at sculpting in Blender and making characters. That's kind of why I wanted to do this, even though it's a bit unnecessary for what I need it for. I mean, it'd be cool if I can. It shows work and effort and all that. But is it just a general thing? I want to get better at the whole sculpting thing in Blender. And what better way than practice? Yeah. Don't know how to... He needs this mouth that can open wide. I don't know how best to, like... Also, right now I'm only using, like, the one brush. There are different brushes that exist here in Blender. And also, actually, I want your strength to be a lot higher. And also, again, does not need to actually look... Like, this does not need to look cool. It would be cool if it did, though. He's basically always in an open mouth position, it kind of seems like. I guess I'm just gonna, like, go really far in and just really carve out his mouth here. How far back is that? Okay. Dynamic retopology, we're getting lots of more vertices here. I didn't mean to do that, but sure. I should have this be smoothing this out, and this is like, you know, there will maybe be teeth here eventually. I don't know also how I'm gonna, like, do rigging. I'm jumping into this with, like, half a plan, and hoping I kind of figure things out on the way. Oh, also I should mention that, like, I do not have to copy this. If I, at any point, decide that, like, ooh, I'm gonna do this because I think it'll look better, I can, not allowed to. Like, there's nothing that says that the characters have to look the same. It's more so just, like, a good starting point for maybe making something that looks cool. And again, I don't know if I'm actually going to make all 4 of the dinosaurs. I might just make, like, one. Not that in-car thing to do that overarching mouth kind of thing. It should still be a dinosaur, though. In terms of, I mean, it doesn't have to be. It could be like, oh, instead of dino skateboarding, it's badger skateboarding. Wow. No. It's his, I think, thing is dinos. By smoothing out, I am just keep, like, making that be further down. Oh. He's got Botox. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Oh, I am just realizing that I probably want to actually flatten his face just a little bit. What I'm going to do in edit mode like this. Just because it should be flat and long more than... Yeah. Okay, I should have done that to his mouth, though. How do I fix? How doth I fix? What am I doing to him? Just immediately, I'm just like, how How do I fix this mouth? Yes, yes. Oh, right. Where's the one to inflate on this? It's just becoming like really like thin, and I don't want that. Okay, this is kind of what I was looking for. This, and then more of the pull tool. So, yeah, I'm getting better with this. Oops. I'm getting better. Oops. Okay. Let's pull it all up. His default state of existence being a smile. Yeah. I could. So in down there, he's in this kind of a pose. Like normally you'd like model something in like this very like kind of T pose or A pose kind of thing, and then you go at it from there. But I could model this guy in kind of already a default kind of open mouth state. If that's his default state, and I bend from there. Like, I'm not making that complicated of animations beyond this. I don't even know if I'm really going to do facial animation stuff. So it might actually be better that I model him in a smiling, like something that looks good as a default face that isn't blank face. You know what I mean? And then, yeah, that actually might be beneficial in this case. It's not what you'd normally do when making characters to animate, but in this case, I think I have justification to do it. Okay, the bottom. Okay. Make this really high. There's different tools that are good for different things, and just kind of messing with them. Also, yeah, when he has things like eyes, and there's certain features that once he has them, hopefully look better. I think the end shouldn't be that, like the end should be more flat, shouldn't it? It is making me think of a T-Rex fossil, like the skull of a T-Rex more than an actual T-Rex. Oh, that's not the tool that I thought I had. Ah, okay. Ooh, you know, be weird monster type thing like this. This is a giant eyeball. That's an interesting little thing. Yep, nailed it. I'm just okay. Snake hook. That's what this tool is doing. Give him a big nose. I'm not actually doing any of that though. Not right now. Eventually, when I don't know, at some point working on making actual characters, I can mess with whatever I want. I mean, this is me making a character. Green Goblin lol. Oh yeah, kind of see it. Okay, I want to flatten this out. I just mean like the mouth being more, not as jagged. I can still have it be up a bit higher and do the inflate thing. I just didn't want like how it looked very jagged where the mouth was. I think I have. Let's make kind of like where the eyes will be. Now, I can have the eyes be more to the side. Usually, whenever you make characters more anthropomorphic, you make their eyes more human-y in that they face forward. But, yeah. It can still be like they would be facing up a little bit. It also looks kind of like there's, yeah, this, where the top of the eye kind of comes out, but it goes like down. Almost like a cartoony eyebrow-esque thing that goes beyond the head. Ah! Alright. There's a little like nostril thing here that has the same kind of thing. Oh my god! T-Rex! Yeah! I'm trying to learn how to play chess. I keep losing to the easiest difficulty this site has. Oh no. I've played a few rounds of chess. Yeah, no, I'm no chess master. Actually, no, I have memories of at one point getting like, I forget how old I was, but let's say 15, maybe, somewhere around there. Getting beaten by chess by like a little like Asian kid that may have been like 8 or something. Getting like beaten in chess there. So yeah, yes, that is a memory I have. I'm gonna do that again. Also, as much as I can model like up close details and all that, this guy should look decent from like a distance. So yeah, because that's how the camera will be seeing him, with the hole being leaned and flattened. Let me give him a color for right now. Right now he's just gonna be the solid purple that he kind of looks like, but I get different shades of purple. I have some kids be ungodly at chess. Yep. Okay. What do we want to do with? Oh no, I'm making Barney. Oh no. Turn back. Abort. Okay, so this does not translate into Unity, or I'll be sort of redoing it in Unity. So for the moment, we can kind of forget the amount of shininess and the amount of like all that, except for, I mean, I can get something that looks decent here, but it's the kind of thing that we will be redoing on the Unity end of things. But a T-Rex looking too good though? Yeah. Actually, I'm surprised that it is. Yeah, no, it's actually come along quite well. Okay. Ooh, I keep hitting all of the wrong buttons. He's gonna have a helmet. Actually, the shade of purple I might just change a little bit. Oh, lighting's gonna also affect this. Yeah, that more matches. Actually, and this is like different shades of purple, different shades of purple and all that, yada yada. Okay, I'm gonna make his eyes real quick. Yeah, certain things like, yeah, eyes, the teeth, and the tongue. Am I gonna do the tongue? I could try doing the tongue. I wonder if I try doing the tongue with like a curve. If that could be interesting. Having a path thing that I just like move the path. I can't move the path with. Can I animate a path with like shape keys or something in a way that will actually translate over to Unity? There's a difference between what I can do in Blender and what can I easily, without tons of issues, have translated to Blender, or from Blender to Unity. So let's do this. Okay. Eyes have this mirror based on the body. I'm gonna go shade, smooth. I do want to, so for like the geometry of it, yeah, I want this to be, turned this way. How do I want to do his pupil? In the past, I have like different ways of how I do pupils to varying degrees of success. Also, good thing I can do here is by putting in the eye, I can then like mesh do more sculpting to better fit the eye. Is a thing I can do. Now in the thing down there, it's like a longer eye. It's not a perfect circle. Now some ways of how I would do an eye would be to do this, is to select this and color this a different like material color. The problem then though is that to actually then move the pupil, I'm not really going to do that, but like let's say if I wanted to, I'm a lot more limited to, I have to turn the eye, which as you can see causes problems. So something I did with the Luigi that I have over, not here, one second, Luigi. In a second. I actually have the eyes here being a separate object, which looks very cursed when you get rid of them, but that is what I did. And this can maybe allow more control with the eyes, potentially. Now from the sides, seeing this is not good, but in fact, it doesn't even need to, but up, from a distance, it's maybe fine. It could be easier to move these around. In fact, especially if I applied the mirror modifier, actually being able to move them separately. Yeah. Also, like, I'm not turning these. If I, moved and turned them, then... Oh, even okay. Okay. I'm gonna stop touching this, but, like, the origin of these. Weird. I can see that the eye there is like peeking out the top. Let me flatten it on this axis. And I'll sculpt it more in a minute, but yeah, I think I am gonna. Yeah, I can try copying it directly from this. I can try that. I have people that's more like this, rather than what I did with the Luigi thing, where it was like going in a lot, making it just like a thing like this might actually be good, especially for the cartooniness. I don't know. He's not gonna have an iris. He will. He's not gonna have like. Just goes down there. He does it, and I'm gonna kind of copy that. Hey, look at little friendly Ripper here. Making that small. Oh my god. He just looks like, what's going on? Ah. That's what he kind of looks like there, and I think that's really funny. Oh, that's great. That's beautiful. Oh, it's so funny. This is the kind of fun we can have when we're making characters. I think that looks good, though. Let's do more sculpting. And I can eventually, you know, have the two eyes not be like weird and, you know, have the pupils be different, but for now, this is fine. Oh my god, this is funny. It's great. Oh my god. Alright, it's great. That's great. It's great. You all might not find this funny, but I think it's flippin' hilarious. Oh my god. Oh, that's great. I kind of want to have the top kind of pull it back a bit. Not that much, though. Let me do this again. Okay. Whew. Whew. I need to... Maybe I should have some strength down on this for once. Nope, nothing needs to... Maybe turn the strength down too much. Kind of lost it. Let me back up. Don't know where the smooth shading went, but from here to here was what I thought was really funny. I just wanted to come in just like a little bit more, not like the up that much. And then fix like the back. Which I think if I do late. Okay. Now chapter 1. I don't wanna have the top not be so I wanted to, Oh, I'm on the wrong tool! Oh, okay, I'm so confused. I'm like, why is this not doing what I think it should be doing? Because I had the wrong thing selected. Let's do this. I was thinking of just putting a big... Oh, wait. Oh, this needs to go. Okay. There we go. Now it's doing what I want. I was thinking of just putting like a kind of more of a crease in the middle. Not that, like, much, but a bit. Undo, and then, just been a kind of a... But like... Oh yeah, the amount that I'm increasing, and then smooth this out, not leave this like this, but it does a thing. Nope, I'm throwing them out. How much I zoom out affects how much this does for things. No. Went too far. So again, he's gonna be wearing a helmet, so this area I don't need to worry about too much. In fact, it should be a bit more flat for the helmet to sit on top of it, right, I guess? The back of the head, fine. Is it too much? I don't know. Oh, this is kind of funny. And I'm just playing around with random pulling and pushing to see what I can do to him. Oops. Oh. Oh yeah, grav only messes with what was like in the circle, basically. Let's make some teeth. How about we do that? I just want to mess actually with this. Don't have to be so jagged. Okay. Actually, let me just see what this currently is looking like in Unity. Well, that shrinking I talked about, I could do that on the Unity side. Huh, there's an idea. Characters. Ripper. Yeah. Is he facing the wrong way? No, I refuse to believe that. No, he's good. So tell me why here the default was like looking away. I don't know, but okay. So don't import cameras, lights, or visibility. You will import animations eventually. I won't import your materials yet. Okay. So the other thing here is that I think eventually, if I want the player to like be able to choose their character, what I think I'll do is have the parent like player Dino, and as a child object have each of the 4 models it could have, and then I just activate the one depending on what character they've chosen. Yeah, that's the current idea. So this right here is the model of the capsule. Also, right now the head's huge, but that's fine. just put the head on the capsule. Here, let me try something though. Is to go just apply this for a second. Go into this lean that I got going on here. Let me try a little something. Now the different characters, I might want them to lean by different amounts, but for now I'm gonna say have them all lean by the same, have it be consistent. Let me go isometric lean. Wow. I'm gonna unturn this. The root of this. Wait. No, pivot. Oh yeah, pivot is there. Okay, pivot's there. Isometric lean be there. Yep. That's what I want. For now, the cylinder that's like gonna act as the body for now is gonna stick around. Kind of funny if I went more like have the dino head is on the really thin body. Also, the amount of like polygons on this is like, you know, really high because that's what sculpting with. That's what dynamic retopology does. We will fix that in due time. We'll have to make this maybe a bit smaller though, but let's just say I do this for right now. I'll have to also figure out how tall he is, but this will be how tall he is while also on the skateboard, maybe? Although, maybe not, like, right now, but... I'm gonna do that, and if I have to move anything back, I'd rather... whatever. The thing's in his method, that's fine. So, straight down, it currently looks like this, which is... What I'm about to do is our potential solution to that, which is to... This isometric lean. Just having it be turned... Oh my god, his eyes. It's so dumb. It's so funny. Oh, if he leans back too far, then he's kind of like in the ground, but having him leaned back a lot, but also flatten him on the... Wait, what? Is flattening him here flattening him on those relative axes? It is. That's not what I was wanting to do. If I flatten him on, like, this one, it's going to flatten him, like, yeah, like that. That's what I was attempting. Which doesn't look any different. Oh, it does look different. Oh. It's the lighting, but it doesn't look different. I guess I don't need to do that. That flattening... I might not actually need to do, but the isometric lean, yeah, go do that for right now. Yeah, there's our Mr. Dino, man. He needs to blink. I can't have him not blink. Should he lean more? Okay, for the demonstration, the thing I'm very loosely trying to replicate. So in-game, looking like this. Look at that smile. Am I gonna give him that much of a smile? I guess I could. I'm waiting for it to actually be going. Yeah, that's that. Then when he stops, it looks a little bit like that. Yeah, it turns around. Poosh! I can do better than your sprites. Doing fancy 3D modeling. It's may or may not be worth it. Oh, he's actually quite small compared to, like, how big he maybe should be. So Dino model, I'm actually gonna, like, no, not that. I think this I'll actually size up more. That head might be, like, a tad too big, but... Anyways, it's a start. It's a start. Let's do more. Helmet, maybe? Oh, I said I was gonna give him teeth. Let's give him teeth. So, the teeth could be part of the sculpt, like the same model, or it might be better to make separate object that is like a cone, probably a cone. It doesn't need that many vertices. You know, it will, because then I think I'm gonna maybe decimate modifier everything, so it can just be a decent amount for right now. Those teeth. Do the top teeth. I also noticed that his teeth are like not perfectly white, but like a like white, like a bit more towards yellow. Getting cavities. Tisk tisk tisk. Why are you? That's where you're not being all uniform in color. What's up with that? Because just, even in solid view, it should look the same on all sides. Okay, I'm just gonna hope I can find. Probably found it. Whatever. I want to, I think, do on these two? Yeah. It's even still a bit long, but whatever. Let's just... And the whole thing needs to go down. I wonder if I could array along a curve. I'll try something. Something for teeth that I haven't really done before. But just, what if I made like a path? rather than like duplicating all individually. And then I can, this might be easier to modify as I change the face shape if that happens. Yeah. Just go back to me. So let's see if I can have it sort of array along the curve, but like going down like this. Let's just see if that's kind of possible. Okay. So this should have array and curve. I've done this before for like making, as a way of doing like pipe type stuff. Let me go teeth path. I'm also, I want to still mirror it to make sure that both sides are the same. So, mirror based on Ripper. Okay, so this is not currently what it should be, but yeah, usually the origins not being in the right spots. They should at least be in the same spot. For now, let me just go origin to new cursor just so that it's in the same position. Or, yeah. Just origin to 3D cursor. We'll apply the scale on... No, you don't like that. Anything I can do to change your mind? Oh, this should be fit the curve that is this. That being one thing. But not everything. So how come even the first one is off? Going fit the curve is doing... Other thing to try? Other thing to try. So origin to selected 3D cursor. I want 3D cursor to go here, where this dot is, and I want to put the origin on the dot. Why can I not do that? Can't go origin to selected? Fine. But that's what I suspect has to do with what the problem is. Or maybe it's just that needs to be. Oh, it is. It's just the object that's being duplicated around needs to be... There we go. Okay. Yeah, that worked, I guess. Except the distance... Let's go 2? Yeah. It's something. And now I can mess with the... Okay, it's annoying that to go into edit mode like that, I have to go over there. It'd be nice if the tooth was more in the middle. Oh, that's interesting. What does it look like if I do this? Then it's perfectly... The first tooth is on this one, which I actually kind of want. Like the first tooth being perfectly on that point. Face. But it would be nice to be able to go into edit mode and not have this be all buried in the T-Rex, but whatever, it's fine. Okay, I want to grab this point. Can I go Control B, V? I was thinking that, like, battling this just a tad might look nice. Or just not having it be, like, a perfect, point. Okay. Alright, now, am I going to do teeth on the top and the bottom? I think so. I've lost my, reference. I haven't had that up in a while, have I? Over here. Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to think of now, can I have... Like, I'll move around how the curve is in a moment, probably. But now if I also want a curve on the bottom... Teeth path... Wait. Can I just actually duplicate this and have more of the same? Yeah. I need 2 curves. I'm trying to not have 2 teeth. Like, 1 tooth, 2 curves. If I could, but maybe not. I may have fun. I do need this one to be turned up. Ah, come on, come on. Try to do this efficiently. Save me some time. Why do curves have to be complete for that to... If I do this, and yeah, now you go around, but then at the edges of the mouth, you're gonna be weird. Especially, actually, I'll have to apply this eventually, otherwise, otherwise I'm gonna have problems with, as he moves his mouth, the curve, and if the curve changes, yeah, that'd be a problem. Okay, just duplicate the curve, move it down. I don't know if the origin of that matters at all, but I will just move it to theirs to be safe. So teeth path bottom and teeth path. Okay, if I just now go this, I'm going to have to duplicate the tooth, I think. Duplicate. Why is it not? No, I may have been hitting the wrong button there. I was like, yeah, what is it not doing? Okay. Okay. So this needs to go along the other curve. Except... being turned like... Oh, you were turning like that. Oh, you're supposed to be turning along your origin. Please. 3D cursor, yeah. That's what I want. Okay, there we go. It's not matched up perfectly, but it will be now that once I move this around. Oh, he's gonna have like a gap there. If he has his tongue out, then I could have a purposeful gap there, and the tongue all the way be up, be on top of where the teeth would be. That's literally what this does. And, yeah, I can do the same thing. I can also mess with, like, the spacing, but I think right now having the spacing being the same will hopefully be fine. Alright, yeah, this does force that the spacing has to be the same per tooth, but I think that's okay, and I think that is something that I want. Oh. Well, that does interesting things. I'm also just noticing that this ain't shade smooth. I said shade smooth? That does not look shade smooth to me. He bites with his teeth like that he's gonna hurt his gums. Yeah, but that's what he gets for being a dinosaur. I don't know. Why is that not... Why is that not actually, like, smooth shading it? That's strange, but whatever, fine. Do as you wish. Not that, I need to go to the path. Okay, let's make this a bit better. I still might, you know, modify the actual mouth shape, and if I do, I'm going to have to change this more, but this is like a... It works for now. And it should be, like, I've made it in a way that it shouldn't be too bad to change. Let's not have anything be clipping out of the mouth. But moving this up is making me lean more in. Why the... I can also mess with the actual, like, distance between tooth, but, again, like, that's also pretty fine for now. Just gotta keep messing with the path. Right? It's fine. And I can also, the other thing is, I can use it as a basis. Eventually, like, I can be like, oh, this is good, and then apply the modifier, and then fine-tune. But this is, again, kind of a, looks good enough for now. It's actually kind of nice to have the teeth not be all perfectly straight, have them be a bit, like, crooked in places. Not like he brushes his teeth. He doesn't have the arms to do so, anyway. If I move this in more. I don't know how much tongue space I need. Probably actually a decent bit. He's gonna have a big, cartoony tongue. I don't know how many teeth he should have. Maybe this should be a little bit less. Let me try it. Give him more teeth. If I pull this out, we got another one. That's okay if they kind of overlap. Part of the crookedness. Alright. Say cheese. Okay, so now if I were to color things more no. I don't want to give, because I still might be doing more sculpting. I don't want to, like, give different parts different colors other than if they're different objects. I was about to say let's color the inside of his mouth, but the second that I go to do more sculpting that involves dynamic retopology, it completely messes with that, and then I have to, like, redo it. So only doing the coloring at the end, or coloring, like, different parts of the same sculpt, right? That's all I need there. Just realizing that this maybe should be cover that just a tad better. Just like the tiniest bit. Oops, you should be no, you should be there. Just the tiniest bit better. Okay, so I can still do a tongue though. I think the tongue will be its own object. Yeah, I think we're gonna start with a subdivided. No, wait, no. I wanted to try something. Can I? Oh, I just see something first. Not that. I want to see if I can have a path. If I can use a path to make the tongue similar to how I did with the okay, but similar how I did the teeth. Not that similar, but I think I can do it. But the question is, can I get that into Unity in a way where I can, like, animate the path and have that do stuff to the tongue, even if that's something that gets converted into shape keys. So Blender path animation to Unity, something like that. Set your path animate object animation bake animation. Okay. So let's do just baking the animation. Okay. And I imagine that's going to result in shape keys. Okay, so it seems like it might be possible. Let me mess with things. Because using a path to make the tongue sounds useful. More useful than doing it with, like, a rig with bones. Like, yeah, I could do that, but doing it with a path, it might be able to make it smoother. We're gonna see. So I'm going to use this path. Also, I tend to like the path better than the Bezier curve for a lot of how I've been using it. I don't know I know there's a math difference. And I understand a decent bit of how Bezier curves work. In fact, I've had an exam I had, like, a day ago. I had to do math regarding Bezier curves, and that was an ordeal, but actually it wasn't that bad. Yeah. So I just pretend that's the tongue for right now. Let's make the actual, okay. I want it to be, a flat tongue, but here, let me try something. What do I have to do? This, you can give this quick geometry by doing this and be like, whoa, 'tis a cylinder. Fill the caps, ta-da. But I'd like this to be more actually tongue-like. Now I can flatten this, and frankly, that could be good enough for a tongue. I have object though. Actually, like, so looking at, like, kind of doing the same kind of tongue as what's below me, having able to have that sort of rounded edge there. Can I do this? Start and end mapping. I think I can give modifiers. That's not helping, though. Okay, I might not do this with paths then, unless I... Yeah, do something differently here. Where's the cylinder? I'm looking for... Yeah. Make a cylinder real quick. Let's just say I did that for a minute. What? Taper object? Why can't I pick one of these? What do you mean I can only pick one of the paths? Oh, wrong thing. No, what? Oh yeah, I've done stuff with making hair through this, right. I'm deciding, like, this might not be how I want to do this. Yeah, it might be better if I more so just kind of... Yeah, I might do this the way I was originally intending to. I do this be tongue. And it's like, ah, that doesn't look like a tongue. It will, hopefully. Make it just kind of a red. Yeah, that works. Try and more so get the base of the tongue. Yeah. Oh, I meant to apply you. Actually, no, yeah, I'll do some sculpting. The imagery topology and mirroring. That's, I mean, not entirely how I was planning for that to kind of evolve, but okay. I mean, that's like a lizardy tongue. That's not what I'm going for. Let me not go on Snakeo. Oops. Yeah, kind of go away, you, and then... I'm making it be extra, like, long out, so that it... Imagine stretching it out... Stretching it in is easier than stretching it out in terms of it maintaining quality. Probably, like, maybe too long. Although it should kind of be exaggerated in its features. Yeah. Make 2 boxes go. Also, not you. Okay. The inside might be a bit much currently, especially if there's a bunch that's like back here that you're just never seeing. A ton of wasted vertices. Although. Let me stick up my own tongue as reference. Try maybe flattening this. Oh, that is like crinkling the edge of the tongue. That's not good. Let me try to have it, yeah, not be piercing the tooth. Oh, that's interesting that going in and then out. Mildly fascinating. Oh, I wasn't even pulling the right tool. So I don't know why these aren't smoothing properly, but... Oh, and this bit of poking out. Moving like that. Oh, you are. Your scale is also is affecting you. That's something. Oops, that's not what I go to. Sculpt. Yeah, it's not affecting much, but it was affecting it a little bit in terms of how certain things are happening. As I think they were. Nice. Yeah, the crease in the tongue, which needs to be kind of exaggerated. And then smooth out. Like, you might not even be able to see that much. I don't know. I think we make it a lot smoother how the top part kind of is. But not like too much in. Hi, hi! Hello, hello, Luska! Hi, hi! We are making dinosaurs. How did the mirroring get off? Yeah, symmetrize. No, hold on. Yeah, we're making a dinosaur. Just recommended your channel to an ODAT Nerds as well. I have a friend who's starting to code. Ooh, thank you, I greatly appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you. We are, yeah, making dinosaurs. The thing that everyone needs to do before they can be a master coder is making a dinosaur. Obviously. Why is this being weird? Okay. Trying to... So if I put this at 0.1 and do this, it'll do retopology stuff. Give some of this more geometry. Makes it more just consistent in the amount of geometry it has. Yeah, so this is our dino friend here. Why are we making a dino? Cause so for a school project thing, I am having to take a not very good kids game and make it user-friendly. As user-friendly as I can. And part of that requires me to remake a large chunk of the game. So that's kind of what we've been doing a lot of currently. We've just started this today. This is actually a group project where we're taking like a collection of games and remaking them. We sort of divvy it up who's doing what, and this is what I'm doing. But yeah. 'Tis coming along quite well so far. Yeah, this is our dino guy. Over in the Unity side of things, cool. Yeah. Right now I'm modeling his tongue as if it's like really far, like out as like the sort of the default. But I'll probably pull it in. It does not look great here yet. With better materials and lighting, then hopefully it shall. It's so cursed. This is our little thing here. It's like a learning to do division is the game. And that's so cursed. I know. We're working on it. We're working. I don't know if messing with any lighting stuff is going to help significantly at the moment. I mean, leaning the light at all might help a bit. So the thing is, the thing that I was taking this from is all like 2D and stuff, but I'm trying to... I can't do 2D things, so I'm trying to... instead of doing, like, down there, that is a screenshot from the game. I can't draw, so I'm making 3D models and then flattening them and hoping for the best. But, yeah, no, lighting's being interesting. Here, let me try something real quick. Because one thing I haven't done yet is actually extracting these materials. Okay, let me just try that. Let's see if there's things I can do to make this look a little bit better for now. We'll see. I'd like to think it'll look better when he's actually animated and can, like, blink, of all things. But here, doesn't look like he's wet. Here, let me try a thing that I tend to do sometimes that has interesting results. Oh, that's interesting. By giving stuff like, not a lot, that's maybe a lot. Just a little bit of a mission tends to sometimes help with things. It's my patented strategy. Interesting. See that? Oh, that's at least a little bit better, right? Right. And we're gonna be messing. So also, he's just a head. That's the other big thing is that he's just a head. That's like of all the things, he's just a head. So eventually, he, in theory, won't be. Also, I can affect sort of his leaning. Whee! So weird. Might actually move him off the ground if I do. Hold on. Oh, that's the starting line. Because of the 2D-ness, it doesn't matter how far he's off the ground, really. To a degree. It's so weird! Here, let's go 60. We're gonna try that. Also, currently he has just this, like... this is his body at the moment. That will change. In theory, it will. I don't know. Okay. So, for the record, the actual game's graphics in-game, it's not much of a game. I've already hyped it up more than it actually is. It looks like this. Look at those math problems. It's a race as well, but because I've just had it off to the side, I'm in dead last. But, yeah. I'm gonna do that big smile. I don't know if I can. He also doesn't have a helmet yet. It's all a work in progress. Oh, that's what that's what it looks like when you fail. I don't know if we'll do that. He doesn't even have a skateboard yet either. Eventually he needs one. Oh. I can do math. Wow. Oh, here when his tongue is in, you can actually see those teeth. But when he sticks out his tongue, then those teeth get kind of hidden, which I could do a similar thing, or attempt to anyway. So, which looks better? This guy or this guy? Now, although I guess I should say that, yeah, this looks a lot more 3D-ified. And now that I look at it, maybe it would be better if I did, even here, have it look a lot more flat, which is something I was initially going to try and do and then didn't do. I keep hitting all the wrong axes. I don't know if that's better or worse, but this is him being very flat. Yeah. I don't know if that's better or worse. I could mess with this real quick with so obviously, or so one thing is ideally he wouldn't be like facing the camera head on. He'd be more like, I don't know, doing slight animations. Wow, look at him actually kind of turned like he's doing something. He needs to blink. The fact that he doesn't blink is also like he needs to blink. And having even some idle animations that make him look more alive would be fantastic. Now, what I'm saying and what I will actually make, different story. What was I meant to try to do? I was gonna try to do something. Oh yeah, take another crack at the lighting and the materials. So bright. Oh yeah, I can also mess with the lighting kind of color. I think I'll leave it as white for now. Yeah, part of this is like maybe the light should be just straight 90 degrees down. Could also be like no light and just have I bump up the ambient lighting. Do that and then do this. Right now I'm just kind of messing around with things. Like, is there things I can be doing that'll make this look better? Do that and then bump up the light again. You lose a lot of the detail. Like how there was nostrils that you kind of can't see now. I don't know, I kind of like the... See, either I try to have it be kind of very flat like this, or I let there, if I back up a lot, let there be the kind of lighting that there was. I think also the actual model itself can be part of the problem. Let me go back to when it was this, and let me just continue modeling, and especially with like animations and stuff, be better. I thought it was funny to have his eyes be very like poking out. I think he looks kind of fine here. It's just I should maybe be working in this mode though, because this is kind of what, yeah, he ends up sort of looking like. Why does it look different? It should be like the same, shouldn't it? Other than the amount of like shininess, I'm talking about more of the way that the model is. Here, let me try things. Oh, the strength is down. If I bring in his eyes more. Oh, now he's angry. That was accidental, but kind of interesting. Instead of him being bug-eyed, you know, yeah, maybe with the eyes. The eyes, he shouldn't look angry. He's not an angry dinosaur. Dinosaur is trying to win a skateboarding competition. Okay, that was... That's fascinating. What does that look like? I don't have to have the dinosaur look the same at all. I can. And kind of wanna. But there's no obligation of that. Now he looks scared. I could undo, or I can keep going. But we're just back to being bug-eyed. It's so bad! Oh my god. Oh, it's great. I love it. It's also not actually good. I'm not keeping it, but... Now he's just tired. The tongue out as the default position also maybe ain't great. Well, okay, let me just back up for a second. This is what he looked like? Yep, okay. Giving him actual more like eyelids. So the thing down there, he has no proper like eyelids. He just kind of is. I could give him more of actual eyelids. That look like they could move up and down and actually close and stuff. Hold on, 1 second. That's not what I want. That's also not what I want. Hold on. I was just trying to, like... Ah, that angle of that is all wrong, too. Hold on. Ah, what am I doing to him? Who did this to you, boy? Oh wait, I did. What kind of facial expression is that now? Let me abort again. Let me try just seeing what he looks like without the tongue real quick. 'Cause I think he looks great. Yeah, he is how he is. I think, like, there's a, you know, once more pieces of him start to exist, that could also help. Okay, I think it is more it's the tongue and, like, the eyes. And, okay, his, like, this, like, shininess that I did is maybe too much. Let me take another crack at that. That would be this one. Here's an idea. If I turn this up and then turn this down. But, like... Now he is bummed. But no, turn... Yeah, have skin be less shiny. But actually, let me try a thing. On all of these, where's eyes? Eyes. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. This is just experimenting. I'm not, like, sold on if I'm doing what I'm doing yet. I could do something more like this, what I've just done, where I made everything more emissive. That keeps the sort of flatter look. I don't like how... Trying to make it match the color of what's below me, but I'm not... Interesting. Does that look better or worse than it just did, where it was more lighting and lighting-y? This may be... Still gonna give him a helmet at some point. So there was this, which has a certain appeal to it, with it being more, having the more lighting to it. But if I want it to look more isometric, I don't know if this is like what I want to do. Where this kind of thing, actually, I could do a combination of both. Like, I actually take this and bring this up, as I kind of did before, but we also do interesting. Oh, that's weird. Colors are hard. Colors are tricky. I think some of this is kind of a part of this is also a thing where until I have What am I trying to say? Once I have the body and all that, might be better. To judge. Yeah. The aim here is not to give children nightmares. Not that actual children are going to be playing this, but it's like as if the principle of the thing. Oh, this should not be up. I don't want to reflect backgroundy things. It's also like the lighting that I have here currently is affecting this. I don't know. Let's try that out. Wait, that means actually the way. Oh, the lighting actually does matter here. Where now in its current position, it's like be lighting the head way more than the body. Let me go back to this where the lighting is just going straight down. Could have the lighting counterbalance the lean on everything. Actually, let me just undo. Let's go back to it as like this. Let's make the body and then worry about this later, because I feel like that's gonna be a big impact on all of this. So is this a decent body for now? Oh, let's do the helmet first. How do I want to do this helmet? Start with a sphere. No, wait. No, this will be. A sphere that I like cut the bottom in half might be good for like. Like just the shape of it. But if I want those like lines that go through, doing this with a cube that I do this to a few times might make that easier. Because now I'll have lines that go up and over. You see? Yeah. But I'll like actually color it in a moment. It'd be funny if he was just wearing a tiny helmet that didn't even like cover his head. Helmet. Helmet. Have that kind of like red, but it's a bit more towards pink, I guess. Again, I've no reason, like I don't have to copy the colors, but I'm going to because I can, and they're fine colors to use. So let's do one before all of them being cut off. Okay, let's see here. So, if I were just to roughly color things before I even make more things, go, well, helmet, inside, I'm gonna go helmet, main, and let's go helmet, stripes. Okay, the inside part is black, and we'll do this, and then the stripes is this like more orangey color, which for now, let's say I grab these ones to be symmetrical, but then I'll change which ones are actually like the actual ones that are selected in a minute probably. Oh wait, this should be as like the very like quickest and like helmet. Yeah, like that works. It'd be nice if these were more flat, but I'll worry about that momentarily. That was for like the rough coloring and shape and all that. Now let's make this betterly fit his head. Like this is gonna come in, this comes down. Turn on mirroring but I don't think it, I might give this a mirror modifier, we'll see. So now I want to make this just kind of more so fit his head, which, maybe I'll use sculpting without turning on dynamic retopology and see if, I have any luck there. Now, yeah, it normally wouldn't make sense necessarily for this to be all, like, bent and stuff. Too much anyway. But this cartoon character with weird proportions, the helmet can be whatever shape it wants to be, as long as it doesn't look too weird. But yeah, having it kind of more so go down his head. Might just help it look better. You can actually also, in here, make the stripes more towards the center. Huh, and flatten at the top, too. Interesting. Okay. That's a helmet. Might, try to round it out just a bit, though. Like, smoothing it way more than I want it to. I'm trying to do stuff that's just very slightly. Okay. No, undo that. Okay. Let me... Why is this not... Oh, symmetrize this, please. I should be able to grab this and moving it should... Thank you. That's what I was doing. This is what I want to do, yeah. There, now I got perfect stripes. They don't have to be perfectly straight, but for now, that is what I wanted. I mean, now I could do this and then turn them to a degree. Just kind of trying to move some of these ones in. Could also put a subdivision surface modifier on this, but... Keep the symmetry, preferably. I mean, I don't have to. Again, like I have options. I could have this be. Whoops. I can have the hat be like on an angle and be like, "Hi, your helmet's loose." I don't know. But I'm gonna not for now. Anyway. Oh, I was like, "What's up with that?" There, it's off. Not that you see under here too much, but. Now, actually, what does it look like if I did take a subdivision surface modifier? Just with it one. I don't think you're really going to see the back of his head, but still want this to be, like, not too shabby. Okay, so you're more so going to see, like, this. Or the flattening might make this kind of thin out as it goes to the back. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, let's just pretend this is what we want. Is the size of it good? It looks a bit like small on the side. Maybe you should just go further back down. Actually, he will potentially turn his head to the side like a bit. Maybe the back here should kind of go further down his head. Yeah, just like that or something. it's something. Okay. And no, he's not going to have an actual strap that puts it around his head. Maybe he could, but the cartoony thing does not have it, so mine shall not have it. For now, anyway. Okay, so to do body, what I should be doing is that the center of the world here should be like where I would imagine the ground would be. So the head should be moved up a lot, and then, yeah, do ground based on that. Okay, so, body. I almost want to do the skateboard first. Am I gonna model him in a T-pose and then rig him and move him to be on skateboard? Or am I gonna model him as on skateboard being his default position? The smart thing, probably, he probably should be, I probably should T-pose him, yeah. But with his height on the skateboard being... let's make his body with him being, like, to the ground. Okay, so this body... Oh, no. Okay, let's start by what? How do I want to do this? I almost want to... Oh, that's a lot of vertices around your nose there. That's, I guess, fine. I can just snake hook down. I don't know if that's how I want to do this. Body, yeah. This leads to really like ugly geometry, where I'd almost rather block it out very roughly with just like some subdivided cubes, and then join it with everything else. This might be just easier for getting the rough body shape. So what's that gonna kind of be? We'll go. So just like the the rough like proportions kind of sort of very loose, where I'm just making it out of like a bunch of subdivided cubes. Except I'm gonna be indecisive, but I'm gonna mirror this so it'll be just easier to start joining these together. Mirror, 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 mirror on the wall. Blah, 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 blah. What are you? Oh, you shouldn't be all rotated. Apply all transforms here. No thanks. Now, T-Rexes have really tiny arms, so we're gonna do the same. He's also gonna have a tail. Like, this is just me kind of blocking out where areas are gonna be more than actually, like, rather than doing this with sculpting from nothing, proportional. You have long legs? Kinda. Might make the skateboarding easier. His big, like, hunchback. Looks like... This screenshot is more, well, he's more leaning forward, I guess. In actuality, he doesn't that much. Now, the legs here, I noticed that, like, mainly from this, it's like, yeah, I got all this thing going on, which I can try to emulate. A pretty long tail. Okay, let me just... Oh, that's so stupid. We join this here. Oh, that's going to delete half of that. Let's fly. And then join. Oh, I should have thought more about how to put the next connecting first. Yeah, this area, before I join things up, I should get this. Or at least less that's gonna mess up the jaw. Just like what? Just that should be fine. Yeah. Okay. Now, oh my god. Oh, it's so dumb. It's so silly. Let's make it. Ooh. Why'd you go blue? Sculpt, enable you, go blah. Oh, now you're good. Okay. So first thing I need to do is these things that are all different. I need to actually join them. Now, is just doing this gonna? Hey, should I have Boolean modifier this stuff? I can't like Boolean modifier with yourself. Should I have or done like a remesh modifier? No, hold on. Let me back up. Back up to when this was actually a different thing. Remesh this maybe? Remesh. Yeah. I don't need the, like, this is all just very rough. Oh, you lost your tail. Really? Oh, when that happened? I don't know. At least back up. It can't have been that long ago. Oh, okay. It would have been fine. I can fix it after the fact. Okay. Go connected only, then this should be an easy fix. Mirror. Make this easy to just. And then go merge, or merge by distance, yeah. That's probably fine. Okay, now let's remesh. That looks fine to me, and then this. Now just actually this maybe go Boolean with the other thing. Union, there we go. Apply, delete the other guy. Where are you? Up here. Oh, let me actually rename eyes to pupils. Okay, now let's see if we can work with this. So now things should be how I want them. Okay. Let's make it Dino. I don't know if I should have done like what will eventually be feet while I was doing this. Okay, I don't know if this was a good way of going about this, but whoa, that's not what I want. I'm really gonna hope for the best. See what happens. First, let me just kind of smooth out what's around here just to start. So now, what do I want out of the actual body shape? Okay, so first of all, like these are not going to be this balloon-y. This is just like to temporarily make stuff. Like I thought doing this was easier than sculpting this from nothing. I don't know. So he's really, really stubby arms because T-Rex. So let's start there. But I don't think that even the body proportions are what I want out of this. I want to be careful with the head. And I don't know if it actually would have been better to like have these be separate and I don't know, like model out the body first and then join it. We're just gonna hope that it will be fine. Let me give you a little belly. Just being careful with... I mean, elastic deform is maybe not what I should be using for not wanting to mess up large chunks of other areas. There! That looks good, right? How does this introduce weird... What is happening there? Okay, how do I want to do this? May I start with how the legs... Here, let me... That's too much of a point. Wait, why are you doing that? Inflate should be giving you depth, not taking it away. I still wanted, like, the end to be a point, but just not being so thinning out as fast as it is. Oh my god. Ah! Okay, fine. You do that, I'll make you more of a... Oh, you have something weird going on there. Whatever. The leg thing of this. Let's maybe try doing that. I don't know. This is hard. Oh wait, I just reference. Okay. I guess even so, his... Like, should I also model him almost in this default position of kind of leaning forward and going like this? That might make more sense as a default position. Like, the sort of T-pose equivalent. Here, let's do this, like, leg thing. Here. It's like, looks like you kind of bring this out. Whoa. And then, like, cut into here, kind of. And then kind of have like a, like almost like backwards knee-esque thing. I'm just kind of blocking out like the shapes, kind of, sort of. The hopes I can make it look better later. What is any of this? The tail. All of this is so strange. More of a humpback thing. Punch. Perfect. Try to give him feet, maybe. Oh wait, that's not even touching the ground. It kind of, like, the feet should be touching the ground, I think. Or I don't know. I could look more at actual T-Rexes, like this. This leg shape. Definitely this like backwards nah and nah thing. I don't know. I've never modeled a dinosaur before. No more bots. How about no and no? Okay. Just being extra careful that I'm not accidentally banning real people. Doing this because that's how bots do. Unfortunate. That's been the third one today, which is third. That was 2 in a row, so that would have been 4th, which is not a good sign. Hopefully, it'll be fine. Okay. Let me just try extruding out toes. Toes! And then make this more, the actual feet here have more substance to them. Something like this. What happened? Oh, just some, you're saying what happened to this monstrosity? I can't tell you. But just some, like, bots that are like, I don't remember what the messages say. Like, you want more, like, followers and blah, blah, and click this link and whatever, I don't know. But, yeah. It's whatever. The worst it does is clog up chat, which is fine. Here, let me see if I can do something like this and make this more flat. Oh, I was pressing the wrong button there. I was like, excuse me? I'm pressing. Oh, I'm pressing G. Oh, I was so confused. Except that's not how I want to do this. I think the best way is just kind of try and flatten this. Or do it like this first. You bots? Yeah. Yep. Is that how long your toes are going to be? Yeah. And then eventually, they should be more of a point, but, well, there you go. Very, like, the way that the vertices are on these currently is not fantastic. Be something to ideally be fixed momentarily. Kind of trying to make this on the floor right now. That's like step one. Okay. And then, no, oh wait, there's a flatten thing. Yeah. That did not help. I think flatten would also be flattening like above. Let me try. Do this for a moment. No. That's. Trying to like smooth these out. It looks so ugly though. They also so far apart while also being straight, which they should be more like this. They should be thicker height-wise. Yeah. I can see that. Trying to do this while still having to be flat with the ground. Trying to make it, yeah, this. Okay, that's part of what I was trying to do. And then now, with ideally keeping those flat, maybe I could almost like lock these in place, but I don't think such a thing exists. Oh, I did not flatten all of what I meant to. Try to do something like this. Wait, no. Go slightly into the ground so that you're not. Rather, you be slightly clipping into the ground than floating above it. Okay, it still didn't. I'm just trying to like flatten all of the bottom of the foot. Let me turn this off. And then I will make it, like, thicker. But I'm just trying to, yeah, have the bottom be flat to start. It doesn't have to be perfect, just better than how it currently is. Oh, that's, yeah, something to be fixed. Okay, now let's try and fix it after having done that. Okay, I may have, yeah, flattened too much on some parts. Do this, and then do some sculpting to fix it. Gotta move the right vertices in the right ways. Just, yeah, pulling things out, and then sculpting will save me, hopefully. Well, that should be part of the bottom. Just pulling out all of what shouldn't be flattened, I think. No hiding vertices. Okay, that's a start. I'll be very careful with proportional editing now with that because I don't want to pull out. If I pull out a few, that's fine, but I want it for the most part to be flat. Okay, back to sculpting. Mainly with the dynamic retopology that's going to hopefully save this. This plan's going to work. But at the very least, I'm just going over this is making the vertices going to be better. But more of them, more uniform. I could try to thicken them as I'm doing and then re-rank them or something. Mainly the bottom of the foot here being flat is what I guess care about more. So, okay. What other tools can I mess with that might actually help better? There's this one. Maybe. It's just so not smooth, which we have fine for like detail, but it's not what I'm going for here. I need this smooth, but like being very zoomed in when I smooth. Now that I have more vertices to smooth out, maybe it'll be better. Okay. Be careful not to just destroy everything. Especially destroying stuff that's like in the distance that I don't realize. Okay. These don't need to be as flat as they are. If I just be careful, I can smooth them out. Yeah. Okay, now it's starting to become more better. Still, I'd like to be more pointy, but we'll get there. I think doing this first and then making it pointy would be good. I don't know if I'm doing any of this in like the correct way. I'm just trying things and it seems to be working so far. It's all practice. Okay, now if I smooth more, I can, yeah, make it more pointy. I don't want it to be, I want it to be pointy, but like, you know, how did that happen? It might be better to just do this, scale it down, and then. Sculpt mode. I see. Yeah, that's what we're attempting to do. Something I'm not most experienced with, but I'd like to think I'm getting a little bit better just through practice. Yeah, I think it's better than it was about a moment ago. Now, if I really wanted to, I could make the actual, like, points of this differently colored, like a T-Rex might actually have, but for the cartooniness of it, I'm gonna not for now. Okay, let's do the rest of this. Let's see if we can get this leg to shape up better. So, let me bring back up the other thing I was going off of. So I'm trying to, this is perfect that with this being on like an angle, I'm trying to copy this leg shape, sort of. But still keep in mind, like, there's a certain level of anthropomorphicness that needs to happen for me to be able to do more, like, you know, this. So he's not going to have backwards knees completely. Even T-Rexes, like, this is a part that like, that bends, that could bend like a, like an actual knee a bit. Ah, there's maybe a better thing to go off of. This kind of shape. This isn't even a, this is a figurine, but still. Here, oh, let me bring back up, let me realign. Just like that, yeah. Close this. Whoa. Wrong tool! Wrong tool. Why have I had that out? Oops. Okay, so it's just way too thick right now. Okay, how am I need some, like, oh, whoops, I didn't even, I meant to do this, with this being like this. Yeah. So I'm looking at both, kind of, sort of, and this. So first of all, it's just too thick. Bring those toes up, but actually, I think I do. No. Yes, no, maybe so. This specifically, it goes like over, still like this being flat, up and back. It hits this kind of crease, and then like around is what this is doing. Which those are comparatively, like, those aren't super long legs. Or like this is really long legs. So let's maybe stop that. The face. Do this in a way that's not going to destroy my work on the face. Right, you're good? You're good? Okay. Backwards thing. But it, like, okay, so it creases here. Well, that's not the one I want. Oh, oops. Not you, hold you. Yeah, I actually think the thinner looks better. Let me kind of smooth that out and then sort of try again with how I chipped into this. Remind me of like a chicken. Like, okay, so also just keep jumping back and forth with the kind of different parts of this. I want to, these arms are not, I should maybe model the arms more like this, maybe, but I don't know. Rather than, it's not even an A pose. An A pose would be going down like this. I shouldn't have the arms be going up as their kind of default. Here, let's see if I can do this. What am I making? Okay, it's fine. It's also just... I don't know why is he getting like shoulders? He shouldn't have proper shoulders. Oh my god. It's funny, but also very... you could just... no. Alright, well... What I need is to, like, pull this up all around. So it's not really like a shoulder. Or the shoulder's not like where that is. Looks like just the... Yeah, the arm is lower than... It may look like it should be. I don't know. I also seen like pulling this out. I kind of like it. Like more of a jawline. Not too much. That's everything. Yeah. Okay. Have this arm be more inflated a bit. Oh, I was holding the wrong button. I was like, well, that's not doing what I think it should be doing. Inflate it and then move it and then shrink it again. It seems to work out a bit better. I'm trying to have it now be more at its sides like this, maybe. Which might help with the modeling it. Trying to make sure I'm not messing with the rest of the face too much. I am gonna have to reposition those teeth, but yeah, I'll just have to do that at some point. I don't like his body. Nothing about this body says T-Rex. Now, again, it's all anthropomorphic or whatever, so it's not going to be... I think it's the side profile that's all wrong. His head needs to be more forward. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, his head should be a lot more forward than where his feet end. And the body should still kind of curve back into the tail, rather than being straight up. So how can I do this without breaking anything? Rather than, I'm going to try to keep the head where it is, and instead I'm going to try and move the everything else. I'm going to try doing it from here. No, with that on. When did you also get not flattened? I don't know. It's mostly flattened. It doesn't have to be completely flat. Just more than it currently is. You could also do this in a few stages. Don't mess with the actual head too much. Here, let me try that, and then first of all the tail. The top of the tail should kind of go. It currently is not doing that. So now, if I pull this belly a lot more forward. Okay. That immediately feels just at least a little bit more dinosaur-y. Still not completely there. How are you not symmetrical? When that happened? You should be. That can be fixed by me just going a little bit like whoop. No, symmetricize on the other way. Yeah. So now let me make him a bit fatter. be careful with it on the body. His legs look like chicken legs more than dino legs currently. Now the legs themselves are pulled too far back, I think. But, like, the legs relative to the head are how I want them, I think. Yeah, I think, the toes themselves need to be a lot shorter. And there needs to be more, yeah, leg. That's the... So let me try just smoothing out. No, that's not working. Okay, I was hoping. Okay, I was hoping smoothing this out would, like, make this less of a gap. I guess that works too. And they shouldn't... Maybe they shouldn't be going out as much. They should be more straight. Uh-huh. Kind of. It's progress. Kind of, once again, lost the flatness. But I do want it to still be flat with this axis. Potentially. This would be better done in this mode. You know what this needs? I think a different one of these. That's it. Kind of. Move these together. Don't know what happened over on that side, but okay. You do as you do. God, I can just easily fix you. Oh, what happened to yeah? Become thicker. Be less weirdly flattened, however that even happened. Uh-huh. Toes are hard, apparently. And not even just toes, it's dino toes. It's being so hard. But I think it's like... it keeps getting to a point where it's like, it's not there yet, but it's better than it was before. And in theory, if that keeps happening, I'll maybe eventually get to something that I want. Have you worked with Autodesk? Actually, do you know anything about .stl files? So I've never worked in Autodesk, no. I don't really know about STL files, except that literally earlier in this stream, I think something with Unity does something with STL files. Specifically, there's one over... I want to try to find this. Oh, no, that's SLN. Never mind. Different file type. I don't know anything about STL files then, or Autodesk. Sorry about that. I have used AutoCAD before in high school. That's anything similar. I don't really remember much of it, but I, like, did at one point. Uh-oh. Okay, because I exported my model as STL because my teacher wanted to 3D print something I made in Blender, and he says it's just the wireframe, nothing is solid. Interesting. So... Huh. Interesting. Okay. So either you need to export it as a different file type, maybe, or I know. Oh yeah, okay. So there's an STL thing there. I saw that. Interesting. Usually with Blender, they're like a .obj or an FBX or things I've seen. OBJ specifically, I've seen a lot of that with 3D printing specifically. So if you can see if there's any way of getting it to export as a different file type, more specifically one that's called in OBJ, that's just like an object file, that might be, I don't know if that'll help. It could. Oh, that happened to me? Ah, okay, looks good. Do you have a potential solution to it then? Or... Because, yeah, that's not something I'm knowledgeable in. Is this, like, like, long? Ignore the other side. Actually, don't ignore it anymore. I don't know why that keeps happening, but whatever. Okay. So let me do more of the, like, this jutting out thing. I keep also blocking the thing of why I'm showing, like, a little snippet of my other screen where I was seeing this. It has to be STL according to him. Ah. Maybe, I don't know if, like, he may have already tried this, but just Googling stuff having to do with, like, AutoCAD, STL, like just being a wireframe or something like that. I don't know. But other than that, yeah, I'm not particularly sure of, I don't know much about the STL data type in general. Sorry about that. I'm just making more of a chicken, but I guess it was more dino-y. With exaggerated features, kind of. I think you need to make sure it has not any hole in the shape and then make it fill, but I cannot remember well. It's because of the way STL works. Oh. So can STL files not have holes in them, otherwise it sort of messes up how it exports? Yeah, maybe that's a thing. Interesting. Okay, let me mess with the teeth path here, because that got all messed up when I made the job more. Just more. Okay. I don't think I really moved the top, and actually, even the bottom here should actually be a bit more into the skin a little bit. Oh, it looks cooler with a hole. Ah, well, unfortunate. You can potentially, you might be able to get away with a hole if, like, the object itself is still full, right? Like, if I have this cube here and I want to put a hole in the cube because it looks cool, I can do that with the object itself still being whole. Still being, like, a complete object. Like, that's not, here, let me just, yeah, 1 second. So if you wanted a hole like this, and you're like, yeah, this is what you want out of a hole, but, like, the inside is still all, like, not a complete object or what, there's a term for it that I just don't remember off the top of my head. If you do something like this, basically, however you do it in AutoCAD, but basically, I want you just to fill this hole. Bam. So now it has a hole, but it is a complete object, and maybe this might be good enough to make it, like, this would maybe work, potentially. Not having holes doesn't mean not having a cut through an object like this. Not having a hole means not having, like, a deleted okay, yeah. Not having a hole means not having something like this where you can see through to, like, the backs of faces, potentially. Yeah, holes that break the surface. You can still make holes like a tube. Yeah, there we go. Yep. It's like triangles you were using before. If those triangles do have a hole, then there's a problem. Yeah. Can you show the model I sent on Steam? Do you mean Discord? In which case, yeah. 1 secondo. Flash chain. Yeah, you find you're finding me. Open this up. Where'd that? Oh, just downloaded. Shabam. And I'll move this back over here in the meantime. Ooh. Oh, interesting. You're trying to get this 3D printed? I said stream. Oh, stream. Oh, can you show that? I said on stream. Oh, right. Fair enough. I read that as Steam. Yep. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, this is the model. Okay. Oh, so you're trying to get this from this to AutoCAD. That's what you're trying to do. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it's one model that I see says circle. Why can't I? To an STL. When I go into edit mode, I'm not able to see like the vertices and stuff, and I'm not sure why that is. I think that's got to be something with me, my here. Oh, sure. Some of my like Blender things. Anyways, okay. Yeah, I don't know why I did that either, but yeah, the shape is broken. It's bad. Yeah, there's different like buttons at the top, different like things. I just went for the modeling one that happened to fix whatever was weird. Or correction, or specifically, these buttons. These buttons are affecting things, doing things. It's what would have been causing that, I think. What do I? Yeah, the shape is broken. It's bad. Have you tried Cura? I don't know what Cura is. Okay, so what can you do? So first of all, it's not so much that it's not that the shapes are bad. It's specifically like this is different than this. I think. Oh, that's also separate than this. Right? These are three separate things right now, and I think usually with 3D printing stuff, you need to make it one thing. Here's the quick way. Your topology will be garbage, but it might work. If you go Boolean, it's all one thing. Hold on. Or actually, you could just remesh. Wait, let me try something. This might not be. Okay, this is not the way I actually want to do this. There's a better way to make it actually preserve more of what you want. With the Flash. Yeah. I joined them. I legit joined them. Yeah. Joining them as one object is different than them being one mesh. The fact, like, even though it's one mesh, the fact that I can drag them apart like this is different than them actually being, like, part of the same... I guess mesh isn't the term. Like how there's a... Okay, I don't know the terms of what I'm trying to say, but let me just show you what the fix would be. Or my idea of what the fix would be. So if you separate these again, separated by these parts, I guess. So for right now, there's three separate things, and we're going to combine them in a different way. On any of the objects, doesn't matter which, I'm going to pick the circle. If you go to, modifier, I don't know your experience with Blender, but go to the modifiers tab, add one that's called Boolean, and then you set this to, is this behind my head? It's kind of behind my head. Hold on. I'm going to move me to this side for a moment. And then, by the way, small detail, better move the spark a bit lower so it does make contact with the base. That way you don't need to use supports. Yeah, it could be like that. Merge. It needs to be 3D printed. Yep. Okay, yeah, so I don't know how this is going to be affected with the 3D printing part of things. I've never 3D printed anything, but I know some of the general, like, I guess, very general guidelines with that kind of stuff. But just for the sake of getting them as one mesh, just doing that thing as it currently is. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so right now, no, that's not what I want. On one of the objects, you go Boolean. You got a Boolean modifier set to union. And then you put in one of the objects. Because I separated them, they're all just named circle, circle 001, circle 002. But currently I'm on the one called circle, so I just do the other one, and then the other one. And then I should be able to, without doing anything else, go apply, and apply. And I should be able to then delete the other two objects. And I have this one object where not only are they the same, I mean, at first it might look like it's exactly the same. What's different? The difference is now that there's... Actually, the geometry isn't as bad as when I said that the geometry was going to be garbage. I was wrong on that. Yeah, this is all now actually one joined shape. And the main tell for that, you may notice that somehow I was doing something that was selecting the entire lightning bolt. There's a command, Control L, that will select the whole, like, connected object. It'll select the whole connected object. The fact that I do that, and now it's selected everything, means that it's all one connected mesh, which is good. You know, see, even like this, I can no longer select this handle and, like, move the handle out. So that's the difference between it being joined as one object and it actually being all connected. And it being all connected like this, that's what you want to be able to 3D print it. And you can even see, like, when you go on the inside, you can see how, like, there's these holes that are now cut, which is how they're all connected. So yeah, that's cool. Now what Luzka was saying, for actually 3D printing it, I'm pretty sure, one thing is that, I don't know if this is exactly how it works, but you treat, like, the origin as, like, the base plate. So I think you want the object here to be, like, you know, resting on the ground like that, I'm pretty sure. And I just moved it very roughly. I'm pretty sure you're going to want to, you know, zoom in a lot and make sure it's exactly on the 0, 0, I think. Which, yeah, more than what I've just done. But also, I don't know if it goes off the origin or off the center of the world. Again, I've never 3D printed anything. But then the other thing that I know about 3D printing is that, that Luzka was mentioning is that, so 3D printers, they print bottom up. So if you have, here, let me just make a bad example. If you have overhanging stuff like this, it can be fine to a point. Even like this might be too much. If you have overhanging stuff like this, if it's trying to print bottom up, then it don't like this. There's a certain type of 3D printers that can handle it, especially certain types that do more chiseling than they do constructing, I guess. But yeah. So when you're making an object, I guess you want to have in mind how it 3D prints. I think it's like, I don't know what the angle threshold is of what's good and what's not good. But what Luzka was saying specifically is that in the inside here, the bottom of the lightning bolt here might be too far off the ground where that's a problem. I don't know. So the lightning bolt specifically might also need to be kind of resting against the ground. I'm not sure. Oh, the Z-axis is fine for the whole piece. Okay. It's the difference between the ring, the spark, and the hole. Yeah. Kira will fix it to the table if you export it on Z plus something. Okay, angle is like 70 at best, almost flat. Yeah. So, yeah, just there's certain general guidelines with 3D printing stuff so that it doesn't all fall apart as it's printing. Again, though, I've never 3D printed anything. I want to, and I was going to at one point. I just never got around to it. Oh, there's something weird going on with face here. I probably did that just now when I was messing around with things. Yeah, there's other, like, Blender has its own tools and stuff to also, like, there's certain add-ons and whatnot to be able to have it sort of analyze an object and tell you how, like, the problems if you try to 3D print it or whatever. Like, non-planar faces. Actually, here's another example of a weird thing. If you have a quad like this, if you do this, it doesn't like this, because it doesn't know how to translate this to actually 3D printing stuff. So this is called a non-planar face, because it's like trying to draw a face between here, 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 and here, and it's not flat. It doesn't like that. Now the solution is either, well, yeah, make it planar by making it so that this is actually like a, you know, flat kind of a thing, or you make everything all triangles, which triangulate is a modifier here. You apply that, ta-da! Now you can, because triangles can't be not planar. So that's one thing, I think. But then now the geometry itself becomes a lot harder to change when it's all triangles instead of quads. But yeah, that's how that be. Then totally recommend. It's pretty satisfying. I imagine so. Actually, specifically things I was going to get 3D printed was little like robot character thing I was making at one point. Maybe I'll finish someday. My submarine from this thing. Bleh. Bleh. Not like all of this, specifically this submarine, turn it into something that could be on a pedestal. That would take some work, because that's not something that goes against the ground nicely. So take this and turn it into something on some kind of a pedestal thingy that could potentially be 3D printed. No, the textures would be a whole nother story. Probably be more solid colored or whatever, but until it doesn't work, then you want to throw it in the garbage. Yeah, fair enough. And then the other thing I wanted to get 3D printed was this guy over here. My animated me, that is my logo. Getting this guy 3D printed on, like, as well, like a pedestal in a pose. Not this pose where he's, like, off the ground. You could do this if you have little, like, you know, pegs kind of, like, going up to sort of support different parts. But I think if I were to 3D print something, like, with this character, first of all, it would take some work to make it ready to be able to be 3D printed, but I'd have it more in just like a standing up pose. Some kind of a pose, but something that's more on the ground. And not like the explosion, just like the guy. And maybe on a pedestal that would have like my logo on it or something. Or maybe on the side of the pedestal it would have the cyber chroma text like here. I don't know, we could do stuff like that or something. But yeah, there's this website called Shapeways where you can upload 3D models and get them 3D printed in all kinds of different materials that I wanted to play around with at some point. And yeah, one option that they had was getting something printed in sandstone. I don't know how it works, but somehow you can like, so when you 3D print stuff normally in like plastic, each individual thing has to be like solid colors like this. You don't really get gradients or fancy textures. But when you get something 3D printed in sandstone, then you can have textures and gradients and all that. So I wanted to mess around with making that happen. And then I would potentially be able to have the texturing of like that submarine actually translate, and it would be very cool. Yeah. Let me, Shapeways. There was this example that I saw that's like on their website. This is an example of something 3D printed in sandstone, where, see, it actually has like texturing and all that. And yeah, it looks nice. So imagine this, but my submarine would be very, very cool. And maybe the me, but the animated me has more solid colors, so that's a bit different. But you guys lost me when you started talking about 3D printing. Haha, I'm sorry. I also, again, I've never 3D printed anything, but I know some things about it. Yeah. I mean, there's a degree to which you can do trial and error. Try to 3D, if you have a 3D printer or do your whatever school stuff, you're able to have access to a 3D printer or something. Just try something, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Okay, nah, that's like a waste of money and resources, but I imagine the best way of learning how to properly print stuff, like what the tips and tricks you need to 3D print something well, is if you 3D print something and it falls apart, then you figure out why, and then you don't do that again. But, again, that could be expensive. Now, actually, here's the thing that I don't know with this. If this was something 3D printed with Shapeways, I have no idea how this would have been done, because I would think that this falls under the same problem of having a looming over thing. But I think what some things do is they'll, like, you'll have the model so it has, like, a thing that comes out like this, and then you, like, cut that off after it's 3D printed. I don't know how you do that in a way that doesn't leave a mark, but, again, I've never done that kind of thing before. Resin printers are really good, and they're different textures with plastic spools. One feels and looks like wood, even sounds like that if you make it empty box. Oh, huh. Cool. Supports, then you remove it. Yep. Yeah, that. But like, I don't know how I could do that without it looking bad, and like, if I accidentally, break part of it trying to cut a thing off. Yeah. With something like Shapeways, I don't know if they like do that for you. If you send them a model, I don't know if they make the supports and then cut them off, or if you have to make it with the supports and then you cut it off. I have no idea how that works. I haven't looked at that in like a really long time. Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to making a dino, shall we? Let me just get back up this and this guy and over here. But yeah, hope I was able to help at least a little bit, Francesco. And, okay, thank you. Yay. Problemo. I don't know how helpful I actually was, but hopefully maybe I helped a little bit. Alright, back to Mr. Dino over here. Last we checked, the feet were starting to become a little more feet-like. The legs, I'm still not sure. The legs are, a little bit better. again, I think we're going to be seeing him from an angle of like this on a skateboard. So, actually, his legs shouldn't be too far apart because that might be tricky to put that on a skateboard unless the skateboard is really long. That's something we have to think about. Is not just how this guy's going to look, but how we're going to animate him. I'm trying to, I want to make good decisions that will make animating not a pain. Like a while back, I made an anthropomorphic raccoon character that actually we're going to be doing stuff with him soonish. But he had a problem where he had a problem where he basically didn't have knees, and it looked kind of like a Kirby kind of way of doing legs, where it just is the foot. And it looked nice, but animating it has been pain because the lack of knees causes problems. The only thing I understood was the Boolean modifier, which I'll do right now. I think FreeCAD is more user-friendly than AutoCAD. Is FreeCAD free? Sounds like that would be what that is. I'm trying to... I'm just making more. I don't want more. I want less. What the... Oh. You zoom out. Then the... Yeah, number of vertices that makes is less. Unless I mess with some settings. That was just like the quick and easy way of doing that. I don't need the back of his tongue to have more or less vertices. I'm just trying to have it like... I don't know. Again, you're seeing it from like this. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. Back to the guy, the model, the rest of them. What am I doing next? These little chubby arms that don't look very chubby right now, but let's do that. He has more of a wrist and 3 little thingies coming off. The arm should be a bit, like, closer. I'm gonna model them like this, I think. You can't see what I'm doing. Like this, I think, and I'm gonna hope for the best with that. I don't know if I should be doing it that way, but I'm gonna try. And when things go wrong, then we'll sort it out then. Yeah. That's too big. My experience with doing the sculpting, though, is that with appendages, having to be thicker at first and then making them thinner seems to be better. There's a certain point where once something becomes thin enough, then trying to like do stuff with it just kind of makes it go away for some reason. Yeah, points and the sculpt tools don't go together well always. They can. Oh. More of an armpit. No. I'm trying to eat more flat. Hey, whoa, okay, actually that's kind of actually what I want. I was gonna, thin it later, but that's kind of fine. I just need to make sure it, stays fine. If he's like this, his fingers will be sideways. Let's attempt that. He does still need kind of a wrist, but okay. See, like this. I don't know why it... This is the same thing we had going on with the feet, where it just... trying to now make this smooth is just destroying it. I don't know... This is one where it's more so like the not knowing the tools and how I'm more properly supposed to go about this. It shouldn't be this hard to make fingers, because people use these tools to make hands all the time, I imagine, so it's more just me not knowing the tools right. That's worse. But there's more thickness to it. So then if I do... So also, with the whole dynamic retopology thing, some of these tools actually use that, and some of them don't. Like, the grab tool doesn't, as an example. I wonder if I tried... Let me try something different. I just... Well, then you're still being very, very thick. Be tiny fingers that come to a point. Not like that, but... This is more my incompetence with the program, as I've said. Space strips, that does things. Not seeing it do things, but not sharp. Why am I not seeing anything? Because I have the strength turned down, that would be why. Let me go back to the first thing I did, which was this. That looked better the first time I attempted it. Ah. I doth not know. I could also do this. Here's another idea. Decently sized face. I was gonna try just taking these and then kind of going like this, but I'm also not really sure that's gonna work. Wrong tool. It just like makes them go away. It's like, these are so small you don't want them to exist. I'm on it, getting rid of them. I was like, no, that's not what I want. I want you to continue to exist. I think I should... might be better if I Google things. I'm confused. What did you just separate all three of them on my model? Okay, so the easiest way is to... starting from, like, being in, like, if you just open your project or whatever, go into edit mode. There's a few different ways of doing it. That's the easiest way in your case would just be to... There's a button somewhere in some tab here. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere, but if you hit F3, then you can search for a command that is buried under somewhere, but I don't know where it is. And if you search separate, okay, mesh, it tells you where it is. Mesh separate selection. Instead, actually, I want mesh separate by loose parts, which I guess if it just told me, it's under, wrong side of the screen. Let me go back over here. Over here, mesh, where was it? It would be separate, there it is. So I guess it would be P, by loose parts. That will make everything that is considered a loose part its own object. And then you just go out of edit mode back to object mode. Yeah. Now another thing you can do, which is actually what I was going to do initially, is that you'll notice that I selected a bunch of stuff and then did it. You can select a bunch of stuff and then go separate selection, and it'll make it like the thing you've selected will become its own object. But in your case, you want to just separate by loose parts. You can also, as another just handy thing, is when everything is separate. If you've clicked like any face or vertex or whatever, and hit Control L, it'll select everything that is attached to. So yeah. Which in my case, I kind of have each thing being its own object right now. But yeah. What was I gonna search? Unity, Blender sculpting. I don't know, thin objects. How to sculpt thin objects without problems. Yeah, affecting both sides of the objects, yeah. Front faces, would that be what my problem is? That's not what I wanted, but Okay, I know that type of setting. I don't know where that setting would be, but okay, union boolean, and I've selected the other objects now. Okay, so on the side, yeah, you have add modifier, union, one of them, and then you have a second boolean modifier, and you select the other because you had two, and then you apply them. There's a way to like apply a modifier, like this down arrow. It's behind my head. Sorry. Down arrow, apply, and do it for both of them in order. Technically, as in this case, it doesn't matter, but usually you want to apply modifiers in order, and then you should be able to delete the other two objects, because now you have the one object that is everything, and then the other two objects that you use to get that, but you don't need them anymore. So you should, the one that had the modifiers on them, keep that one, because now that one is the all three of them, and you should be able to delete the other two. Although I guess verify that it worked before you delete them. You can just like hide them in the inspector, like, you know, the little eye thing, just go blah. Something along those lines. Yeah, okay, so I keep, let's go bring this back up. Okay, in brush settings, there's a front-facing only option of some kind. Where would that be? Front faces only. Yes. Is that gonna... I need to do that on every brush that I do stuff with, though, right? Yes. Let me try this and see if it helps me. Nice. Yeah. Because now what this does, actually, this would have made, I think, like, if I, as a test, let me just test it. If I do this to the bottom of the feet, it will now flatten the bottoms without, it was sort of flattening what was on the other side of it. Does that also mean that anytime I was doing something like this, it was affecting, like, the body in the distance? It might have been doing that. Which is good that I'm having it not do that. I don't know how this affects... Do these. I'm just doing it on all the ones that I use frequently, real quick. Not doing it on every one. Which, there might be some cases where I want to turn this off, but for now, I'm just going to try turning it on everything. And later on, if I'm like, it's being weird, I don't want this, then I will, stop. You want to check if it's totally okay, import it on Cura, or some, you're talking to Francesco there, or some slicer software, and check by layers if it's full of plastic or mesh. Mesh, I mean filling that looks like a mesh. Yeah, Francesco, you might understand that more than I do. I don't know, I guess Cura is some slicer software. Yeah. Oh, because that affects with, for 3D printers, it'll take the whole thing and be like, having all these, the slices that it uses to 3D print it, like one layer at a time. So I guess it's something that verifies that that is going to work. ICBA? Sorry, what? Yep. Yeah, okay. Oh, smoothing... Interesting. So smoothing does that now, which I might not necessarily want. Oh wait, no, that wasn't smoothing. That was just draw inwards. Never mind. Smoothing is going to do like that. Interesting. We'll see. I couldn't be asked to do it long. If this is for a school project thing, then yeah, sure. If I do this now, oops. Why are you what? Wait, no, you should still extrude the appendages the same. Do you need to be? I turn you off and then I do this and then redo it? Okay. I just want to do, what I'm trying to do is like take this and now make these fingers not so crooked without completely destroying them. Like that. Question is, how do I effectively do that? I used to teach kids of 7 to 10-year-olds to design things on 3D, then show them how does it work, or how does it work the printer. That's very cool. Very, very cool. What's not cool is why is this still being so weird? I might need to Google more things. That front-facing only thing was not the savior I was thinking of. It's not about affecting thin objects. It's not like not affecting the other sides. It's more so... anything I try to do to this just kind of destroys it. If you look at fingers specifically, I could just skim through a sculpting tutorial on fingers and just see what they do when they go to just extrude the fingers. I don't need to see the whole tutorial. I mean, yeah, it could be helpful for making actual fingers. I just want to see...
so, and you know, like a sort of... comes out, but there's quite a lot blocked.
Okay, I mean...
I was thinking, how am
Sure, that's one way of doing it. I want to see more so, like, when... when I need to
finger side
extrude for fingers or extrude for anything, like a tail.
Invert the mask.
Will you simplify the shape later to triangle? Oh, I in theory, yeah. Ideally, I don't have
grab tool. We can
a bajillion vertices. Yeah, that's what we would like to see. Now, if I was making this for an actual like game, like my unicycle thing, we would probably go back over this and retopologize it all. For this, I care less because it's like it's a project that I just need to get done and then I'm never going to touch again. So it's kind of, well, I would say doing the bare minimum, but like the fact that I'm doing this modeling is not the bare minimum.
To get this.
What was I about to say? But yeah, but it still should be good on performance, decent on performance. It doesn't need to be great. I might just try taking a decimate modifier to it and see what that does.
Moving tools.
We'll see.
Work.
But in theory, I don't do something that's going to take hours and hours to do.
And
would be nice. I've been spending hours and hours just making this thing. So you've done stuff with a mask and then pulling it out. Is that really what I want, though? We go. I'm skipping ahead to extruding like the rest of the fingers. And yes, using a lot of reference is good. I see that. Okay, I guess I could do that. So how do you actually do this stuff with mask up? I attempted it briefly and it didn't work, but. So mask tool, press that. You put it on what you're wanting to sort of extrude out. Makes sense.
Invert the mask.
What did you press there?
Fingers should be. And just
invert mask. Okay.
I'm going to shrink the mask. I mean, grow the mask a little bit.
Interesting. You shrink and grow. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. Cool.
A little bit more. Now invert it
to get it however you want it.
Oh, you probably didn't need the inversion.
Yeah, you want it all around. So you're saying like then like the I get what the mask does. It's so that like.
I'm going to extend them.
Oh.
And the move tool.
You just go to. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Again, look at this part. And your finger almost same. Of course, this is not top.
And then what do you do afterwards to give the finger itself more detail?
Clear the mask, remesh. And at this point...
You remesh! Ugh. How to add unnecessary vertices 101 over there. Yeah, I will try this, though. So this there's a mask button, tool, thing. I believe it is this one? No. Which one? I also didn't realize that there was just a move tool here. And that's to move everything. Oh my god. That face without anything is just... Okay, which one was mask? Mask. It'll be around here somewhere. Which one? Okay. This is maybe something I should be in this mode to do. I could try extruding all 3 fingers at the same time. You don't have a lot of vertices right now, do you? This might be easier if I clear mask. A bit of a tap, tap, tap. This is just giving this area more vertices to work with. Maybe flatten this out for a minute. Okay, now mask was just M? M is the shortcut. Yes. So now... I don't know if I should be like wider than I need to be, or thinner. The actual like hand itself, I might make thinner. Undo the sort of way of flatten it there. So that should go A invert mask. Interesting. Let's just try this and then go. So then you went move, 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 move was the very bottom. Why you be up there? Could you not, maybe? Unless I just go G. No, G is grab. Well, no, I've seen another thing. A sort of way of doing this is then taking the snake hook tool and then doing this. Really? What if I turn off dynamic topology? Okay. It's really big, and then what if I do this with elastic deform? Okay, it's a start. Make it just a little bigger. I could try to do this to each finger individually, but I think it'll be hard to do this without affecting the other fingers unless I do the masks one at a time. So I'm going to try seeing if, like this, I can do kind of each finger one at a time. Now what's interesting here is actually I could clear the mask and I was just about to. But I could try not doing that and make the fingers and then get rid of the mask. Or maybe I could unmask like more or less like a little just more of the hand. Because I want to be able to make like the hand shape around the hand. Mask, 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 mask. Where is mask? This one. Is there a clear mask thing? Or just control would do that, yeah. But mainly in between the fingers. And a little bit around so I can like flatten the hand better. Let's just try that, and let's make some fingers. Does dynamic retopology break the masks? It doesn't seem so. Maybe just like click a bit so that they get more vertices. It's a better way of doing that by remeshing. But does remesh with a mask actually only adhere to the mask? That would be a helpful thing if that existed. It might be easier to visualize this if it had a proper wrist. Even this should still be going to more of a point. And I'll be symmetrizing it in a minute. I don't know why this side has such trouble following along. That's not making me a point. I should turn these back on. I could go into edit mode and do this, maybe. And this does affect everything. I don't know. I could try instead to do this. Not you. What's the button I'm looking for? Shrink / flatten? Wow, why you no work way I want you to work. You're not even like the fingers aren't even like equal distance apart. Let me just clear the mask. Nope. I do want to make more of an actual hand around this. Because, oh, what happened there? Oh, I think that was a symptom of smooth being... Okay, the turning everything to being all front faces only was maybe a mistake. I was kind of start to undo some of that. Okay. Ah, yeah, it was... Good. I guess smoothing like that now is kind of doing what I want. Not too much. Don't know. Okay, let's make more of a wrist kind of a thing. Even actually, these hands are too small. Like you should have short hands, but not necessarily like super tiny hands. This going on. What if I just... I'm not gonna be able to select a loop cut with this. No, these triangles. But if instead I went like... That's not perfect, but that'd be a good start. Give me more vertices to work with. And let me actually see what I'm looking at. Like, zooming in and clicking is giving me more vertices to work with. I could remesh the whole thing, but I like to avoid doing that because it would put in a lot more unnecessary geometry in places I don't want it. It's not like, it's not even centered. I should have just done this. Not like that, though. No, wait. Where's inflate? Let me try saving it with this. No, this might be where I want this set to. What? I don't know. Okay. Could have just undid, but I was able to not do that. I still want this to be a little bit thin, but not like this. I'm just destroying everything. Yeah. What is this hand? Just undo back to when things were sane. They said sculpting is hard. Actually, that's not too bad. He needs way more of like an armpit, or the turning is like his arms will not work well. In fact, again, this may have been a mistake to model his arms out like this rather than more of a T-pose, but I don't know. This will be more of his default state of arm existence. That's not gonna change too much, I don't think. What am I looking for? Snake hook. I'm trying to armpit. Kind of. Even this should go in a lot more. How easy it is to just destroy everything. Okay, what do I do to these hands? First thing is I'm gonna fix the other side by doing a little bit of this. Let me just see how is this looking in Unity. I haven't checked this out in Unity in a while. Right, because I moved things, I have to put this back where it was. Where it should be. I'm also now good to delete that. He's really big. I mean, the player actually should be a bit. Should be able to still see all of him. He's too tall? I'm also still gonna mess with like the lean and all that. Still be kind of looking up like a 2D sprite, but yeah, not just like going forward like this. And at this angle, his tail going into the ground is not good. This is why I wanted to take this and flatten it on the Y. It kind of affects the lighting, but it doesn't affect the go like a 0.5. Interestingly enough, like, it didn't take like it's a lot of vertices, but it didn't take ages to import. Yeah. You know, I'd like to think this will look better when I'm. Let me close this. I'd like to think it'll look better when I actually do rigging and animation stuff, but I don't know. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. Playing around with random things. I don't even know if, like, I'd like to animate him blinking, possibly, because him having this wide-eyed stare the whole time, I don't know if I want. Just staring into your soul. Are the hands too small? Like, yes, T-Rex have short hands, but with distance of the camera, I think it might be a bit, his hands might be a bit too thin. Oh, what am I doing there? Try this one. Also might attempt, like, seeing what a decimate modifier might do to this guy in a minute. Or maybe like a remesh modifier, I don't know. See if I can do something quick and easy to reduce the poly count, you know? Oh yeah, also from this camera angle, Oh, right. I didn't actually probably give him my wrist. Well, what if I could just, instead of doing what I'm currently doing, let me back up to when it, like how it looked decent a moment ago. Is that? Could try to. What I was gonna do is this. And try to sort of. No, come on. I've had this as an individual origin for a while. Oops, not that mattered too much, but. Ugh. You can have more arm, I guess. I don't know if I should have this be T-posed. Maybe I should. Not like that, though. Ah, okay. Let me just see how this is looking currently. Oh, I never got rid of the Louis modifier. That would, be a problem. What happens if I take a decimate modifier to this? I don't know which of these I should have this on, but... Okay, that ain't doing much. Huh. Wow, I can cut that a lot before I start to see a significant, like... No way! Really? Like, yeah, I can see there being some differences, but, like, not... This is 5,000 faces, which is a lot, but... We're gonna go make sure... I'll do the symmetry thing, probably something I want on. And I could apply this and then mess with it more. I have that power. Oh. Interesting. Yeah. You can have like the poly count doesn't need to be really low. That's 10,000 is a lot, but it's also like the player character and all that. 5,000 isn't. Could be a lot worse. Alright, let's say that this is decent for now, and let me make a skateboard. I would like to do some color stuff with, like, how this is, like, a different color of, like, his stomach and all that. I would like to do that at some point, but not right now. If I do it now, I'll have to redo it when I, anytime I go to do more sculpting. So, man, it's fine. It's not for a PlayStation 2 or 3, huh? Exactly. Yeah. Actually, here's what happens if I go, like even lower. At what point does it become, like... What is the threshold of being so bad that it's, you know, not good? In fact, even, like... Actually, the teeth have a lot of faces that could definitely be reduced. Yeah, like the teeth. And the tongue, too. Like, I can be reducing vertices on, like, a bunch of things, not just the main thing. Especially these teeth can just be, like... I mean, not that small, but... I have to fix the thing on the bottom teeth, but nope. I don't know if I'm gonna like keep it like this the moment, but for now, yeah. kind of, you know, move that in a little bit. This tongue, let's do the same thing. I just, yeah. It looks the same. Now that does look different. Maybe you can say it like that. And, yeah. Helmet, too. I can even just get rid of the subdivision that I put on it. Yeah. In fact, I'll do that and then not... Like, you're actually decent on your number of faces, so you don't need that. Yeah, when you merge the teeth, all the hidden parts are gone for the software. What? Oh, like this? Oh, oh yeah, any teeth that are hidden I could, like, delete and all that? Yeah. I don't know how much teeth are gonna be visible. I also don't know how much he's gonna, like, open his mouth for animations and such. Even this tongue, I'd like to, like, when you export, I mean, the exporting is in here, and you can see teeth. Like, I could try deleting the backs of the teeth, but I don't know currently how much I'm gonna have this guy spin around, right? Like, this one. Okay. Ideally, he should look good from all sides. That's not actually what I should be rotating. I should be rotating this one. No. Yeah, that's the one. He should look fine from this side and this side. And I don't know if I'll see him from the back ever, but he shouldn't look... Like, if I'm looking at him like this, I don't want to see holes in the teeth, I guess. So, the teeth are fine. They're so, like, minuscule in the in the face count that, like, if I'm trying to reduce vertices anywhere, it should be on the whole body. Some degree. Like, I mean, the face count on the teeth are already, I've just made them so low. Yeah. Although I think I actually will just bump up this again. Just for now, anyway. Yeah. I can also be, if I, you know, was good, oh, that, it's nice, we have our own town pet that is a dino. Oh, that's, what? Oh, that's great. I love that. Can you see the comparison? Yeah. Can I use this guy as arm reference? Nah. Cool. So one thing I can also do that I maybe should be doing is trying to exaggerate detail in certain points, like how I have this kind of thing here. If I do a little bit of this, exaggerate it extra. It might look a bit weird here. We shall see how it looks on the Unity side. Smooth out a bit, though. How does that look in Unity? Just the kind of, like, weird leg thing. No, never mind. Let's say exaggerate detail. That is not what to exaggerate, I guess. Maybe just a little bit. But, I don't know, like these nostrils, maybe. Make them deeper. I'm just doing things. I'm not just sure if I want to be doing things that I'm doing. Yeah. Okay. It looked the grays from the back, but could I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's kind of working. I'm almost wondering. No, the coloring on the looks really great. Yeah, it looks amazing. So in terms of coloring, I could do texturing stuff, or I could do like actually I don't know the term for this, but where you just like select a bunch of vertices and say color these vertices with a different material. That's like the quick way. But that's actually anything I do to texture this gets messed up whenever I do dynamic retopology stuff. It just does not like that. It completely messes with the UVs. Causes me to have to recalculate the UVs is a better description. Okay, so there's his thin arms. No. Can I really not like nicely make this just a bit bigger? What in the what? Are you going to go out that way? I want to make changes, I just don't know what changes to make. What if I give him a bit more on, like, just a little bit more on that side of the hand, a little less on that side of the hand, so it's more like a palm? Just a little bit. Too much. Overdid it. Not. What's up with you? Don't. It's all these weird artifacts. Trying to fix some of those. Not that it. I was gonna say not that it matters too much, but it kind of does. Yeah, it's missing the cut in the belly. Yeah, get to that. But I can't do that until I mean, unless I can do it, but unless I want to redo it, I'm not doing it until I've sort of finalized adding more topology through the dynamic topology skiff. I can still do sculpting, I just can't, the second it tries to sort of, you know, recalculate all the vertices and blah, 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 it completely messes up any texturing on this object. I guess if I had procedural textures, then it wouldn't, but that's kind of a different thing. Tried to give him a wrist, didn't go too well. So looking at this guy's wrist, it's like it's, rather than caving in, it's more so just like it goes straight and then out, rather than going in first. And maybe that's sort of what I need to be doing. Let me try that. Worth a shot. Trying to, like, if I, you know, do this and then smooth it, it kind of, the end result is that it's a bit thicker. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. Also doesn't have that much of like a hand. It kind of becomes like fingers very early on. Also, yeah, flattening the inside also. I mean, yeah, the inside of the hand's a bit more flat than not just a little bit, maybe. I don't know. You know, there's a combination of T-Rex and the anthropomorphism, whatever. Let me try this. I'm not doing the thing. Things that I'm not. I was trying to make him have, to copy third what I'm going off of. He has a lot less hand, like, now that I look at it. Even the actual fingers wouldn't be straight, they would curl more, but, you know, you kind of model it in, like, this flat position, and then curl it. Let me just make this a little bit thinner if I can help it. Is this being good? Or, I don't know. Something. You know what? Maybe it's fine. Okay. What will these figure? Yeah. Okay. So. The crease thing. I forgot that exists. That's not doing anything like what I was thinking it would do. be more of a point there. Shouldn't be. Actually, almost something I can work with. Okay, what if I did this and then perfect? That's how I put this. Thought is getting somewhere. Like I kind of am with the others. I'm just trying to get this one to more match. Which it currently is not. You can have a crooked toe. That's not what I'm going for. I need to. You know what's kind of different here is that I've made this more like webbed, where with this thing, I guess, okay, the toe's kind of cropped off from what you guys can see currently, but this is a lot more jagged. It's like, Same thing kind of here. Maybe, yeah, the base here shouldn't be as, should be more crooked, not webbed. Not like, you know, human fingers and toes. So the question is, though, how do I actually do that? Glad to see you. Oh wait, I'm gonna help for today. I wish you good luck. You're doing really well already. Thank you. So harder, better, faster, stronger. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, Luska. Yeah, this is going goodish so far, but I think we could be close to it being done in the modeling phase, and then might try to attempt some rigging. I don't know how that's gonna go. I haven't done rigging things in a while. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, and I'm gonna continue making my dino. And I don't know if we're gonna try making the other dino characters. Part of me wants to, part of me has more important things to do. What's the proper way of doing this? How can I make this come to a point here? Is this something that I maybe more so do in here? I'm trying not to like ruin the geometry around the rest of the toes as I'm doing this. Ah! Good night, good night. Alright, see you, Luska. It's just, it's a pain that a lot of doing this sometimes just feels more like I'm fighting with the program than actually, like, I have an idea in mind of what I'm trying to do. I just can't do it. I'm just fighting with the tools. But that's how it be. How can I make more of a crease? Oh wait, there's literally a... Well, there's a crease thing. You gonna do what I want to? Let me try bumping this up to 1. No, not really. I don't know if that's really... Is pinch maybe more what I want? Oh, maybe. Actually, maybe that's it. Ah, there we go. So I think the edges of the toes are a little odd, but what if I tried pinch on these? I'm trying to have it not be all crinkly if I'm doing what it is I was just doing. This also, it stopped being flat. And it's not even, like, on the ground anymore. So if I can do this and have it be relatively fine. Oh. Ooh, how long have you been like that? Oops. No, I actually want to do on. Okay, what's the most harmless way that I can sort of flatten the toe here? It's not going to cause me issues. Doesn't need to be completely flattened, not as much as I did before, just like a bit more flat than it currently is. I do like the idea of... Oh yeah, we're gonna fix the other side there. What even happened on that side? Like, Jesus. Let's fix that. It's almost like... Is it trying to, like, double mirror something? I don't know. What if... Wait, the flatten tool with it set to front side. Front faces only. So I'll make sure. If I do this, it's not affecting up there. It's only... So what I start clicking on, it's only affecting that. Unless I go out here. Yeah. If I do this, is it going to flatten all to like the same? No. Okay. I'm just curious of how that worked. Just need to make sure the cursor does not go off the toe. Is that doing what I want it to? Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's going to be becoming less flat. What do you mean? Whatever. I want this to be more flat, please, but without, you know, ruining it all. And I could do this. What is the proper way of how one would, you know, make all of this more flat without just ruining it all? If I do this, I'm going to select a lot of what's out there, which I don't want. If I try to box select from here, I'm going to flatten a bunch of stuff that I don't want. Oh, these toes don't have many vertices on them. Interesting. I mean, I can kind of do this. Okay, whatever. It's fine. You see it from an angle like this. It doesn't need to be perfect. Alright, let's call that a dinosaur. How's that looking over here? Like that, currently. Okay, let's make ourselves a skateboard. I'll make it off to the side, I guess. I'm trying to think of the best way of going about the skateboard. Oh, let me 3D cursor, just kind of center that out. Oops, no, like do that. All right. Actually, kind of had the idea of starting with like a plane. Actually, this is currently flipped upside down. Or, well, I mean, I could just start with a plane, but actually, let me do that where the... Actually, the UV's being fine doesn't matter. Whatever, it's fine. Do this. If I start from this and sort of craft out the shape, and then extrude, that'd be maybe a good start. Actually, or just do this, and then can I bevel the edges? Oh, that's actually pretty good. How many vertices do I want the skateboard to have? This, I imagine I'm going to make one skateboard model that all of them are going to use, so... Yeah, give it a decent number. Actually, I might have it have less and then subdivide, but I don't know. We'll see. So now, actual skateboards, though, they aren't flat. They go like this. I'm aware of that, but we're just making sort of the frame like this way first. Actually, might give it a solidify modifier. Let's see how that can do. I'll give it a bit of thickness. This is going to be all flattened and stuff, so I want it to be a little bit extra thick. And even how it is now might not be enough. Okay, so now what I want to do is... I want to knife cut from here to here. I want this to be flat. Really? You are? Okay, you must have snapped. Because, yeah. Okay, I want a thing there, but I also want the same thing here. I'm trying to think of the best way of just doing that real quick. It's the easiest way of doing that. So I can't just ring cut. Okay, I'll just knife cut again. Oh, holding control does that. Interesting. You need to be like... Prefer if you're symmetrical, is all. Should I mirror this? I don't know, we'll see. So now with that, I should be able to, let me merge by distance. And I should be able to select these guys. Do a bit of that, right? How much do skateboards use? Let me Google skateboard real quick. References. How much do skateboards usually curl up? Probably varies a bit from board to board, but not that much. And is it like a curl or is it more like a straight in? It looks like it's a straight in rather than like curling up. So, actually, that one looks a bit more curled, just a bit. It doesn't move. It doesn't go up by a lot. In fact, there's some that are just completely flat. But I'm going for more of the classic skateboarding design, and I'm gonna potentially also find. So let me do that. I'm also gonna potentially have to do like the sort of hinges. It doesn't have to be perfectly flat. That's fine. Okay, so we're also gonna put this a bit off the ground because. We're imagining that the ground here is the ground. The skateboard is on top of it. Do I have any unnamed things here? No. Okay. I will have to apply the modifier at some point if I want to color this differently on the top and bottom, because this Dino skateboard is black on the top and green on the bottom. That's just how that is, I guess. I'm gonna call this skateboard Ripper because, as I just said, they'll have different colors. Actually, go black. It'd be 2 colors. Nope, didn't mean to do that. Ripper 2 for now, sure. Okay, so before I apply this, am I fine with how thick this is? I might purposely make it a bit thicker just so it shows up better in the Unity side of things with how far away the camera is, the whole isometric stuff. And, yeah, just see how that be. Oh wait, how about the length of it? Is that fine for this dino getting both his feet on the board? I want to just kind of like move it out without making it longer. Wait, can I get I can get a loop cut in the middle there. I might delete you and then go mirror. Yeah, I could also mirror it that way. That's unnecessary. If I do this, and I can move you out to like there. Oh, you're just the one face, right? Yes. Okay. If it's a bit too long, maybe let it look fine. A binar! Solve Rubik's Cube. That I can do. Un momento. One second. I'm just making a skateboard here. Does that look fine, size-wise? I might actually undo back up to when it was like this and scale up the whole thing. Oh, we have the mirror modifier. Mirror. Over here and clicking on mirror and then solidify. Yeah. Just make it a bit bigger. Yeah. Okay. Might make that thicker too, just so again it's very visible. Is that too much? You won't go that much. Oh, right, you change this. Do that. Just a bit exaggerated from how, like, normal skateboards aren't that thick, but. Okay, now the color. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, this is gonna have 3 colors, because the side is gonna have a color, let's say. Do something like this. So what kind of color is that? It's like a orangey. Color like that. Okay, let's try applying. I can apply the. Actually, I'm gonna put this solidify modifier first and apply that. Yeah. So let's try just kind of coloring these how they currently look. Yeah. Is it too thick? Maybe. Eigen decomposition. Yeah. Waste those channel points so that I don't have to play horror games. Yeah. Multiplexer. Yeah. Random funny words from different things. But well, mostly computer science related. Alright, let's do the cube, shall we? So this is what this is currently looking like. I can go to play mode and see him actually going down the track and just see how that looks. Hopefully he'll look like less of a monstrosity when he's animated and all of that. God, it's so bad. It's not bad. Oh no, wait, he was supposed to stop there. He's not stopping. Why is he not stopping? Oh, I deleted the collide, or that didn't delete, but this was the capsule collider that did things. Here, let me just do one thing real quick before I forget to. Actually, literally all I need to do is go. Which is to copy that collider and put it on this object instead. Paste is new. Let's fix that. Yeah. Well. Yep. This guy's coming along, kind of. It is interesting. That's for sure. There's definitely lots of parts of this that I'd like to be better, but it's a struggle. All this sculpting stuff is, yeah, it is a struggle. But hopefully, with practice, I can get better. That's the point of practice. Get better at skills. Math. Okay. I can do math. Wow. Actually, I guess now I can quickly test, as I never tested this before. Does the whole beating a level thing actually work? Not beating. Or it's not even a level thing, it's just one level thing. Does the whole touching the finish line, do we stop? Yeah. There's 10 of these, so we're coming up on the end, probably. I haven't been counting, but is that the end? There's gonna be actual, like, level-y stuff all around. Okay, so that's our temporary winning for now. Okay, let's Rubik's Cube this up. Okay, so the last time that we did this on stream, we had a time of 49 seconds. Let's do better, shall we? Okay. And Alright, how's this looking? Interesting. Last time I did this was like on stream, which was like, you know, a week and a half ago or however long it was. So let's see if I'm rusty or not. Okay. That's gonna be interesting. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and oh no. Okay, it's fine. And okay. Yep. And hey, okay, OLLs that I don't know are gonna death me. This is just wasted time because I don't know OLLs, certain OLLs. Okay. Almost done? Aha, not if I do that. I am not. 3, 2, 1, and bam! Okay. Well, not faster than before, but that's okay. Under a minute, still nice. What was that? Yeah, there's a part in the middle there where I got hung up on being faced with certain OLL algorithms that I just don't know because I haven't gone through actually memorizing all of them. So I just like do random stuff until I get one of the situations that I actually do know. But oh well, it is what it is. One day, some point in the future, I will productivity levels dropping. Yes, we are. Let's get back to actually doing stuff. Hey, you're the one who redeemed the Rubik's Cube. But okay, close you. Back to this. So this is turning out decently. Ignore how it looks in the scene view. That doesn't matter. It only matters how he looks like this. Yeah, is he too big? He also might be a bit too big. I might shrink him down a little. Oh, no. Actually, that doesn't... That with how the eyes are isn't that terrible, but I kind of like... This looks goofier, and I like it. And it also throws off other things. Shibby? I don't know what that means, but yeah. Ramble about this. It is a word that starts with an S and has a vowel, and depending on like Y being sometimes vowel, it exists too. I don't know what the word means, but it's Spyro the Dragon's mean cousin Billy Flame. I have the only Spyro games I've played. Check your server, lol. Stuff going on there. It's great. Yep. You did that right as I scaled him up. Should get this guy. Look at that mean face. Oh no, you want one? How about this? There you go. Put that in the server. It's great. Just eyes and a helmet. Got our character. But I don't know Spyro games much. The only ones I've played have been the remake trilogy one, which was like fine, wasn't great. I beat all three of them and 100% did all three of them. But I did do it like back to back, like a year ago or so. So I guess by the end of the third one, I was like, yeah. Mainly, the one thing that bothers me, like above all else, I think it's only a problem with the trilogy. Probably the rest of the games, fine. Specifically the trilogy is there's a certain type of grass, like it's probably like weird, like I don't know if anyone else has this problem, but there's a certain type of grass that is just everywhere in that game, and I can't stop noticing it, and like I see it and it's like, use a different grass for once. No. It just, okay, in actuality, it makes a lot of the levels just kind of feel samey to a small degree. Oh, my stream just died? No, we're good. Right? We're good? I see spinny wheel. Are we good? Is stream good? Oh no? Oh no, is stream good? No big deals from early PlayStation days. Fair enough. Binar, if you're there, can you type anything if you can hear me? Is this... OBS says stream is good, but on my phone, watching my own stream, it just kind of died. Am I good? Are we good? H? Is that H good? Okay, we good? We're good. Okay, I don't know what happened there. We good. We seem to be good. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. But no, Spyro. Actually, so I'd say, what's that? The tiger. I forget his name, but he's my favorite. I'm scared. Everything all crashing. Yeah, no, it seems to be fine. But also this. Yeah, very scary. Why am I forgetting his name? The tiger, that's like one of the side characters. He was my favorite character in the trilogy. I don't know why I don't remember his name. But yeah. Anyway. Okay, so. Oh, you know what's also interesting? There's a actually, here's an interesting. I don't want to take it right now, but the Crash Bandicoot 4. In the files of that game is one of the cutscenes from the Spyro trilogy for some reason. Maybe it was like a placeholder thing that they meant to delete, but yeah, that exists in the files, which I think is mildly interesting. Yeah. Okay. Skateboard. Let's skateboard. How does one do skateboards? Oh, let me bring back, and skateboard. So actually, this is a perfect view. Yeah. Let me put this over here. Skateboards. I can see it kind of at the bottom. So, in a very like quick and easy, low poly kind of way, I need this sort of hinge. So a block, and then like the thing where the wheels are. I do not need to do anything of the wheels like pivoting in the slightest. Of course, they're just making the basic shape of it here. And then the wheels. I'm gonna do the wheels first. And then make the wheels a good size, and then make the, I don't even know what you call that part. Would you call it an axle? That's what you'd call it on a car. I don't know if it's the same, but, yeah. Oh, I need to turn off the thing. So let's make the wheel, and then I'll make the axle thingy to match. In fact, it might also be good for me to just do this and mirror the skateboard twice. Okay. Select all of you and delete faces. Good? Yeah. And then mirror on... Oh, what? No, you shouldn't... Oh. There you go. Okay, I was confused. It's fine. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's do wheels. I guess I need a wheels color. More materials. Skate. Board. Ripper. Wheels. I'm putting, so the dinosaur's name is Ripper. I keep putting his name in these material, because if the different dinosaurs have different skateboard colors, then, yeah. Shade this smooth. Now, these wheels are kind of like a light yellow, it seems. For now, again, I'm just copying the colors that I am seeing. That's too many vertices for these wheels. They do not need that many. Let me try again. Turn off clipping for right now. Like a kaleidoscope of madness. Wheels. It's gonna go something like this. So, technically, the wheels should be on the ground. As a default. But not like the skateboard, I think, needs to go closer to the ground. Is the trade-off that I think needs to happen. Probably a distance between them, right? Yeah. How far up the skateboard are the wheels usually? It's like, it'd be like right before the bend, right? I imagine. Isn't it usually, yeah, it wouldn't be like part way in this bend where it, like, you have the part where the thing screws in, right? Pretty sure I know skateboards, kinda. Okay, okay, so now the little, like, thingy that goes like, yeah, and then, yeah. That looks like there's two parts of it. First, there's this, like, kind of cube thing. Hinge? Yeah. Oops. Or this needs to also be... Wait, these match up. Rolling right along schedule. Yip, yip. This is going good so far. Hopefully it continues to be the case. Yeah, that's 11 already. How long have we been going? 11 hours. Wow. Oh, well, we're gonna keep going. I have classes tomorrow because I'm in school, so I don't know how much longer I'll be going. Why are you not lining up how I want you to be? Oh, wait. No, you are slightly, in compared to where the wheels are. So actually, you'll be in slightly more, I think. That's what I'm seeing here. So this thing here is, like, very flat. Oh, wait, I don't know how I'm doing, like, the top part. That's a really long time to be streaming. It is. But yet, here we are. What is that? Like, what is... No, usually that's just, like, little, screws, right? How that looks on the top. Oh, yeah, it's, like, very just, like, and the other underside. Yeah. Right now I'm doing, like, this thingy. Just the square part, and then this part that comes out of it. But doing it like very bare bones. It does not need to be like a lot. Like a very low poly version of what this might look like. So just this might be fine. Maybe a bit rounded. Other way. Yeah. And then shade smooth. Yeah, you're fine. And then the last little piece is the weird hinge thingy. That's gonna be another separate object. How do I do this one? This one's gonna go into the wheel, I think. How do I do that shape? You have like a cylinder kind of thing going on where the axle part is. But then you have a weird like flat and go around thing. I see what I need to make. I'm just trying to like, what is the best way of go about making it? I'll try starting with a cylinder. And for right now, I'm just going to give it the colors of this. Give it the colors of this just for a minute. No, I won't. This one, just so it's different, but I'll make another material in a second. So this is going to be the part that just goes straight through the wheel. I keep pressing all the wrong buttons. Okay. Actually, to get this exact, better idea, I'm going to copy this and duplicate it. Just so it's exactly in line with the wheel, which is what I was going for. Let me make sure I delete this face here. Just the face. Oh, not the face. Is this gonna go all the way to over here? Could. Sure. I don't know if I'll make the wheel more wheel-y, but yeah, we'll see. Might just do like that. Call it a day. Take the whole wheel and then trim it down a bit. Yeah. Here, let me actually make these, the materials for these. So we got skateboard, ripper, handle. I don't know what the bottom part thing is called. Whatever. It's just gonna go 4 and 5. Skateboard having 6 materials? Yeah, sure. So this one's a pure black. Kind of like the top part, but the top part might be slightly not, like maybe a little bit different, so it gets to be a different material. And this one's like a dark gray, more like that. Yeah. So this should be this, and this guy should be this one. I mean, that's a bit. What happened to? Did I undo making this gray? Okay. So now this is not all. I need this to attach to this. It doesn't need to look the same, especially for the bottom of this that you're only going to see when I kickflip. It just kind of needs to attach nicely enough. It just needs to kind of like bend like, and that would probably be good enough. I just don't know how to best go about that. Like, I could... I'm trying to rotate it this way. No, yes. Doesn't actually matter, but, like, do kind of like this sort of thing and then let the mirroring happen. I don't like that, though. That's not how this should look. I just don't know how to get to look like how I actually want it. I could do sculpting, dynamic ray topology, and then pull this up, and... I mean, I guess that would work. I guess, yeah, I don't need to care about the topology of this too hard. Okay, temporarily I won't have that. Oh, and I'll have to reset up the... No, better idea on this for right now. Before I do that, it's just this thing that I'm trying to figure out how to model good. So let me just separate this, and then do all the sculpting on just this, and that I'm not messing up everything else. I'm not selecting though on the right things. Yeah, you're going to temporarily not have the mirror modifier. That's fine. And your colors are also going to mess up, but that's also fine. I'm trying to think how best to, like, do this. Get out of the way, everything. Okay, not really doing what I was hoping you would do. Just this kind of a shape. In fact, if I want to go the whole way around, it like, does this, but then also kind of, oh, comes out over here. And I can flatten out this part in a minute. Guess I could turn clipping back on. Okay, let me bring back the other bit. You actually line up. See, now I can maybe do sculpting without dynamic retopology. I don't need to introduce more vertices if I don't need them. Oh, right. The way that mirroring is being weird. Just go into that, yeah. Now I just want to flatten you. Right. I need to do it on the side that is the sort of the initial. Just making nostrils. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make a flat bit where there'd be a screw. Ah, dang. It's kind of working, but I don't know. I feel like I could have done this better. I mean, as long as it works, I guess it's fine. I should maybe be applying, I don't know, if I apply the mirror modifier and, I don't know. But I need to, like, join it. I'd like to rejoin it with the other skateboard. Or with the rest of the skateboard, I mean. This idea is not doing what I was hoping it would be doing. Yeah. Huh. That's funny. The way this... No. Okay, just the way the playlist randomized played, like, some songs that were like from the same game, but like from like back-to-back things. Power of randomness of 644 videos being randomized. Okay. I don't know what I'm like trying to get to happen. Just better than what this currently is. I don't like it. I'm not sure this turned out well. But also, this should be using these colors. Oh no. You also don't have. I was hoping you wouldn't get a million vertices over there. Because now also like. Okay, I'm gonna undo back to how it was. I need to try something else. Did not. It's not. Did not do what I was wanting it to be doing. However, maybe a Boolean modifier could do what I want. Separating this, I think, is still something I want to do. Oh, I only backed up to where it was still separated. Gotcha. I'm also just gonna, for now, go blah, blah, yeah. Okay. Even just this would be like, I mean, better than what I just had, marginally. I mean, I could just do this, and that'd be fine. It just feels like defeat. Rather than having this sort of like circle kind of a thing. Also, this could be like not completely black. Like that. How do I do this? I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this shape and trying to be like, how do I replicate this? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna do the screws. I could do the screws. Do that, I guess. Just very quick and, you're gonna take that one. Don't need to have each of these be its own material, but. You're just gonna, yeah, be cylinders like this. Be a little bit bigger so you can actually see them. In theory, actually, these should match with this thing, kind of. Should they be further apart? Maybe. Which then means I'm going to move this out too. Not that it has to match, but I mean, it should. It'd be nice if it did. I still don't like how this is, but I don't know if there's much I could do about it. Whatever, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. have this copy off of this guy. Your booleans. Excuse me? How in the... You... How in the what? How in the... Oh? How the boolean modifier do that? Excuse me? Put it above. Okay, so I guess turn you off then. Have it be like this. Yeah. I don't know how that happened, but okay. Turn flipping on, delete you, and then should go be fine putting that back on. There you go. Now you're how you should be. And I should be able to join this back up. One skateboard. There we go. Okay. It could be better, but it's fine. It's fine. Actually, I might make oops. I'm gonna make this like thicker, which I can do really easily by doing this. Except clipping should be on. And just fix this, and then I think we'll be done with the skateboard. What are we gonna do next? I don't know. Okay, skateboard. Now, I just want to see what it looks like if I were to put a subdivision surface modifier on it, and that is a no. Mainly around the edges, what that's trying to do. A big old no. What happens if I try to put a bevel? Doesn't even look like there's a difference, really. Other than just creasing parts I don't really want to be creased. So, big ol' no. Alright. We got Dino, we got Skateboard. The only thing you really notice in here is going to be those being a bit different. I said I was going to attempt rigging. So one thing is, I said that actually this Dino might be too big, because his helmet's going off the top. And, then this, like, I think everything might be a bit too big, which I could just scale everything down in Unity, but I'd rather scale it all down in Blender. I'd rather the scale in Unity be a 1. So this is the scale of this, and this is what it currently is here. Yeah, it's definitely a difference. So let's try scaling everything down. 7.5, maybe. But I still want the skateboard itself to be on, like, touching the ground. The Dino, though, I might move him up so that his, like, default, like, because his default state of existence is going to be on the board. So I want to see that, you know, at this height, is he good? In fact, this should match better. This is why I wanted this to be flat, so that he can actually stand flat on the board. But let's just say that as a starting point. You don't even really see it that much, but okay, I think that's better in size. The skateboard itself, I'll fiddle with more when he's standing on it. Oh, let me apply the scales of things. Why would that do that? You didn't move on the x-axis, did you? Oh, you did. When did that happen? I want to back up to know exactly when that happened. What is not centered here? Oh, that would be the teeth paths. Okay. I just wanted to know I just wanted to know what was off center, but actually that's more of a pain to fix. Unless I want to I don't want to readjust the teeth path. Oh, no, I'm an idiot. I can just scale by this, and then we're good. No problems. Okay. Yeah. Easy. Yeah, and I won't move him up. It's fine where he is. I would, however, like to flatten his feet. How can I best do that without, like, ruining them? I can try to just paint along the bottom of this, but I feel like then I'm going to be flattening way more than I want to. And also not flattening things that I want to be flattening like this. Also, I'm on edge select, not face select, but whatever. Maybe if I paint this right, I can make it work. Shouldn't be on edge select, but whatever, it's fine. It doesn't need to be completely flat. It just needs to be a lot more flat than it currently is. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, as I said, I don't need to flatten it completely. Let me also bring this back to here. It just needs to be, mainly from the side where it's like not very flat. It just needs to be more flat than it is currently without breaking the shape of the everything. Let me, okay, it's just a bit more. Okay, let's try this. Oh, I'm gonna symmetrize it after, so I'm not gonna care about what the other side's looking like. So perfect 0 is gonna look like that, but I probably don't want it to be completely flat. Just 0.5. Because not only do I want it to look basically flat, I want it to be flat with... Why are you not getting all flat? I want it to basically be flat, but like with the... the axis. I also want to just like rotate the foot. Why won't you flatten? I'm trying not to flatten it too much because I feel like this is going to ruin the shape of it, but I guess it's fine. I might take another, just take this and just kind of go like, bleh, vertices, bleh, bleh. And smooth it out. Help the shape at the back of the foot there. Yeah. Especially if I bend the toe, I probably want that or something. I don't know. We'll see. Not that. Do I want like that kind of a thing, maybe? Okay, I'm just looking at my sort of referencing I'm going off of. The bottom is still not, like... I keep putting more different, like, of my reference images on this other screen, and it keeps ruining what I'm trying to be showing the stream down there of the basic thing of what I'm trying to copy, I guess. Alright, we got this. I guess now I can try to very roughly... If I say this is... I don't even know if I want to say it's finalized, but, like, let's try texturing this. Now, I have two ways I can go about this. Try, like, UV unwrapping and drawing it, you know, texture stuff, which, frankly, might be the way I should go. Or I can do this, where I just select a bunch of vertices. Oh, I should, I need to re-symmetrize. Like, just as a rough thing, if I do this and assign... You can very much see the jaggedness on the edges there, and it'd be really hard for that not to be the case. So I probably shouldn't do that way. But one thing I was going to do that I didn't do yet. Sculpt mode. Symmetrize. Okay, so now... Yeah, if I go texture paint... I actually don't know how to... how do I set this up again? Well, I need to actually make the texture. Okay, let's make a texture for him. Just call it Ripper. I'm not gonna do... I could do, like, normal maps and procedural textures and all that. Let's just go call this Ripper Diffuse. That's probably a good size. Yeah, it doesn't need to be super high resolution. Oh, let me go back to how on this I don't want that other material. It should still be on this guy. Interesting. So how does this... If I do a lighter purple? More purple, it's more closer to white. I'm not gonna be able to just draw on this and immediately see results. Right, right, UV mount wrapping. Yeah. Completely forgot about that step. Now, normally one would go through and UV unwrap this, but especially if you re-topologize it. But I'm gonna just do this and hope for the best. Yeah. If I'm just painting on this, then I don't really care what the UVs look like. Oops, what did I... Oh, I just sampled color. Interesting. Let's go with a wildly different color for a second so I can just see it being on here. Missing textures. I have to do a thing. Is that how this do? Missing textures detected. I thought I just added a texture. I don't remember how to properly set this up. I put a thing here. Missing textures detected. This didn't do anything like what I might want. Naming it isn't going to do anything different. If I go to shading and go this image texture texture coordinate into mapping, go a little bit like bois into bois, and this to bois, and this into bois. I'm gonna have to recolor like how everything was initially that purple. But I can I draw on it now? Why not? What am I still missing? I'm not getting an error anymore of that it can't. No textures. Why not? I don't know what I'm missing here. What am I missing to be able to do texture painting? What am I missing? What step am I missing here? I made the texture. I can't even draw on this. Why not? It's not. I don't know what I'm missing here and why I can't do this. What am I missing? What could I possibly be doing wrong? Okay, let me try Googling things, I guess. I did UV rep, yep. I don't have to be in cycles anymore. I'm pretty sure that's not how that do. Right? I think I hope so. Oh. Am I supposed to not have this? Oh. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get what's going on. That's the paint detector. Got it. Okay. Cool. He has color now. Now that is something I don't like, or that shouldn't be happening. Is that is a problem with the UV. The UV map ain't how it's supposed to be. Coloring one area is covering another area. That would indicate usually that UV maps, something with UV maps being on top of each other. Or it's just like painting through the back or something. Oh right, it's still being mirrored. Should I apply the mirror modifier? Wait, no, this isn't mirrored. Why are you painting mirrored then? I don't see a mirrored option anywhere that would indicate to me that I would like the painting to be mirrored, but I'd like to know why it is and if I could turn that off if I want to. So why is this a problem? Why is... Excuse me? I don't understand. Go back to like this. I don't understand. Why are things being all mirrored when it shouldn't be? Turn you off and then go use Smart UV Project. I do want a little bit of island margins so that, or do I? Is it smart enough that if I don't do this, then it will... If things are too close together, I know that can cause problems. But also, I don't know if turning it too high is also... See, why is this doing this? See, this is what shouldn't be happening. Is when I color down here, this should not be coloring up there, and I don't know why it is. And how do I get it to not do that? Oh, it's not mirroring anymore. Why is that happening? Oh, I can see UVs on top of each other. That's why it's happening. I thought the whole point of Smart UV Project was to not do that. Try that then? This is a... Let me try, Blender, Smart UV Project, overlap. How do I have you not happen? Light? But everything here is triangles, so... My thing is all triangles, I'm pretty sure. But I saw that having a lower island weight might help. Light map pack was actually a different thing as well. Image size is all faces. Now that currently makes a difference. Let's see what this does. Oh, it's... Ooh. It's doing calculations. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yep, Blender's calculating. I can go back to Unity in the meantime. Let it import whatever it had the last time I saved. I don't know if there's anything I can do here in the meantime, but... I notice we are getting close to the 12-hour mark, which is a problem. Long story short, VODs are tricky to deal with when they cross over 12 hours and how I put them on my VODs channel. So I will either end the stream and then immediately restart it before we hit 12 hours, or I might actually be calling it quits soon, because again, I have stuff to do tomorrow, classes and all that. But yeah, we've made some good progress on this. I'm actually surprised we even got like the Dino to exist today and did everything else that we did. Yeah, he's coming along, that's for sure. I don't know what I don't know how animating him is gonna go, to be honest, but I'd like to hope it'll go well. Well, the skateboard's not really being flattened. It should be. Or I guess even the whole thing isn't being flattened that much. Yeah. Oh, this is taking a while. What I could almost do is apply the decimate modifier keep like a backup of the high resolution version of it. Apply the decimate modifier, and then like, yeah, go from there. Yeah, this is taking a while. I might force quit out of Blender. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do that real quick. Oh, I did just close out of the one that was like the track, I think. Oops. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, so I might actually go and, at the very least, go like decimate by 0.5 and apply that. I don't think that's too, like, it's destructive, but it's like, I don't think that really ruins anything here. That it's pretty fine. At least has like the default kind of poly count that is there being like the same. And now it should be like the same of how it was going into Unity. Close enough anyway. Yeah, 4,000 faces. If I want it to be that low, I could keep the 6,000 faces. It's a lot, but it's fine. There's not a lot of complicated models in our thing anyway, and yeah. Okay, so you, what I'm trying to do? I'm hitting you. So it has to be, oh, it's being edit mode to UV unwrap? Okay. So let me try Smart Project again. Maybe a low island angle limit. Don't have the island margin thing. Have it at like 0.001. Because I don't want islands to be touching, necessarily. Oh. Really? You take longer with the lower angle limit? I'm pretty sure this didn't take this long before. Oh, boy. Yeah, that looks like a lot. And now I'd almost say, like, I think the islands could have been closer together, but maybe it's fine. Let me try texture painting now. And there should be nowhere. See, I don't know why like that happens. I guess it's like not that bad. There should be nowhere where coloring one side is, you know, affecting another area. Like that's what we were seeing happening. Why can't I color this? Why can't I just not color this? It's like, nah, I'm good. You want to color me? I say no. That's a problem. Why not? Like, I mean, technically, it doesn't really matter if I, okay, here, go like, I just want to, you know, color all this a default color. The only part I'm really wanting to color is like the belly. So as long as that colors nicely, then we good. Okay, they're back to normal-ish. Should be nowhere that's not that color. And now I go with like a different color that's like a light purple. It needs to be like different enough, otherwise you're not really gonna see it, I don't think. I think that might be too much, but let's just try it. Oh wait, let me back up. I would like it to be symmetrical. I do notice that it's doing a bit on like the chin. I don't know, it's fine. Let me try this. Go this sample color from here. Try to fix it. Why did you just decide to like no? You're like, you wanted to color me. Nah, I don't think you do. Not today. So weird. But let's just say that we had this. Let's just say this was the final result of what we want. I need to, like... See, I understand why having normal, good UVs is good, but I'm trying to just, like, do the quick and lazy thing. Not have to worry about it. For now, anyway. Eventually, when I make actual characters for actual things, we can go through that whole process. Okay. Okay, got 8 minutes. Let's get the texture on him here. So he's going to... I need to just take this, slap on this, and maybe this, I hear? I'm just realizing that with the emission thing, I don't know if this is gonna go over how I want it to. Oh, I didn't save the material. Right. Or I didn't save the texture. Okay, please show up. Hey! Okay. Let me back up for a second, back to what things started as, and then go. I did all that just to have a little bit of texture on, like, the stomach, but now I have the capability of doing more texturing in other places if I so desire to, I guess. And it adds... Technically, this should only be white to have the true color of whatever I painted in Blender, if that's what I want. And I can also go different directions if I want to, but nah, let's try to stick to have the texture be the true color of what I want. So let's say that we have that. Let's say we have that. There we go. Good enough stopping point for today. I think I might actually make the skateboard a little bit thinner, and that'll be the last thing I do for today. Apply scales. Apply the scales of everything. No, not everything, but most things. I think just not the teeth. Oh no, yeah. Actually, get an extra tooth out of that, sure, but not the paths. Yeah, okay. Or not now anyway. I could mess around with that later, but it's fine how it is. Okay, that's that. And with that, I think we are done for today. So what are we doing next time? I'm actually gonna be taking a break from this I mean, we just started this today, but tomorrow I have a different thing that I need to work on. But as I said, I might start it on my own and then decide if I want to stream doing any of it. But it is going to be like a Python project doing some lighting stuff, like graphics where... a graphics thing where I'm having to take some code and add to it and complete some functions that accomplishes doing like lighting things or something along those lines. I'll be figuring that out. And then, yeah, I'll figure out what I'm doing with that, how much I want to show, or how much I want to stream of me doing that. And then we'll be returning to this, I think, where we'll be, I guess, trying to rig this dinosaur and see how that goes. Frankly, I don't know how it's gonna go. We'll see. We'll see. We'll probably run into a lot. I'm gonna predict right now we're gonna run into a lot of troubles, but we'll get to there when we get to it. But anyways, yeah, I think that's gonna wrap it up for today. And as I've just said, those are the plans for where we're gonna be going forward with all this. So, anyways, wait, I was gonna say maybe we'll rate someone, but nah, that's no, sorry, but yeah, I got 3 more minutes till 12. No, I'm trying to end before 12. If my stream crosses over 12 hours, it becomes an annoyance, a major annoyance. So I'd rather that not be the case. I was purposely keeping an eye on the time. Yeah, it would take too long to explain. Well, no, it's how did I put so I have a VODs channel that I put the VODs on because Twitch VODs only last like 2 months or whatever until they get deleted. So I put the VODs on I have a second YouTube channel that it's more like an archive kind of a thing. And yeah, trying to like get like Twitch to export them manually over to solve over YouTube. I can't. Oh no. Well, okay. Wait. Well, okay. I can try to be quick. Timer. Oh no. This is gonna be a mistake. But like actually though, if it crosses 12 hours, it's a problem. So if I don't do this in time, I will just cut off the stream mid solve or something. But anyways, yeah, okay. We're just gonna okay. Okay, ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and go. This and a little bit overlap. Oh, how did I manage that? Okay, that was almost bad. Where are you? Why can I just not find any of the things I'm looking for? No, not like that. Ah! Oh, this being an extra slow solve. Exactly what I need right about now. It's fine. Because I'm also, like, more stressed about the timer going over 2 minutes. Or over 12 hours. Oh, I'm really just not paying attention. This is over here. Yeah. Nope, hold on. That, and then, great, this is, okay, wow, this is slow. Wow. Like, I have a minute. Oh, no, this is actually, okay. Okay, well, that'll do it for this live stream. Thank you all so much for watching. Or if you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching. And as always, I'll see you around. Wow, I'm just not even trying to solve this anymore. I'm just. Oh, no. Got 40 seconds. It's fine. I fumbled this so hard. Whatever. Oh, that hurts. No, okay. Anyways, break your record. Come on. No, that was bad. I kept like almost dropping it and just kept undoing progress. But anyways, that'll do it for this live stream. Thank you all so much for watching. And as always, I'll see you around. All right, 15 seconds to spare. Bye.